Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. So, if I could have Chris and Derek join us up here on stage, that would be great. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Kaya Jackson. I'm the Business Development Specialist for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And I just want to thank you guys all for joining us today. All of our attendees and our speakers, and then to our staff, thank you for helping put on this event. And then, of course, to Skybear Media. Um, yeah, we're going to go ahead and continue. Just a little quick note, Chief Hicks will not be joining us today for the welcome remarks. He had he had to attend another session, but if you could please welcome Chris James, our President and CEO, and then Derek Watchman, our Board of Chair.
Well, thank you, Kaya. It's so good to see so many familiar faces in the audience. Cherokee is my hometown, so very happy to be back home. So very nice to be here in the beautiful Great Smoky Mountains. I'm living, Derek and I live and a lot of us live in Arizona. So it's very refreshing seeing the beautiful green and the nice weather. I know probably maybe not as my parents were like, man, I wish it wasn't raining so much while you're here. And I'm like, well, I sort of like it. So very happy to be here. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do and who we are and why we're here. And then we'll let Chairman Watchman speak as well. But the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, we have been around since 1969. So we're a 55 plus year organization. Focusing on economic development, business development, enterprise development for our tribal community nationwide. We have 9 offices throughout the United States, and we work with roughly about 5 to 6 programs at a time, servicing close to 4,000 clients. Some of those clients are our tribally owned clients, and who actually own tribal enterprises, and then some of our clients are individuals just like you in the room. So a lot of work that we do, a lot of support to those folks around procurement, around tourism, entry into various businesses. We're about to start a new agribusiness program. We do exporting. So take a look at our website. We have lots of information, lots of programs, and we're here to support for you. We also do a lot of advocacy in Washington, D.C. So we work very closely with Small Business Administration, which I think will be here today, this afternoon. We work with a lot of the agencies. A lot of times, small businesses, we just don't always have a seat at the table. So making sure that we're represented in Washington, D.C., and making sure that our tribal enterprises are well represented, we focus on. And we've been doing a lot of advocacy this year, believe it or not. So a lot of activity going on. The agenda looks great today. So many great speakers. We put on a Native Edge Institute almost every other week throughout the country. So it's really great to be here in Cherokee, and we really tried to bring in some of the best speakers from around the country. Feel free to speak to any of the speakers, take some time with them. They're here to support you. So we'll have a lot of our staff members are here. They're a great resource for you. But definitely all of our speakers, if you have questions on procurement or have questions on tourism or questions on just business operations, or really ask those questions like, how did you develop your company? Because that's a lot. Learning from each other, I think, is one way for us to get to our next level, and that's where really we try to emphasize. So really focus. Feel free to spend some time with our speakers and ask lots of questions. That's one of the things we encourage. We want you to ask the questions. Don't feel shy. Um, don't feel restrained. And I promise you, no question is a dumb question, especially when you're thinking about economic development or business development. Uh, Looks like a great day, and I'm so excited to be here. I'll be around all day, throughout, in and out throughout the day. Again, thank you so much for being here, Derek. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning. Yat e abene. That's hello in Navajo. She Derek Watchman. It's Iski and Yishla Tko Hanabashashin. Tkatnazani de Shicheado Tkabahan Chanela. Navajo, New Mexico, a Dana Shah. Auto consultant, a Dana Nish. And so, good morning again. I'm Derek Watchman. Just said my clans. I'm from the Sagebrush Hill Group clan in the New Mexico area of Navajo. But I'm actually from a little town called Navajo, New Mexico. That's where I grew up. And my day job is a consultant. I am a small business owner, and so I do a lot of tribal affairs consulting. And so, but greetings, everybody. And again, Yat E means hello in Navajo. Yat E Abine means good morning in Navajo. It actually, it's a greeting. And so, but on behalf of the National Center and my colleagues and I at the board, I'm the chairman of the board. We welcome you. We welcome you to this event here. And as Chris mentioned, and I just want to say thank you to Chris and the team for putting this on. We've been around for over 55 years, and our primary focus has been, if you look at our website, is to encourage, launch, improve, and really provide a tool and a support mechanism for our native-owned businesses, Alaska natives, Hawaii natives, get them into development. I grew up on the Navajo reservation in a little town called Navajo, New Mexico, and even today, when you talk about the status and the financial health and the economic prosperity of Indian country, we still have a long ways to go. We still have a long ways to go, and so in my role as chair, my big thought is how do we improve Indian country, homeland. Back home we call it Denekkeya, which means homeland. And so, in many of us in our ways, home is the center of life. Land is the center of life, in addition to water. And so, but I'm seeing in my travels, I'm seeing many of us, especially the young, they're starting to migrate and move, off reservation. Maybe they come home once in a while. And so, but that concerns me. I'm now getting up there in age. I have a couple of kids. I have grandchildren. And so the question for me is, what kind of future are we creating? What kind of situation and place are we creating for our young natives to come home to? And so, we fought very hard over the centuries to keep our land. Unfortunately, we're on reservations. And so, how do we do that? One of the big areas, I believe, is economic development and business development. And so I've been fortunate. I'm very grateful to my colleagues for keeping me as their chair. And so, but today, as Chris said, I think it'd be very powerful. I've been to many, and I don't know everything. Although I say I do, I always pick up something. I always pick up something from these events. And so you're gonna have access to our consultants, and they have years in the business. And of course, Chris, coming from SBA and doing a lot of work up in DC, and now doing work for us. There's a lot of tools, a lot of insight that we can share with you. So I encourage you to reach out, network, and learn something. My history with the National Center is Chris mentioned Res. Put on your calendars Res 26. The week of March, when is it? March? Okay, March 11th? When is Res 26? Okay, the week of March 23rd. And so we had our Res 25 in March, and it was fantastic. It was very informative. We had a lot of folks, and so put on your calendar Res 25 the week of March 23rd. I encourage you, to look at it. It's in Las Vegas, and for many reasons, but we've been we've been using Las Vegas as our center point for our Reservation Economic Summit. These Native Edge Institutes we've been running around the country. And so, but, network, my first encounter with the National Center was Res 87. And so, obviously that was many, many years ago. My goal then, I was a grad student, was, I really wanted to understand business, and I actually took my resume with me. So I was a young college student, so I went to Res 87, and you know what? I made some contacts, got a couple of business cards, and I landed a job. I landed a job because I was working on my MBA. I landed a job in New York on Wall Street. So for me, many, many thanks to the National Center and the Res platform for giving me the opportunity. The gentleman that was speaking was actually, his topic was bringing Wall Street to Indian country. And of course, working on my MBA, it fit perfectly. And so I owe a lot of debt and gratitude to National Center for allowing that to take place for me. And so for us today, there's many opportunities I think will be here for you all. And so we're going to have a great program, as Chris said. And so again, thank you for being here. On behalf of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, myself as chair and my colleagues, the board of directors, thank you. I know that you probably have other appointments pressing, but thank you for being here. Yes, we're a small crowd, but we also have our program online too. And so, but thank you for those that are here. Thank you for those that are online. I appreciate it. The National Center appreciates it. So, as I say, thank you in Navajo. So thank you, everybody. Glad you're here. Okay, so, sorry. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here. We thought you were detained, but we'd like to introduce and let's give a warm welcome to Chief Michelle Hicks, the Eastern Band of Cherokee. So thank you, and good to see you again. So thank you. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Shiel Nagai. Appreciate the opportunity to say just a few words this morning, and I want to thank Native Edge Institutes for putting on this event, and of course, sharing knowledge and resources, and most importantly, looking at what those future opportunities are. I know we're in a little bit of a difficult time trying to figure out new administration and where grant monies are pointed and contract monies are pointed, but we're resilient people. As we've proven time and time again. And so, as we said on the grounds of Eastern Band, obviously we're, a sovereign nation that's been here for many, many centuries. And, our resilience, our innovation, our self-reliance is something that, we're very proud of. And, we continue to make sure that, our voices are loud and heard. Our people have always understood the importance of investing in ourselves and in our community, from trade routes that stretched across the Southeast to present-day enterprises and development projects. We have long recognized the value of economic development and the importance of being able to, share those resources, not only locally but as far-reaching as we possibly can. And today our tribe is preserving our culture and our traditions, more than ever, and actively building a future through education, infrastructure, and diversified economic development. Whether it's through our tribal programs or partnerships that uplift entrepreneurship, we know that small businesses are the backbone of strong communities, and that's been proven time and time again. We're in a time where tribal sovereignty is being tested in courtrooms. It seems like that's too often. And across political landscapes, it is more important than ever that we invest in ourselves. Economic self-sufficiency is a cornerstone of sovereignty. And so again, I just appreciate everybody coming out today, and thank you for allowing me to say just a few words. Good luck on the conference, and God bless each one of you. While you're here, please take some culture in. Get to the museum, get to some of our local businesses. There's a lot to learn, a lot to offer. Again, we're proud of our community. We're proud of our leasing structure. We have, I feel like we have a new interest in some of the younger generation that really wants to start businesses. The tribe is, we've got a lot of assets that we try to help with. There's always opportunity for us to continue to look at those opportunities also. And so, again, it's a privilege just to say a few words here today. And one of the things that I'll share with you this morning is, there's a Cherokee word called gadugi, and it's bringing folks together, and trying to find common good and to help each other and one another. And so again, I know that that's the focus of this conference. And again, we're very proud of the thought of community and how we help each other here in Cherokee, and I know many tribes are. But share your resources; it's important. And again, I think we'll all find successes out of that. Shkeen, God bless each one of you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Yvette Fielder. She is our program director for our tourism program. She can explain it a little bit more, but if you guys please welcome the next panel that we have in Yvette Fielder.
Thanks, Kaya. Good morning, everybody. John and everyone, make your way to the panel. I don't see Colette Coggins, but she was going to be a part of the panel, but that's okay. We'll fill the time if she's running late. Again, thank you so much for being here. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director here at the National Center, and I do oversee the new tourism program, which is new to the National Center this year, although we feel that we have been touching parts of tourism for the last 55 plus years anyway, so it's all good. So I'd like to introduce our panelists this morning. We have Mr. Jason Crusenberry and Mr. John Parker, and really great to have Jason on our team as a consultant with NC Growth, and they're one of our long-term partners at the National Center, and we're really fortunate to have them a part of the team. And Mr. John Parker, who's been a great friend of the National Center for many years, and I had the great pleasure of interviewing him yesterday at his place of business, which he will share with you. He's a long-term entrepreneurial business person, and so we're just really happy to have both our panelists here this morning. And I think we're going to get started with you first, Jason, if that's okay. And I know you have also a PowerPoint presentation, and if you'd like to, would you like to come to the podium? And okay, perfect, good. And come on up.
This will change the slide?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Shio, Zayshani Crusenberry Dagwado, Zalagi Aya. Good morning. My name is Jason Crusenberry. I am Cherokee. I was born and raised here on the reservation. I see some faces that are not familiar, so I'll give you my story. I've worked in tourism all of my life. Last night I was thinking about this presentation and sort of how this physical area has changed in my lifetime over the years. But there's several of you out there, Mary, Andrew, I'm not sure about you, Joey, but you started in the tourism industry here in Cherokee, either working at one of the local restaurants, at one of the locally owned hotels, or even in a craft shop, right? So we've been doing tourism forever, for many, many years, and that has evolved over time, and we've been able to see that. So my presentation today is about tourism and cultural tourism and the importance of it, and two organizations that are really helping to drive that. So let's see. Here we go. Just really quickly, we're going to cover our support systems through NC Growth and through the Native Edge Tourism Assistance Center. And then I'm going to talk to you about the power of storytelling and finally how we can build together. So that's sort of what we're going to go through today. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself. As mentioned, I'm Jason Cruisenberry. I work for NC Growth. This is a private institution that sits inside of the business school at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. We do a lot of great work, and I'll talk to you about that work. But a couple of other things that you should know about me is that I'm collaborating with the National Center on their tourism project, which is very meaningful. We'll talk about the project in just a second. For a number of years, I was the director of communications for the tribe. I worked to bring innovation into the Division of Commerce, and I'll talk to you about that in just a second as well. So for the better part of my professional career, I have been working in Native America to really highlight all that there is about Native America through communications, gaming, tourism, and now economic development. I'm really passionate about building partnerships with people. I love to network. So if you take anything away from this presentation today, is that we're here to help you get to refining your work. We're here to help you, and I'm going to show you how we can do that. So first, let me talk about NC Growth. As mentioned, NC Growth is a national center that's based out of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. We do a lot of different things. We provide strategic, research-driven support. It's tailored to communities, and we work with tribes all across the nation. Our approach is really simple. It's to listen first and then collaborate with research, data, and tools. It's what our institution is known for. We've been working with the EBCI and tribes for years. In fact, we're in our 12th year of partnership with tribes, and it's really an honor to work with the EBCI. I wanted to highlight some of the projects that we're doing right now. We're working we've conducted economic impact studies for the tribe. For instance, the 4th of July Powwow, which is an annual event, we've done a lot of market research on that to be able to show the tribe what an economic impact an event like this can have for the community. That's just one of the events that we have here in Cherokee. We're supporting the EBCI's Fishery and Wildlife Program right now with a diversification plan. That is a current ongoing project that NC Growth has with the EBCI. We're really looking forward to collaborating in a potential partnership with the EBCI's LLC, Kadua LLC. There's many different ventures and opportunities for us there, and we're beginning our conversation. So we work with tribal enterprises as well. And lastly, we've been working with the National Center to stand up a tourism program, the Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Center. And we've been doing that for the past year, and I'll highlight the work in just a second that we do there. But before I go on, I forgot to mention I wanted to thank Yvette and Kaya and the National Center for involving us and inviting us to do the presentation. And I'm really appreciative of our partnership and what we're doing together. So thank you very much for that. So what is the Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Center? So this is a partnership with the National Center. It's funded by OIED. It provides technical help for tribal governments and entrepreneurs. From branding to feasibility studies, we're co-creating solutions with our clients, not just templates. So let's talk about tourism, cultural tourism in particular. We've seen this data before, but it's really important to review. Visitors are coming to Cherokee and into this area from the southeast, from cities like Charlotte, Asheville, and Raleigh. They're coming to visit the Great Smoky Mountains National Park or the Blue Ridge Parkway. They're seeking cultural experiences that are authentic. They come here to visit the Museum of the Cherokee People, the Oconaluftee Indian Village. They also come here to visit the casino, and this is a really beautiful facility. We've watched it grow over the past 27 years, and now we're able to offer these conferences in a space like this. This is what draws people to the area. We have a chance to guide the story and the story that our visitors take home. That's the most important part about cultural tourism. It's what we want our visitors to take home with them. So, cultural tourism isn't new. In Cherokee, we've lived it all of our lives. Before the casino, it was our livelihood. What's new now is how we support it. So I talked about earlier, NC Growth had done a research project on powwows and their economic impact to the area. We do things like that. So whether it's a powwow or art or language tours, these experiences, they're deeply rooted in our identity. And now we have the opportunity to elevate those stories in different ways. Cultural tourism, like is written here, it's not new to Cherokee. We've lived it for generations. We need to elevate it and support it in different ways. And how do we do that? Well, one, we do it through digital marketing. There is traditional marketing, and as you were coming to Cherokee today or yesterday, you saw that we have billboards. We still are in the traditional marketing avenue, but we've also embraced digital marketing here in Cherokee. So everything is digital. We need to meet our audience where they are, our visitors where they are, with strong, culturally grounded digital marketing. It's how we build trust and connections. It's how we create space for Native communities to tell their own stories with their own voices. That's the main thing. One way that we do storytelling is by embracing it as sort of like a superpower. It's our stories. That's what we tell over and over to the visitors that come here. So travelers are researching online first before they go anywhere. You're a traveler, you know how it works. You're reading the TripAdvisor reviews. So we have to have an online presence and a good digital reputation. So our websites and our social media, they're not just optional. For the EBCI, we have over 500,000 followers on our Facebook page alone. Our website gets a lot of traffic each month. An example of a way that you can show off your tribe and your stories is through websites. When I was the director of communications at the tribe, we worked to update the Visit Cherokee NC website. It was archaic, it was old coding, we couldn't update events, wasn't user-friendly. We worked for the better part of 2 years to revamp that, to tell new stories, and I encourage you all to visit CherokeeNC.com so that you can see this nice interactive website. The DMO organization at the tribe is keeping it alive and well, but I was very proud to be a part of putting this together. So destination marketing sites are built to reflect culture and hospitality. This site in particular includes storytelling, trip planning tools, and business promotions, local business promotions, which is key. Some of the hotels and campgrounds on our reservation, on our tribal lands, they didn't even have a booking system or an online presence, right? So we were able to offer that through this website. It was built by Cherokee for Cherokee people, which makes a difference. So that means that our community can use the website as well as visitors. Every community deserves a platform like this. There are multiple tribes that have really embraced a digital presence and the workings of a website. The Glacier National Park Association, the tribes that are an alliance there, they have a website very similar to this. The St. Regis Mohawk tribe also has a website similar to this. I really encourage you to go and visit this website. It's really nice, and you'll learn a lot about Cherokee. You'll learn more than just the cultural tourist points. You'll learn the stories. If you are in here, I added this note, but if you're local and you have a business, please update your information with the local DMO, with the Secretary of Commerce or with one of their representatives over at the DMO office. Another thing, and this is for our live audience, I keep looking at the camera back there, you may need help with a website. You may not know where to start. That is a part of our Native Edge Tourism program. We can help you with these things. We can put you and set you in the right direction. Your tribe deserves this. So, what are some of the opportunities that are around and about in the area? There's so many of them. I was thinking about different things that I experience when I'm traveling the world that I like. I love tours, especially if they're locally hosted tours that may be outside of the Indian village that we have here. We are taking people on language tours, just on eco-friendly tours in the area and sharing stories. That's an idea. We could have pop-up food events, traditional food events. Everyone is looking for a piece of fry bread, but in Cherokee, you need to get a piece of bean bread or a lye dumpling, right? So I could see that happening. Another thing I could see sort of local artists in a showcase of a local artist in exhibition at one of our businesses. Even in the pre-functions of our event center here, we could be highlighting artists. We could host retreats, co-ops, and absolutely more cultural events. We've seen over the past period of time where our social dances are attracting tribal members from across the nation to come and participate with us. These sorts of events really drive cultural tourism and the economy. What are some of the downturns to tourism, or the challenges, if you will? Seasonality. Here in Cherokee, for a long period of time, nothing really happened from November through the mid-March timeframe. The gaming industry has sort of changed that, but seasonality is everywhere. It's with all the tribes that we're talking to. So you really have to really look into how you can offset seasonality with your business plan, and we can help you do that. There's obviously economic factors. If you think about the international tourists that came to our area, last year we had in North Carolina, we had visitors from the UK, from Germany. A main demographic was from Canada, and as you all know, that's up in the air this year, right? Are those Canadian visitors actually going to come? We hope that they do, especially for the tribes that we're working with in the North and South Dakota area in Montana. They really drive their tourism based on that international travel, on bringing people from Canada and from different areas. So that could be a challenge as we're going forward. Also, competition. You can get drowned out if you can't find your niche. That's the really neat part about cultural tourism in Native America. We all have a way to sort of customize and find a niche in different areas. So you see in trade shows that there are many different beaders that are making different sets of jewelry. They all have their own personality, their own niche, if you will. So it's really important to find that and tap into it. And at both of the programs, NC Growth and the Tourism Center, we're able to sort of dive into that with you. If it's a dream, we can really see if it's feasible. There's obviously other challenges. For tribes in particular, it's important to advocate for a solid commerce division that is supporting economic development. One of the ideas that I have for the tribe for the EBCI is that we have vacant spaces across the reservation and in our downtown area that we can use as business incubators to sort of lift up the Native entrepreneurs in our area. So there's many different challenges and opportunities that we face. So, how can we help? How can we help? This is the main thing. We can help you do many different things, from tourism training to business plan development, feasibility studies, grants. We can guide you towards grants. We can guide you towards guaranteed loans, general advisory services. We have and we work with many different federal partners at federal agencies. We can provide strategic planning. We can provide supply chain and logistic planning, process improvement, corporate communications, marketing plans, social media planning, and market research. All of these things cost a lot of money, right? But they're free if you reach out through our services. We are offering that free, so please reach out. Culture is power. We should really work together on this, right? On any of those things that you need, because that is going to make your business successful. Our stories are our strength and they're our future. Tourism can support community and sovereignty. The Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Center and NC Growth, we're here to support your vision. So let's grow something together. here's my information. If you'll take a picture of it, reach out to me. I will put you in contact not only with my team, but Haley Garcia is sitting. If you'll raise your hand back there, I told her I had a longer presentation plan and had her featured in it, and then I needed to streamline it. Haley is the East Coast representative for our Native Edge Tourism program. She's working with 10 plus tribes and 50 plus Native entrepreneurs right now to help them build their dreams. We're touring all over, so please reach out to me if you have any tourist hopes or dreams or need refinement in what you're doing, and let us help. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Like we mentioned, tourism is a new program under the umbrella of the National Center this year, funded through a cooperative agreement with the Office of Indian Economic Development. So we're really happy to have Jason as a part of the team. We do have 5 regions that we're covering, and we have a technical assistant specialist, one in each region. So the lower 48 has 3 regions. We have the East Coast, the Northwest, and the Southwest. And then Anchorage is a region, and Hawaii is a region. So we have 5 amazing, and you saw their photo in there, that we took when we were onboarding them at Lake Tahoe this past year. So they're 5 amazing, hardworking women on the team, and like he mentioned, Haley Garcia is the technical assistant specialist for this region, and everybody has really hit the floor running, and as you said, it's free services, so please reach out to us, and we're here to assist you. So I'd like to introduce Mr. John Parker. And John, do you want to come to the podium, or do you want to hang out there? Come up to the podium? Yes. And he's going to tell us about his entrepreneurial businesses. And so, John Parker.
Thank you. Great job, Jason. That was incredible. A lot of great information there. My name's John Parker. I'm a member of the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indians and lived here all my life and been in business here for over 40 years. My story's more about the entrepreneurial world and being in the business world. What Jason presented is a great overlay of how to expand your business and bring it to the forefront. And that's, again, great information. I wish I'd have went first, so I don't have to follow what he done such a great job on. But anyway, the businesses I started out in were, I guess I didn't have a lot of vision because I got into businesses that didn't have a long longevity. I first started out in the movie rental business. Had 3 different stores, and with the time and the progression of technology, it killed me. So I migrated to payphones, and I had about 400 payphones throughout West North Carolina, East Tennessee, all over the place, and then cellular phones came, and that was the end of me again. But in the course of that, I started a business called CIC Technologies in 1992, and somehow or another we survived for 32 years and growed it into about a 40 employee business, doing all the work here at Harrah's casinos for the tribe, Western Carolina University. We've done business in Charleston, South Carolina, East Tennessee, upstate South Carolina, and we was very fortunate, very blessed to have had the success we had. Through the course of that time, you end up wearing a lot of hats in business. You learn a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about the people around you. One of the things that I learned early on was hire smart people if you can afford them. Don't hire people that'll say yes to you. Hire people that'll challenge you, that'll help you think more. One of the things I've always said about small business is we can do things and think outside the box that structure big corporate America won't let them do. And I really have tried to teach my kids this, and I tell the employees this: don't come to me and tell me why we can't do something. Tell me how we can do it. I want every avenue exhausted before we say a customer, we can't do that for you. Because if you get enough critical thinkers in a room, you can make things happen. You can make it work. And that's what set us apart. We've done some outstanding projects, and we've done some great things for customers. We've again, been very blessed and very fortunate. And through the course of that, again, you learn how to deal with personalities. You learn how to deal with tough employees, tough customers. And one of the things that I was in Vegas for a conference one time, and the guy was up there, and he made this statement, said that there's great businesses that go broke every day, not because they don't know what to do, they don't know what to let go of. And that resonated with me. And I also got it, I owned 3 Radio Shacks at one time, and I don't have them anymore either. So I've had my ups and downs of business, but I've survived. I've been able to work through the tough spots. But being able to cut loose of something, because when you burst something as a business, it's like a child to you, and it means the world to you. But sometimes you can hang on to things too long, and sometimes you gotta do some soul searching and recognize I need to cut it loose. This is not. I can't resurrect this and make it into what it was at one point, because markets change, the public change. Everything has a lifespan sometimes, but you got to be able to recognize when to cut loose of something and let go. And that holds true with customers. I'm gonna say this: it's okay to fire a customer. Sometimes that's in your best interest, is to let a customer go. We all want the big one. We want the tough one. We want the one that's got the big shiny star up on the hill. But sometimes I'd rather have a 500 small ones than the one that is more problems than it's worth. And you've got to recognize that too. That sometimes you don't want all of it. You don't want all the business. You want what you can take care of and what you can manage and what you can provide the best service for. People don't mind paying for good service, and they will pay, but you've got to be good. You got to constantly be raising the bar on your employees, getting them to think and take ownership of the business too, empower them to make good decisions and represent you on their best ability out in the field. Here recently, we've got 3 or 4 letters from customers stating how outstanding service they've been receiving, and that's what you're looking for, because those things, they make the employees feel good about themselves. So they know that they're on the right path, and it lets you know that your company's on the right path. But in the course of, I don't know how many of y'all are starting a business, in business, but the biggest thing that I overcame, all I knew, when I first started out, all I knew how to do was work. I could work. It didn't scare me. I'd work weekends, nights, it didn't matter to me. If I was taking care of motels with phone systems, they called me at 3 o'clock in the morning, said phone system down, I rolled out of bed and went to the site. But I didn't know a lot about finances. All I knew was I had money coming in, I had money going out. But once I found out you got to live on profit. If you're just passing money through your hands, you're not going to survive. You got to learn what your profit margins are, and you got to learn to read a balance sheet. You got to learn a P&L sheet. That's probably the most important factor, because you got to know how much money you're making so that you can expand, bring on new lines, buy new vehicles, invest in your employees, the whole shooting match. It's a juggling act. And another big thing you need to learn how to do is your insurance. Make sure that you're buying your insurance at the right rates, and you're knowing how to categorize your workman's comp. There's just so many things. And I think I've said this again, the biggest thing you're going to become is you're going to become a personal counselor for your employees. You're going to be a marriage counselor, personal counselor. You're going to do it all. You're going to help them through money situations. You're going to hate them some days. You're going to love them some days, and you're going to cry with them some days. That's the nature when you build a business. If you want it to be something that'll be successful, you're going to have to do that with your employees. You got to have policies and procedures in place, but it's a personal world, and the more they feel like you care about them, the more they're going to do for you and the business and help it grow. But and through the course of that, I was able to acquire another business here in town that's more in the tourism trade per se. Of what Jason presented today was I bought this business called Snook's Mill. And it was a business that's been in place since about 1976 in Cherokee. And the owner, Charlie Snook, stayed on me because we took care of his security systems and stuff as his business. And he just kept pressuring me. Finally, I said, well, let me look at the numbers. And I said, well, this might not be a bad gig for me. So I gave it a whirl. But after I bought it in July of 2019. In the spring of 2020, COVID hit. So I'd been there 6 months, and here we are in COVID. And then we survived that ordeal and made it through another year. And then this past fall, We had the hurricane, which it didn't directly affect us bad, but it affected the whole West North Carolina area. And we're still suffering from it. The business has not been back, and then we're having issues with the national park of closing the roads much, because that road's like an artery to a heart for us in terms of economics. When that road's closed, it kills us, it hurts us. So, and I know there's some collaborations with the chief, and they're having high-level meetings trying to work together and how they can keep the road open more. So there's just a lot of things that go on in the business world, but having resources like what Jason brought to play today can help overcome some of these shortfalls, especially with the uneasiness that's been talked today about the federal government. People are scared to death right now to spend money. They're not traveling. They're pulling back. We can see it in our store now that we having them walk through and look, but they're not spending. I think they're traveling and eating and reserving their money for the tough times that may be ahead and all the unknowns that we're dealing with. But I appreciate the opportunities, and I know I'm jumping all over the place with a lot of this stuff, but I'm just telling you from my heart how it's worked for me. But I sold my company that I built for 32 years. The tribe bought it, and then they hired me back to be the president of it, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. And we're expanding into the government sector, which is still another deal that we don't know exactly where it's going to end up with all these budget cuts and everything that's coming out of Washington. But we've accomplished some great things. We've been to Puerto Rico, been to Offutt Air Force Base, we've been to New Mexico, and we got a lot of good things on the plate. And hopefully we can be successful in that area of doing this government work. It's a great opportunity, and giving our guys the opportunity to travel and see the country and go out and meet people and perform on these military bases and government installations. But again, I want to thank Yvette and the National Center. I've been associated with them. I've been on panels in Las Vegas and at different shows, and then traveled to Charleston, South Carolina with them one time and done a panel. This is a great opportunity to network. They do a great job. They care about Indian country, and rising waters floats all boats. So we all got to help each other. And I'm here for anybody that wants to ask a question, because I've been one of the most fortunate people on earth. I mean, I've had good people around me, and I was never scared to ask the dumb question. That's one of the keys for me. I said, if I look dumb, it's just for a minute. Then I can move on. But I'm gonna ask the dumb question because I want to learn. You got to be a sponge. You can't have no pride if you're gonna run a business. You got to have pride in what you do, but you got to constantly be learning and evolving and becoming something different all the time, because everything changes. But I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you again.
Wow, thank you so much. Before I get to a couple of questions, because we do have a little bit of time, thank you, John and Jason. We had the opportunity to tour his store yesterday, so I know you're all from the area, so if you get a chance to go over to the mill, please stop in and see John, as well as Native Brews down the road with Colette, and I'm sure she's experiencing the same thing right now, dealing with something happening at Native Brews. But I wanted to also talk about the regions of tourism. And Jason, you brought up something about the websites, and it's really important to tell the stories and to really update, if you get the opportunity to have a website for your small business, to really keep that updated and really tell your story. We were in Anchorage, Alaska recently at the Small Business Development Center's training, and while we were there with Sky Bear Media, they've been amazing, and also Michaela Garcia on our team, who is our videographer, to really have the chance to use today's technology to really showcase and show your stories. Because they used to say a picture is worth 1,000 words. We saw great pictures in your PowerPoint presentation. Videography is just another form, obviously, of that. So that can really tell a story. While we were in Anchorage, and this event had taken place, I think they said started in, was it the 1930s or 20s that they started this event in the dire times in Anchorage, Alaska, but they turned it into a real community event. And while we were there, we experienced only one day, and it goes a whole week, we were able to touch base on different levels throughout the whole day and actually meet people. They were coming in from all over internationally. And I mean, you wouldn't think it. And they were saying, oh, this is a warm, we're from Arizona, so I had like this special pants that I bought and everything. So it was a lot of fun. So I want to show that video just to kind of give you an idea as entrepreneurs. Keep building, networking, and getting to know everybody wherever you go. And we're going to try to work on one for each region. Aaron's going to be pulling that up here in a second.
If you own a home,
that's not the
you're
we're not
at
the
risk
FBI,
of house
but-
stealing. With house stealing,
Designing and building any kind of mechanical system is a complex process that needs to properly account for many different parameters, like cost, materials, and manufacturing techniques.
Yeah, that was it.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage, Alaska at the SBDC, Small Business Development Center's Summit, focusing on AI and how AI technology can assist your business. We're here to support our export program, our tourism program, and all the work that we do at the National Center.
We're really hoping to showcase some of the opportunities using generative AI, particularly in rural and remote communities, to try and facilitate economic growth. Just showing people what's possible and then bringing different organizations together.
It's a really cool time to have a small business. We're utilizing AI, but we're just barely scratching the surface. It's exciting to listen to other people talk about the way that they've utilized the tools and think about the way that we could use tools like that in the future.
Right now, broadband and infrastructure is a huge topic. It's also going to create jobs and impact all these other sectors that are so important for the next generation.
Right now, AI is expanding so fast, and it's been such a huge game changer, accessing different alternative funding or grants. I've actually met some people who are just starting out. There's already resources here, so as part of our program, I can point out to the ones they have locally available and actually sit down with someone.
It's important to meet and listen to people just as a part of human connection. I'm here more to make contacts, identify early adopters who are doing the creative, innovative work in Indian country.
Our tourism program is in Anchorage, Alaska at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Let's go inside and check it out. What do you think, Yvonne?
Let's go.
We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary. We have the only indigenously owned and operated gallery in the state of Alaska. The Hall of Cultures. We break it down with each different section here by the different cultural regions of Alaska. We try to represent all the different cultures and all the 229 federally recognized tribes and villages. We have 6 different interpretive village sites. In those village sites, we have amazing cultural items. A lot of people are familiar with our snow goggles, but people aren't familiar with our waterproof stitching, the importance of kayaks, different indigenous tools and things like that. So come say hi. You have some new friends over here at the Alaska Native Heritage Center.
Alaska tourism is such a foundational industry. It's so important to our economy. Small businesses and entrepreneurs, particularly indigenous entrepreneurs, are taking these outside dollars and using it to create businesses that leverage, what Alaska does best, which is the great outdoors, but also culture and history.
The drum, it's pretty important in the Yupik culture. It's kind of like the heartbeat of our dance. It's a very spiritually healing event, brings all of the dance members joy, and we feel like we are connecting with our ancestors every time we start dancing.
We're in Anchorage, Alaska at the sculpture competition for the state of Alaska. There's a lot of activity going on here in the town. We were just at ice bowling, and look at all the activity with these beautiful horses, and we're going to go check out these sculptures.
Tourism is now expanding. It used to be 3 months out of the year, say May to August, and now it's turned into something that starts as early as April and doesn't end till the end of October.
Tourism is one of Alaska's great renewable resources. For people starting out a tourism business, find your niche, find what you're passionate about, what you love to share with other folks, and really focus on that and build that.
We just saw the Alaska State Snow Sculpture Championship, and now we're going to go into the Ulu factory.
Tourism. We are noticing that huge shift for Alaska, especially for port towns.
I've been hired by a number of cruise lines to give talks about Native peoples in Southeast Alaska. I go into how we acquire and pass on our knowledge and how we live together. We influenced, shared, and cared for each other.
I was facilitating an Inuit blanket toss. The event itself was just a celebration after a successful whale hunt. It's a lot of fun, getting folks who don't know anything about the culture of Alaska and to get tossed on the blanket. This blanket represents unity, cooperation, trust, commitment to a common process, and harmony in action. Everything needed to survive in the harsh climate of Alaska.
We're at the Fur Rondy, and we're getting ready for heat number 3. Stay tuned.
I'm Alaska Native Yupik, and I'm just so happy that we have a voice for rural Alaska and for Indigenous businesses and Indigenous people. It's just so great to be able to help support and promote those businesses and to encourage the next generation of entrepreneurs so that they can start businesses as well.
So I wanted to, okay, thank you. Ask our panelists, we have some time here, some questions, and just real quick, are there any questions in the audience? We have an extra mic, we can run it over to you if you have any questions. There, it looks like you want to ask a question? Okay, perfect. Oh, good, love it.
Ski. Thank you for the presentation, gentlemen, and that was a wonderful video. My name is Joey Al, and I'm an enrolled member of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians here and live in Cherokee. My question's kind of more from a governmental perspective as it relates to tourism and economic development. I used to work for the tribe for Chief Snead in the previous administration. I was the Secretary of Agriculture and Natural Resources, but one of the things that I was continually thinking of is how can we best not just sell, but show and allow and invite people in to experience our natural resources. And there were a couple of events that really got me thinking about regulation, which can be a dirty word to business, or it can also help protect the consumers that are relying on businesses. Jason, you were saying that the center provides planning resources for entrepreneurs, and I'm assuming local tribal governments as well. And John, I'd like your perspective on this. How can, and another dirty word, zoning, and then if you provide, I'm pretty interested in if that's a planning service, how can zoning help foster or hinder tourism and economic development in Indian country specifically? And I know that varies by tribe on the type of enterprises they have or where they're located. And just quickly, I should have premised this question by saying, we once had a small batch concrete plant proposed by the side of Highway 19 just about a half a mile up on the road, and we were just like, that's gonna be awful. Like, you're gonna drive in the casino and see this small batch concrete plant out of nowhere, but in our business district. So again, could you speak to the experiences or any kind of offerings that, Jason, you would be able to provide? And John, can you speak to any experiences where you've been hindered by that type of regulation or where it could be beneficial? Thank you.
Joey's always got the questions for us. The zoning, I forget what the appropriate term is that's being used by our tribal government. You know, as you're driving through our downtown area, if you're visiting, that's what we've seen all of our lives. Sort of these buildings that our grandparents built to drive tourism, to bring economy. Those parcels of land in our downtown area, if they're not owned by the tribe, then one sliver of an acre is owned by 15 different people together. And so there's a lot of challenges that tribes face when it comes to land ownership. But it is something that our tribe in particular has to address, and really needs to address quickly, because we're focusing on ecotourism, we're focusing on cultural tourism. At the same time, we have sort of a cowboy and Indian niche tourism that's happening in downtown, and that isn't really being identified it's not an identifiable trait for a Cherokee person. And so I encourage you to work with your local representatives to progress change in this area. It is a sticky subject for us, mainly because there are so many stakeholders in the land ownership. There's so much emotion connected to it. But for the betterment of the area, for the evolution of the area, zoning is important. It is important. And yeah, I don't know if I answered the question fully, but my stance is that the EBCI should address the zoning challenges.
Joey, personally, I've not ran into it, but I've seen the effects of not having it. And I think you can walk within the confine, or outside this building within 200 yards either direction, and you can see the results of that. And that's a tough, like Jason said, that is a tough deal, especially in Indian country. It's a tough thing to approach, to get people to buy in to bringing the standards of the buildings up to a certain level so that it's presentable and stuff. But I think sooner or later we got to address it, and it's got to be, laid out there. It's the elephant in the room sometimes, and we've got to address it and do something with it to hopefully raise the bar for all the business community here, because it's just like you can go through, like Jason said, you can go through and there's a good building, and then there's one that looks rough, and it doesn't help. But the problem is we're a non-tax-based land area. That's what hurts us. We don't control anything because it's not taxed. But if we go taxed, we lose our sovereignty. So there's a lot of smart people that are going to have to go to the table and put something together to help raise the standards of the business sector. And like you said, we need to create an industrial area for those businesses that don't need to be on the forefront or frontline vision, or seen on the side of the road. We need to create an area where they can have a place to park trucks, or have a concrete plant, or whatever, a brick factory, whatever. I'm just throwing things out there. Those things don't need to take up prime real estate. They should be on the backside, because you're not selling that as a tourist item. So, but those things have got to be addressed, and it was a good question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, we filled the time easily, and that went by very quickly, didn't it? But we could do a whole day of tourism with our Native Edge tourism, and I want to thank Michaela Garcia. I asked her, I said, well, let's create our own little logo under our little program. Mm-hmm. And I go, and the highways and byways connect us, but the water really connects us. So she created some waves under that logo, and I really appreciated that. And that's what I'm saying really, is be creative with your businesses. And if you're a tourism business, like as you saw in Alaska, we'll have one question, yes. As we saw in Alaska, they created a whole week event, and they included everybody in the whole town in Anchorage. So you could go to an art market that week in the mall. They had the blanket toss that we stumbled across. That they we participated in, and we actually folded up that blanket. He put us to work, let me tell you, that guy was great. And so there's just so many opportunities, and like the running of the bulls that you see in Spain, they did the running of the reindeer. You know what I mean? So they're making things happen. If there isn't a road there, then you need to think about how to build that road. We have one question here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Naomi Lucas. I'm the founder of New Shama Pharmaceuticals. We are a biotech pharma company that we've developed a quantum nanotechnology platform. So my first particle actually won distinction by the Department of Defense as one of the top emerging technologies in the area of human performance, but it can also be applied to animal, agricultural technology, et cetera. One of the things about my platform is that it can decrease dosage by 60% and you get the same therapeutic value. So when you're talking about creating beauty products, health and wellness products and other things, the amazing thing about my quantum particle is I went back to my heritage, and this quantum particle is the only particle that we know of globally that is created from all earth environments, ingredients. So it's plant-based. And so wanted to know, even though my company does not directly fit into tourism, we can be a platform technology for many of the products that are created, that are sold, and that can help with the animals and other things. And so is there a place for a biopharma company to assist in creating development, especially since it's all organic, plant-based? It is using the earth elements that we've been given.
Absolutely. It's kind of like a subcontractor. And I say yes, but you look like you wanted to jump in.
Yes, I say yes as well. Yeah, any tool that is available. In the last video, they were talking about AI a lot and how we're sort of on the edge there. Even though I've been using AI for a year, it still feels like it's very new. Joey sent me an email one time and said, "Did you write this with AI?" That just popped into my mind just then. Yeah, I did. No, so yes, I think that there is an avenue for that to fit into the different businesses and tribes that we help. So let's connect for sure. I do see an avenue where that can be very beneficial.
We'll grab the mic so our online audience can hear you.
So I will tell you, I am the granddaughter of a sharecropper. I understand, having had bootstrapped my company that's now valued at $100 million.
Yeah, congratulations.
But I want to say that however we can help, however we can, that's part of why my mom and I are here, is to see how we can give back and how we can, because when you talk about quantum nanotechnology or nanotechnology, dollar signs just begin to roll. But we are different, and so whatever we can do, we're just here. So just let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Thanks.
resource.
Very, very generous of you. Thank you.
Yvette, before you change over, I wanted to mention we are hosting a webinar at the end of this month.
That's right, yes.
She was talking about the waterways. So NC Growth, the National Center, we've come together to put a webinar series on. I can get you information about that. I don't have it readily available, but we are bringing together representatives from 3 different tribes across the country. There's a tribe from Montana that will be represented, one from North Carolina, and then we'll also have a representative from NC Growth who has conducted research on blueways and how tribes and local economies can use their blueways to promote tourism. Blueways is creeks, rivers, lakes, ponds. We know that native tribes have those things. And so we want to offer a webinar to spark the idea of launching a business through a blueway and offering tips on how to scale those businesses. So that's going to be happening at the end of the month. It's really exciting. We've been working on that for a while, and I just wanted to plug that.
Yeah, thank you. I really like what John said, and working with your staff, it really is a family unit. Like you said, you laugh together, you cry together, you get on each other's nerves. So thank our panelists so much for being here. And I know up next we have Mr. John Cherokee, and thank you guys. Also, we'll have the roundtable discussions later today, so you can pick their brains some more. Collecting agendas.
Next, we have John Harrah with Strategic Growth Partners. Right? Yes. Okay. He went through a name change, so I always get used to saying the old name. So if you give John your full attention. If you have a question, can you please raise your hand and I will run a mic over. It's just great for our online audience that is able to hear as well. John encourages questions, so be ready to shoot those questions over.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this off so it doesn't. Okay. Thank you, Kaya. Thank you to the National Center. Thank you to the Eastern Band of the Cherokees for hosting. Really appreciate being here. I've been doing these sessions around federal procurement and the federal marketplace around the country with the National Center for, gosh, I remember the first one we did out here was in 2018. So it's been about 7 years now. So really appreciate the partnership, really appreciate being here. Definitely lots of changes going on in the federal marketplace. Definitely a lot of challenges. John Parker sort of mentioned, the federal marketplace and entity-owned. I call them entity-owned if they're owned by a tribe, a Native Alaskan or a Native Hawaiian organization. And there's challenges, one with respect to the various programs, so the set-aside programs, and then there's challenges with the types of contracts, and then there's challenges with the types of procurements and how the federal government is changing its strategy in procuring goods and services. The one thing that's not changing, so we'll talk about the challenges, we'll talk about the programs and sort of the changes and reading the tea leaves. But the one thing that isn't changing is that the U.S. federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? And that's not going to change. And so as an avenue for growth, as an avenue for participation, as an avenue for economic development, you kind of can't beat it. They buy everything. They might buy it differently moving forward, but they buy everything. They always pay. Sometimes it takes longer than you would like, but almost always pay. And once you get the traction and show your worth to the client, oftentimes you develop that trust and they want to keep coming back to you. Regardless of, and that's a way of expanding your portfolio, because if you have that trust and you try to grow, into areas surrounding the expertise that you have, it becomes much easier. But before I get started, let me ask, how many folks are current federal contractors? Okay. How many folks are looking to enter federal contracting? Okay. How many 8A firms do we have? Okay. How many of those are, or let me put it this way, how many entity-owned or tribally owned organizations or governments do we have here? Okay, okay. Okay, and real quick, service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses? Thank you, guys. Appreciate your service. Women-owned? Awesome. And anybody HubZone certified? Okay, okay, perfect. So it sounds like you guys are pretty familiar with but I'm going to throw in sort of what's happening in the marketplace, because I think everybody's sort of anxious about it. Everybody hears sort of the stories. Everybody understands there's a lot changing. But I want to also weave in sort of the basics of the program, because when I do these sessions, even for sophisticated federal contractors, when I say, well, how does the federal government set aside requirements? Oftentimes there's just that, there's a lack of knowledge on how the the systems actually work. And given the current environment, because we're seeing less and less advocates inside government, right? So government's shrinking. A lot of the advocates are getting riffed or disappearing or leaving government, taking quote unquote the fork in the road. And so there is a difficulty in having advocates within the government. So it's us that are in the federal marketplace that become the advocates for the program, especially if there are challenges to the program. And so understanding the underlying impetus and statutory requirements on how the program works is really important, because we become the advocates. We become the ones that have to educate the buyer sometimes, definitely our congressional members, definitely working with groups like the National Center and other advocacy groups to promote these programs and to protect these programs. So just understanding it becomes really important. So, I mentioned this. Basically, the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world. 23% is supposed to go to small businesses. 23% of, let's see, it's last year I think it was $750 billion, right? 23% of that goes to small businesses. And that number is procurement and available procurement to small businesses, not necessarily government spend. So government spend, I know you always hear like trillions and trillions of dollars. That includes like facilities, salaries, all sorts of things, right? But on average, 23% of all that. And the government's done pretty well, right? We've hit 25%. And then there's the other goals within that 23%. So you have the 8A goal, or a small disadvantaged business goal. And that statutorily is 5%, but it was increased to 15% under the Obama administration. So what did that mean? That meant that there was an initiative within those 5 years to grow from a target of 5% to 15% to 8A and socially disadvantaged businesses. Now, it was a little bit of cheating because the federal government was already hitting like 10 or 11%. And it was staggered. So really the last 2 years were going to be really the stretch years. So because we were already hitting 10 and 11%, it staggered up. In 24 and 25, it was going to have to be 15%. And the benefit really was probably going to be to the entity-owned firms. And again, both entity-owned, I mean owned by a tribe, owned by a Native Hawaiian organization, owned by an Alaskan Native corporation. Why? And this is a little bit about the programs, right? So in the 8A program, you have the benefit, if you're individually owned, you have the benefit of direct sole source awards. It's a 9-year program, right? It's a business development program. How many people are looking to apply to the 8A program? Okay, so it's a 9-year program, right? It's a business development program. You're supposed to develop over those 9 years to be able to graduate and be successful in the full and open marketplace. As one of the tools, you have direct sole source. So very different than any of those other socio-categories, right? Direct, no competition, up to $4.5 million. Now the difference with a tribe is, tribe can get unlimited sole source. $100 million contract, no competition. At $100 million, it's gone up to $120 million. At the Department of Defense, you need a justification and approval. At $25 million at a civilian agency, you need a justification and approval. A tribe or entity-owned can own an unlimited number of small 8A companies. So a tribe, and we'll talk about affiliation, can have 8A number 1, 8A number 2, 8A number 3, et cetera, and participate in federal contracting. And as many of you know, some of the Alaska Native corporations or some of the other bigger tribes have, 12, 13, 14 subsidiaries. And, they stage them so that they can participate across the industries that the federal government buys. And the reason that tribes or entity-owns can do this, or the benefit is that they support an entire community, right? It's an economic development tool. It's not to support an individual. It's an economic development tool. And so I'm going to throw in my at least 2 cents. And real quick, as a background, I used to run all these programs for the federal government under the Obama administration. So HubZone, 8A, women-owned, service-disabled, just small, negotiating goals with the federal agencies. I did that under the Obama administration for about 7 years. So I'll throw in my commentaries as I go along. Now, the challenge is when you go from 15% to 5%, there's going to be a stretch, right? These programs are statutory. However, there's no sort of penalty or stick if you don't meet these goals. So the thought process is you're sort of seeing, and I call this, there's a show, and I apologize if I jump around. And please raise your hands if you have any questions, because there's a lot of stuff to go over, and I'll share these slides, but it's important to answer your questions. I have the saying now because there's so much going on every day, and every day there's a new executive order. And I watched this show with my wife. It was called Little Fires Everywhere. I don't know if anybody saw it. But it's basically like little fires everywhere, right? And you're just kind of afraid that all of a sudden someone's going to just throw gasoline on it, and it's all going to burn down. And that's really the fear. But these programs are statutory, but there's no stick for not meeting those goals. So number one, the 8A program has been challenged in the court systems, and the Biden administration supported and defended it. So there are executive orders that have come out that challenge DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that challenge any programs that are viewed as DEI, and challenge any programs that are viewed as potentially unconstitutional. Now, as someone that ran these programs, I would argue that they're not DEI and they're constitutional. But there might be others out there that have a different opinion. So there are those are some of the challenges. Now, when we brought it down from 15% to 5%, look, we've been hitting 11% anyway. So then the incentive to grow the 8A portfolio of opportunities isn't necessarily there anymore, right? And if there isn't an impetus or a push within the federal government from the highest authorities to support these programs, then the challenge becomes what happens with the set-asides and the set-aside numbers, et cetera. And we'll go through some of the executive orders that are sort of challenging this, and I'm happy to talk about them. They're in the slide decks for this afternoon, because I have another session this afternoon. And we can talk about the executive orders that are challenging these. But basically, it's sort of like little fires. And if there's EOs on DEI. There are EOs in restoring merit-based contracting. There are EOs in procurement efficiency, EOs executive orders, and procurement efficiency. There's a memo in centralizing acquisition at the General Services Administration, so taking it out of agencies and putting it into one centralized location. These things, in and of themselves individually, are not benign, a little bit challenging, but manageable. You combine these things, and the challenge is what's going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months. And I wish I had, a magic ball to tell you what's going to happen. Based on my experience, I kind of see the direction that we're going on, and I'll certainly chat about that. But it's a challenging environment. And so we need to advocate for these programs, and we need to make sure, because ultimately, my perspective is small business is actually what this administration is getting to or trying to get to. Why? Small business creates innovation. It increases your industrial base. It increases and strengthens your supply chain. It increases innovation and competition. Those are all the things that small businesses do. However, it seems to have got captured in this idea of DEI, and it's kind of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And so those are the things we kind of have to be aware of and advocate against. Real quick on the programs. Generally speaking, right, and I'll just give general terms, to participate in the small business set-aside programs, you have to be small for the North American Industry Classification Code that's assigned to a particular procurement. So every acquisition, every solicitation, every request for proposal has a NAICS code assigned to it. So you could be small for one NAICS code and other than small for another one, right? So you have to be small. Generally for a set aside, you have to be small for the NAICS code assigned. If you want to apply to any of these programs, they are now all front-end certification. So you go through the SBA, and you know the challenge is with all the rifts and all the layoffs and all the people taking a fork in the road, there isn't as many people there, or almost none, that can process your applications. But these are all front-end certification, now front-end certification programs. So you go through the SBA, through certify.sba, and you apply. When you talk about the 8A program, the individual that is socially and economically disadvantaged has to own and control the entity. Same with women-owned, same with service-disabled, right? A women-owned, the female has to own and control. Service-disabled, the service-disabled veteran has to own and control. Ownership is pretty, and there's slides on all these, by the way, in there, but I want to get through this real quick and see if there's any questions. Ownership is pretty easy, right? 51%. Even with a tribally owned entity, as long as the tribe owns 51%, it's okay. You're eligible for the program. So individually owned, the disadvantaged individual, the female, the service-disabled entity, individual has to own 51%. What becomes difficult, and where a lot of people get hung up, especially when you're looking to put in your application, is control. And some of the things that we think in the private sector are okay around control, the SBA thinks otherwise. So basically, if you have minority members or owners, it becomes a little bit complicated because they can't benefit from unanimous consent provisions, right? So basically, the SBA wants to see that you can control the long-term strategic direction of your company and the day-to-day activities of your company. So if you have a minority owner, and yes, you own 51%, they own 49%, great, ownership, okay. Control is an entirely different question. If there's unanimous consent provisions that require everybody to vote on something, now there are exceptions, like there are extraordinary circumstances. Let's say you're going to dissolve the company, you're going to add a new member. Those are extraordinary circumstances. In those instances, maybe you can have unanimous consent provisions. But for everything else, the owner needs to control. Now, here's another thing that I'll throw out there. Negative control. What the heck does that mean? Negative control means it's not overt, right? Let's say your minority partner put in $2 million. You didn't put in anything. The SBA is going to say, and there's no unanimous consent provisions, right? You control the whole show. The SBA is going to say, are you really going to do anything without getting the okay of the guy that just put in $2 million? Answer is probably no. So negative control, if you have an extensive loan out from a minority owner, that also is potentially negative control. So you just have to be aware of these things. And the reason I bring this up is, and we'll talk about affiliation once I get through this slide, and then the basics of the program. But the reason I bring this up is, and I always tell this story, when I was at the SBA, we had an initiative to get more firms into the 8A program, right? And so we had a service-disabled veteran-owned small business firm that was doing great with the government. We're like, you know what, we think you're eligible for this program. You should apply to the 8A program. They came in, submitted their application, and went to the 8A group. The 8A group looked at it and said, do they really control? And so they sent it to the size group, which isn't the 8A group. The size group is here. And by the way, there's probably no more size specialists left, so they're somewhere over there. But the size people looked at it and said, wait a second, you don't really control because you receive more than 90% of your revenue. Here's another negative control. You receive more than 90% of your revenues from one large prime contractor. So not only can you not get into the 8A program, you're actually not small, and you're actually not service disabled. So we're going to go into the system, we're going to uncheck small, and we're going to uncheck service disabled, and thank you for coming to the SBA. And so and I say that not to scare you. Of course, I was like dumbfounded. I was like, we asked these guys to come in, and now we're kicking them out of the entire program. But I say that not to scare you, but to make you aware of how the SBA looks at certain things and what affiliation, and we'll talk about that, with respect to control and size mean as opposed to what it might mean in the private sector. As far as these set-aside programs, look, the federal government is hitting, like I said, the 8A goal. It's meeting now the women-owned goal. It is, the service-disabled goal went from 3% to 5%, and the HUBZone goal is at 3%. The one goal that the federal government has never met is the HUBZone goal. So if you think you're eligible for the HUBZone program, I'd encourage you to at least look at it and see if you can qualify to get certified. When you think about Republican administrations, historically, they haven't favored 8A. I'm not going to say one way or the other on women-owned, but they haven't necessarily favored women-owned. They have focused on HUBZone and service-disabled. This particular administration seems to be really focused on service-disabled. So if you think you qualify for the service-disabled veteran-owned small business program, I'd encourage you to do that. We have a lot of tribal clients, right, and tribal 8As. We've even encouraged our tribal clients to identify service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses to partner up with, to do joint ventures, and we'll talk about joint ventures this afternoon, to do joint ventures so that they can pursue service-disabled set-asides together. Because not knowing exactly what direction this is going in, it's best to figure out how to team up together, how to take advantage of partnerships. And when we talked about this morning, right? How to take advantage of partnerships, how to manage the landscape and the unknown together, because together is better than alone. And there are structures when you can create multiple joint ventures. Talk about affiliation, a little bit of an issue, but you could joint venture an 8A and a service-disabled where the way you set it up, one of those joint venture legal entities could be considered an SDVO, and then you could turn it around and set up a second joint venture, same two partners, depending on how you set it up, that joint venture can be considered an 8A. So now you have two legal entities. Both have the same capabilities because capabilities flow from joint venture partners to the joint venture entity, but now one's a service-disabled entity, one's an 8A entity. Depending on what happens in the marketplace, you have a solution to what the government wants to do. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm gonna stop. Okay, real quick. So we talked about 8A, majority ownership control. HUBZone is a little bit unique. HUBZone, you do have to be owned by an individual, right? The rules were changed where you can be owned by an entity, so tribes can own HUBZones now. But it's unique because it's really place-based. So your principal office, and that's not your primary, that's not your headquarters, your principal office, just where the most people work, has to be in a historically underutilized business zone. Go to the SBA, you do a HUBZone map, you put your address in, and your address pops up. Yes, HUBZone, no HUBZone. And if you have two offices, and one has 3 and one has 2, and one of them is in a HUBZone, just move one person. And now the most people work in a HUBZone. So you meet requirement number 1. Your principal office, where most people work, are in a historically underutilized business zone. Second requirement, 35% of your staff live in a HUBZone. Doesn't have to be the same HUBZone, can be anywhere in the country. So a lot of our clients hire interns. All tribal land is HUBZone by definition. And by the way, an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week, a month. So meeting that second requirement is a little bit easier. There's a lot of our clients that hire interns, 40 hours a month, college towns, a lot of them are HUBZone, but you got to make sure they actually do work for you, the 40 hours a month. but there's a lot of clients that will hire interns to meet that 35% requirement. So the two requirements, principal office in a hub zone, 35% of employees in a hub zone, not the same hub zone. So those are the basics of sort of the set-aside programs. The more you can qualify for, the better. Why? Because currently, the federal government can get multiple check marks. So if you're like the unicorn and you're the small disadvantaged 8A women-owned service disabled hub zone, even though they give you a set-aside contract in the 8A program, they can check mark. That $1 million gets them 4 check marks. So you're more attractive. They can't set aside for 4 things. They have to pick one, but they get check marks for all 4. The last thing I'll say on this slide, and then I'll see if there's any questions. Last thing I'll say in this slide is, for tribally owned entities, and we have a lot of tribal clients, there's a little bit of a loophole that you should be aware of. Tribes can get certified into the hub zone program without meeting the requirements that I just mentioned, the principal office and the 35% of employees. In other words, they can apply to the hub zone program and say, we know we don't meet these requirements, but guess what? If we ever get a hub zone set-aside contract, 35% of the staff on that contract will come from our tribal community or the surrounding areas around our tribal community, okay? Now, what they can do is they can never get a hub zone set-aside contract. So they never have to meet that requirement, but they're still hub zone certified. So now, you're hub zone certified and 8A certified. You've never met the hub zone requirements. You probably will never need to even meet the hub zone requirements because you're not going to get a hub zone set-aside contract. You get an 8A sole source from a federal agency for $100 million. Guess what? The contracting officer gets a check mark in the 8A box and a check mark in the hub zone box. Makes you extra attractive. You don't have to meet the program requirements. So that's just another sort of, if you're a tribally owned entity and you haven't applied to the hub zone program, I would do it automatically because you automatically get 2 check marks and you become more attractive as a tribally owned entity. So let me stop there and see so far if there's any questions either about what I went over or anything that's happening, what you've heard in the marketplace, any challenges you're facing. So the other thing a lot of our clients are seeing, for those that are current federal contractors, we've seen a lot of terminations for convenience. We've seen a lot of contracts terminated that were quote unquote DEI. We've seen a lot of contracts terminated that were green energy or environmental justice or protection. And so if you're in that boat, how many people have had a T for C? Okay, if you ever get a T for C, termination for convenience, you have rights. So what you hear in the news, and this is for the people online too, what you hear in the news about saving money, that's not always exactly true. Because what happens is you have all sorts of rights with respect to the termination for convenience. It doesn't mean they terminated your contract. They can unilaterally terminate your contract. The government does have that authority. But it doesn't mean that they stop paying you today, right? They have a responsibility and an obligation to close out that contract. That means any costs associated that you've incurred to date, any potential profits that you might have incurred to date or on that if it's a fixed cost contract, up to the next fixed cost term. Any costs associated with terminating your employees, losing leases, having to hire lawyers and advisors, all those things can go into your settlement of a T for C, so the government has to pay those. Now, you can throw in a whole bunch and the government's going to try and negotiate that, but it's not like, oh, I lost my contract, I guess I got to stop billing. There's a lot of costs associated. So when they say that, oh, we saved, and not being, not being political or one way or another, but when they say we saved, $200 billion, that's not necessarily true. And by the way, a lot of those contracts are indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, or government-wide acquisition contracts, where the funds presumably are there, but that have not been funded or allocated. There was no task orders. So let me stop there. I really liked, I think it was John this morning that said, ask questions. I always say, you're only as smart as the questions you ask. So unless we're asking questions, we're not getting any smarter. So let me stop there, see if there's, and I'm not saying you guys aren't smart if you don't ask questions. Don't use that against me. But I do want to stop to see if there's any questions online or if there's any questions from the audience. Anything yet? No? Oh, there might be. So the 5-5, so yeah, that used to be how we used to categorize the socio categories. It used to be 5-5-3-3. It's just evolved over time to these goals now. Yes. Oh, hey, sir.
Hey, John. Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Jackson Brasi, and so John, you work with a number of clients in the space, government contracting space. You talked about canceling contracts. Off the top of your head, what percentage of your clients have had contracts canceled, and what percentage of those, I guess maybe their bigger portfolio, have been canceled? And then one more on top of that. There is, I guess, shifting of where the government's spending a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Are there opportunities you see for companies that are in the space?
Yeah, great question. And if you guys don't know, Jackson used to be at the SBA as well, running the Office of Native American Affairs. So thank you for being here, sir. I appreciate the question. So look, it's been varied across the board. We had some clients that were working with the U.S. Agency for International Development, and as you guys know, that agency was basically shut down, that lost 95% of their portfolio. And they have $5 million outstanding, and the federal government is yet to pay them, and this has been since December. So if you can imagine, you can't carry a $5 million receivable, and you lose 95% of your portfolio. So that's the extreme. We've had a number of clients, tribal and individually owned firms, that have lost, and by the way, some Fortune 500 clients as well, that have lost contracts around, like I said, DEI, green energy, environmental justice, even some of the Big 10, like I'm thinking like Booz Allen, Deloitte, around consulting services. So for those of you that are doing federal contracting, you may or may not know this, but every contracting officer was supposed to submit a justification of your contract to their DOJ representative at the agency. Now, a lot of these contracting officers reached out to our clients and said, hey, I got to submit this. Can you help me write it up? And they were due in April. The challenge is that a lot of contracting officers also didn't reach out and just did it themselves. And the decisions haven't been made. So if you have a contractor and you're like, whoa, I got through it, they're still reviewing those. So the decisions aren't entirely made. So if there was any existing contracts, if there were any solicitations in the works, every one of those had to be justified with the DOJ representative. And the challenge has been, you have to show a they're there. So in DOJ's perspective, it's like, what are we buying? What is it? Is it pencil? Is it if it's consulting, management, services, feel good? Yeah, I don't get it. We're gonna have to cut that. So we've seen even, like I said, the Big 10 have seen a huge cut. Anybody that does anything like, DEI, even we had some clients that had senior leadership development, and for whatever reason, that was viewed as DEI, and they canceled it. But however, having said that, we have some tribal clients that have seen an uptick. Why? Because their contracting officers are like, I got to get this under the wire before anything changes. Because there hasn't been, like what I was saying earlier, right? There are all these little fires. there hasn't been clear direction. So you have some contracting officers going, I'm not sticking my neck out. I'm holding off on these acquisitions until I get clear guidance if I can set them aside, if I can do a sole source, or if I need to go full and open. And then you got some contracting officers that aren't exercising options on 8As. So if you have an 8A and you're waiting for an option, they're not exercising those. However, you got some that are like really aggressive going, we're gonna get these under the wire, we're gonna award these options quickly so that before any clear guidance comes out, I can get under the wire and award these. So it's been a little bit of a mix, but to a large degree in general, we've seen a hit almost across the board. Now, when you talk about, and this was a great question, where do we see focus, right? I think anywhere around cybersecurity, IT, innovation, Defense Department spend is going up. Border control and Homeland Security spend is going up. So anything around there is key. If you do federal work but don't have a presence at the Department of Defense, I would encourage you to figure that out, right? Figure that equation out and figure out how to get into the Department of Defense. In this afternoon, we'll talk about the Mentor Protege program and finding a mentor, especially if you're an 8A or a service disabled, finding a mentor or a hub zone, actually all of them, it's important to find a mentor to expand into the DoD world if you're not in the DoD world currently. Any other questions? I think, yes, sir. Yeah. Comments are good too.
Hello. Okay. First of all, my name is Andrew Ucum. I'm with Kadua Global Government Group. We do government contracting here for the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. And I may sound kind of vague because I don't want to put a whole lot of detail out there, but a lot of the things that you were just saying resonate with what we're going through. We had a large contract in Washington, D.C. with USDA Forest Service. And working in the Yates building up there in Arlington, and it was over $3 million was the contract, and DEI and all that stuff hit, and the very next day we have a ceased letter and notification, and the good thing is we were able to bill and invoice the amount of work that we did do, so the government made good on the work that we had been done. And but the work was not done. It was kind of right in the middle of it. It was an IT project.
So did they do a termination for convenience? Did they terminate the contract?
Yes.
Yeah, I would definitely make sure that you not only get paid for the work to date, but any costs associated with that termination.
We did.
Okay.
We did. Yeah, that's the good news, I guess. But the bad news is we had millions of dollars left that we could have made.
Yeah.
The other thing too is on the other side of that is we were the first large contract that the USDA got after all this kind of executive order stuff kind of paced itself a little bit. It's at the Seed Lab in Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay.
It was a little over $600,000. It was small compared to what we would normally want to do, but it was the largest one since DOGE and DEI kind of was put into place. And we're just now completing that job. And we worked with another subsidiary, Kadua Technologies, to complete that work. And it was access controls, physical security, that kind of thing.
Awesome.
So that's the space that we're kind of trying to make our bread and butter in.
I know someone that does that.
I do too. I met him.
Okay.
So we've kind of felt both ends of it, and we're trying to navigate those waters, and we just got to keep pounding. So
yeah, and so that's a really good point. So the question is, or the comment, it resonates because so I get this question a lot, especially for firms that are looking to apply or participate. Say don't stop, right? The federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the world. They're going to have to buy goods and services. They may change how they buy it. They may try and make it more efficient. They may make it more competitive, but they're still the biggest buyer in the world. So don't and these programs are statutory. Now, could they be challenged in the courts? Yes, maybe. Could they be challenged on the Hill and there's some statutory change comes down the pike? I would push back against that with our congressional representatives, but I would encourage you to keep the path, right? And the application process has become slow. It's become, you know, incredibly slow and complicated and difficult, but I would just be persistent because the opportunities are going to be there. And everything takes cycles, right? So it'll turn around. You'll be in a good position to take advantage of that turnaround. And will it be more efficient? Yes, maybe. Will it be more IT oriented, and will it be more automated in applying and more competitive? Yes, maybe, but they're still going to buy. Will the margins need to come down? I mean, that's another challenge that we've seen for tribally owned entities. The agencies are doing analysis, or DOJ is doing analysis on behalf of the agencies, and they're saying, oh, wait a second, when you have the sole source opportunities or awards, these seem to be more expensive than the competitive ones. So we got to bring these prices down, or we're not going to do sole source awards. So there's those types of challenges or perceptions there. Again, not understanding the underlying reason for these programs and looking at it entirely as transactional. But I would encourage you to just, one, advocate for these programs, but two, continue to be persistent because the opportunities will be there. Real quick, I want to talk about the basics of the program. How many people are in SAM? Right, you got to be. How many people know that when you're in SAM as a small business, you have a dynamic small business search, DSBS profile? Okay, some. So as soon as you fill out the questions on SAM, when it asks you your size, it automatically opens a DSBS profile for you. A lot of people don't know that. The government does its market research a lot of times in DSBS. So I'd encourage you to make sure your dynamic small business search profile is completed with your background, past performance, et cetera. And the other thing is, it's a really dumb system because it looks at who updated their profile latest, and that's whose profile comes up first when a contracting officer does a market research. So I'd go in there like at least once a month and add a sentence, take out a sentence, add a comma, take out a comma, whatever you need to do to come up first on the search criteria. But make sure you update that. And then when we talk about USA Spend, so how many folks use USA Spending or the underlying federal procurement data system for market research and targeting opportunities? Okay, a couple. So here's the challenge. A lot of folks will rely on SAM, especially new entrants, rely on SAM and say, oh, this opportunity came up, I'm going to bid on it. You have 30 days, 40 days. That's way too late, right? Your competitors already probably knew it was coming up. They already probably had their team together. They probably already had their proposal already set. They probably had conversations with the program office, and so it's way too late at that point. The federal procurement data system, which is the underlying data for USA Spend, but it's a horrible website. It's like Internet 1.0, so USA Spend is easier, has every contract above $25,000 that was ever let, right? So you can, rather than doing the shotgun approach of, I'm just going to go around and figure out who's buying what I'm selling, and then, you know, knock on this door, knock on that door, and that's how small businesses get utterly frustrated, right? The better approach is search by NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. You can search by keyword. You can search by set aside, if it was an 8A set aside, women-owned, service disabled. And so basically, who's buying what I'm selling, right? So that's step number one. If all of a sudden I find out that Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland, I always use Aberdeen, is buying $1 billion worth of widgets, I might want to be there because I sell widgets, right? Now, if I slice the data and there's one contract for $1 billion, then maybe no, that's not for me because I'm not going to be able to undertake $1 billion. But if there's thousands of contracts that add up to $1 billion, now that's interesting. So then you start slicing further, right? Do they set it aside for 8A?
Is the contract about to expire in the next 12, 18, 24 months? Who's the incumbent? Who are the major competitors at Aberdeen Proving Ground? Can I team up with them? Are they my competitor? Do I have qualifications that I can provide to them to make them more competitive? So figuring out, I would say, like your top 5 targets by doing this analysis. Who's buying what you're selling, and how are they buying it? This afternoon, we'll talk about sort of the centralization at GSA, right? So now a lot of contracts are going through government-wide acquisition contracts, GWACs, or IDIQs. You hear, you know, Alliant, Oasis, CIOS P4s, STARS 3. These are government-wide acquisition vehicles. 5 minutes. These are government-wide acquisition vehicles that the government buys off of. If they're using that to buy, and you're not on that vehicle, it might take 5 years for you to get on that vehicle. But you can find out when the open period is for that vehicle. You can figure out who is on that vehicle and can you team up with them on that vehicle. So what we tell clients is figure out your top 5 or 10, right? These are my top 5 or 10, and focus on those guys. And then where a lot of people get this wrong, they look at the data and they say, I'm going to the contracting officer. Right? Because the contracting officer executes the contract. But the contracting officer is just executing the contract on behalf of the program office. The program office has the money, right? So you really want to figure out who the program office is, and that should be in there as well, and understand their needs. And the reason I say understand their needs and how you do that, number one, do all the research you can online. But there's matchmaking events, right? Like at RES. Well, maybe I am promoting RES. I was going to say I'm not promoting RES, but yes, I am promoting RES. There is matchmaking at RES, the National 8A Conference, at the HubZone Council Conference. Each of these buying activities have industry days. So every activity has or had a small business specialist assigned to it. They would have or had industry days regularly. Right? So if I'm looking at Aberdeen, when is their next industry day? When is that person going to be at matchmaking? I want to be in front of there. I want to get there and I want to be in front of them and let them know how I can support their mission. And my walk in the door isn't, hey, I'm 8A, give me a contract. It's, hey, I understand what your mission is and I can support you because I have the qualifications to do that. And by the way, I'm 8A, so you can get to me quickly. So program office is important. Contracting officer is important. And the last one is the OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. Every agency has an OSDBU, or Office of Small Business Programs Director, right? DOD, massive. They have OSDBU or an OSBP for DOD proper, Air Force, Army, Corps of Engineers, Navy, and then at each buying activity, they have a small business specialist. So if you're looking at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, I want to know who the small business specialist is there. I want to be in front of them, and they're busy, right? So they might not just respond right away to your email. Bug them, don't be a pest, but bug them. But figure out where they're going to be. Figure out where their industry day is. Go with your contracts that you know are going to expire. And here's the low-hanging fruit. If you're a new 8A and you see a contract that's expiring, that's a 8A, and you know that that 8A participant's 9 years is up, they can't award that to that participant any longer. Their 9 years is up, right? They're not an 8A after their 9 years. They need to award that to another 8A. So that's an ideal sort of low-hanging fruit type of opportunity, is they've always set this aside for 8A, contract's coming up in 12 months for renewal, 8A participant graduates, incumbent graduates. That's ideal. Now, they might have created a mentor-protege joint venture to go after it under the new joint venture, and we'll talk about that later this afternoon, but that's ideal. 2 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, so let me stop there real quick and see if there's any questions. When I come back this afternoon, I want to talk about affiliation. I want to talk about mentor-protege and joint venture. And I want to see if you have any questions on the set-aside programs. And then I kind of want to go a little bit deeper into the tea leaves and sort of what that means and how you can strategize given the current environment. But let me see if there's any last questions for this morning.
Questions? Anyone? Online? One moment.
Okay.
How can small businesses find 8A companies aligned with their NICS codes or services and willing to participate in the SBA Mentor Protege program?
Perfect question. So dynamic small business search. So dynamic small business search is the record, is the government's record of small business participants. So SAM really gets its set-aside data from DSBS. So if you go into dynamic small business search, you could search by 8A. You could just say, pick 8A companies. You can pick a geographical area. You can pick a NAICS code. You can pick a keyword, and it'll give you a list of 8A companies. Now, that's one way of doing it, and that's sort of then doing cold calls. But again, if you're interested in networking, participating, partnering, that's step one. But then showing up at National 8A Conference or showing up at Industry Day at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, that's step two. Because not only are you networking and meeting with the government officials, you can network and meet other contractors. Last thing I'll say, and I don't know if you have another question, Riley, last thing I'll say is that just like the federal government has that 5533, which was a question earlier, the set-aside goals, all large prime contractors have set-aside goals, right? And they have subcontracts negotiated with the federal government. So the large primes need 8A companies, need women-owned, service-disabled, and hub-zone companies. So they are at the networking events because if they're not meeting their goals, they're required to be at the industry days to find partners, to have them subcontract to them so that they can meet their goals. I think my time is up. You're taking me off the stage. I'll be here this afternoon. If there's any questions, I'll do the session this afternoon, but I'm here all day as well. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
Next, I'm going to bring up Derek Watchman, our board chair, and he's going to introduce our next panel.
Is that a mic over there? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Where's Mr. Brossi, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Blankenship? There's Mr. Brossi. Okay. Please join us. Good morning. Is that it, Kaya? Juanita, she's coming? Okay. So we got Jackson, Jade, right? I'm sorry. And then Juanita. Okay, so in the interest of time, we'll get this started, but I know Juanita's joining us, and so, yeah. Oh, here we go. Yes. Okay, well, wait a minute. No. Oh, then nothing. I don't see any. Yeah. Okay, we'll find a name tag. So, but in interest of time, because I know after this we're doing a short lunch break. Hi, Juanita. Welcome. Yeah. Okay, so as you know, we try to mix it up, and so this session is it's called Building Resilience and Innovation with Leadership. And so if you've been following our NEI programming, we just about before lunch, we try to bring some leaders that, you know, are known quantity in their circles. And so, you know, we basically want to have a discussion, you know, about, you know, the resiliency and the innovation practices of leadership to drive success in times of changes. And so we certainly, it's nothing new, but we're certainly in a time of change, which requires, good leadership. And so I'll just label it that, sir. So we're gonna talk about the challenges, how we navigate, and what inspires creative thinking, and how do we adapt, not only as leaders of the organization, but leaders of your teams. And so, leadership is certainly a prerequisite, if you will, for managing your team. And so I always get caught up, are leaders born or are they made? Many books on that. And so I think it's a combination of all of the above. And so we have Juanita Wilson, a trainer and consultant with Indigenous Heart Culture Leadership. We have Jade Ray Blankenship. She's the owner of Indigenous Boutique and Spa. And then Mr. Jackson Brossi, he's an entrepreneur and he's a small business consultant. And I know him from way back. He's also our former Native American liaison in the last administration at the Small Business Administration. And so, do you want to start this way, going out, or how do you want to proceed? Who wants to be first? Okay. Okay. All right, Juanita. You can do there or here. It's up to you. So, okay. All right. I'll turn it over to Juanita, and thank you for joining us. So let's give a big hand.
Y'all know natives are known for their sense of humor. Not always good. Chiona God, Wayanito Ulanishi Dogwadoa. Glad to see all of you. Okay, so what I do in my little business is I train leadership from the indigenous perspective. So I often refer to it as indigenizing leadership. So how does my stuff apply to this particular presentation? Is really, it talks about hard times, it talks about staying strong, and it talks about remembering where you're from and where you're rooted. And if you can hang on to those things, you're probably going to be able to weather a lot of it. And I think a lot of us indigenous peoples, we find ourselves doing that over time. Think of our history and what we've been through. And we are still here. You're in a beautiful casino resort. And that wasn't done very easily. It had a lot of skill, a lot of wisdom, a lot of not going to give up. So over the years it's grown. So anyway, as it says, Indigenous Heart Cultural Leadership, and I do teach leadership from the Indigenous perspective. I'm a member of the Eastern Band of the Cherokees, as also a member of the, well, I'm not an official member of the Navajo Nation, but that's where half of my blood comes from. So I'm proud of all of that. Okay, somebody gonna move it for me? oh, the clicker. Ooh, okay, they didn't tell me which direction. Okay, so values is really an important thing about, to figure out what your values are as a tribe and how that's gonna get you through. And I wanted to take an opportunity to share the Cherokee values with you. We started some work with the Cherokee Preservation Foundation back in 2000 because the casino was very successful, overwhelmingly successful. There was a lot of development going on. So the foundation thought that maybe we better start looking at our values and how they dictate how we plan to develop, start businesses, and build and develop. So we convened young people, elders, speakers, knowledge keepers, artists, business people, governmental, folks, and we come up with 7 values. And I want to share those with you. And after each one, there's going to be a short clip, hopefully it works, to give you an actual demonstration of how we look at that from the community's perspective. So number 1, as you can see, creates a bond amongst each other in good times and also difficult times. We have fun, and then we have to, console each other sometimes. We have to be there for each other. It's a cornerstone of our actual survival, a foundation of family and community. Gadugi is what we call it here. It means we break bread together and we're there for each other. And this good spirituality develops the heart. We take comfort in it. So this is Mr. Tom Belt, who is one of the most wonderful people that I know, and I depend on him for a lot of knowledge and sharing and actually teaching. I ran a Cherokee Leadership Development Program for 7 years, and I used Tom Bell a whole lot in that because he just has this ability to combine academia with Cherokee spirituality. So hopefully. Oh no, it's not working. How do we? Does anybody smarter than me know how to do? Oh. This happened to me at Res too. No fun. Yeah. There's a, I don't know if that's. I ran it this morning. But, well, okay, I mean, I can talk about it for sure if it won't play. But I heard somebody talking about rivers this morning, and he's talking about spirituality, right? And for us, the river is very important. And in the ancient times, we looked at it as a provider of food, a provider of cleaning ourselves, going to water, saying our prayers. And it was just a lot of way of cleansing yourself in the river, asking for forgiveness, asking for the strength to give away or let loose of grudges, hard feelings, grief, things like that. And then, we would say our prayer, and then we would wash the water over and let all that symbolically go down. And we call them honoring Longman. I started an initiative in 2021 to do a river cleanup in a cultural sense. So we named it Honoring Longman, which is our way of, we call the river that. We are doing that every year. We're going to do it in September, and it's attracting more and more people. And I'm so happy about that because they're understanding where they come from and what they hold near and dear and why the rivers need to be clean. And what if we all embraced that? We would have such clean water. So Tom is talking about the spirituality of the river, and it gives us all these things. So that's a very, very important value, and it's wrapped up in a lot of things. But spirituality, it's our attempt at compartmentalizing some things that we hold very dear. Okay, so the second one is group harmony. That's community, kin, friends, family. We give when we can. We share what we have, whether that's knowledge, whether that's food, whether that's helping you in times of really hardship, like maybe your crop didn't come in, or maybe you lost a loved one. We're there to help you through that. So community really comes together. And I can tell you, in modern times, anytime you see a flyer that says we need help, we're having a fry bread sale, we're having Indian dinners, man, we show up. And you feed us, and we're gonna show up for you. And also respect for our family. So when I talk about these things, I'm talking about them from an ancestral perspective and really attempting to try to remind us that our ancestors held the greatest knowledge. We were so balanced socially back then. So that's what I'm trying to impart. No matter what tribe you're with, it's the principles of how our ancestors led us and how they made decisions that impacted whole townships. So sometimes that is sacrifice for the people. Chiefs and tribal council members in those days, they weren't elected. They knew the work was hard. They would have to leave their homes. They weren't getting paid any money, but they were supported. But a lot of times they had to leave their homes and their gardens, and their families. So sometimes they sacrificed because they were the ones that were chosen to do that job at that time. So this probably won't work either, but what it is, it's a demonstration of a green corn. They don't call it ceremony, they call it green corn festival, but sometimes we call it ceremony, which is the same thing. We have rituals of getting together with food. We have cleansing drinks. We have the ritual of, certain rules and regulations, if you will. Women who are on their moon or who are pregnant carry a lot of power. So I can't even see. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. So anyway, it's a time to get together and remember those things and celebrate. We have our dances, and it's just really wonderful time to come together for us. The third one, as you can see, and I won't ask you to, I won't read them all, but these are what you see in leadership development all the time. Honor, humility, courage, those are very important things to us. Integrity, we throw those out, and they don't have a lot of meaning sometimes. You know, they're just words, but what do they mean? How have our leaders or our candidates for leadership demonstrated that all their lives? Not just what they're saying on the campaign trail, right? So this is very important, that you have strong individual character your whole life. Not that you don't slip, but that you make it right. And that, an example will be our Cherokee stick ball, which I call Indian ball. And it was called the little brother of war because it was very important to solve conflict. That's how we did it in the day. Instead of a lot of bloodshed, we would play the game, and it was respected, and there was a whole lot of rules that went with it. Certain foods the players couldn't eat. The women had certain roles in it, but it was so sacred that one time a tribe wanted to come and impede on our lands, and instead of a war breaking out, we talked them into playing the game. Well, we won, so yay, we're still here. So anyway, but it was that respected and sacred. And that was just going to let you see how it actually was played out. The fourth is a sense of place, which is very important. We connect with our lands. We can travel anywhere in the world we want to go, but there's this ache from where we came from, and we always want to go back there for whichever reason. And we steward our homelands. And Jerry Wolf, who is a beloved man, picked by the people, is going to talk to you about sense of place, the forest, the animals in the forest that we grew up watching. Pay attention to what's around you. Honor it. Take care of it. So we remember those things. Who has squirrel stories or groundhog stories or wherever you come from? Our mounds are very important. Where we had picnics and we had Easter egg hunts. Those are very, very important to us, and they connect us back to nature. The fifth one is honoring our past, which is a very important value. Knowing your ancestors, again, and the wisdom that they held in the day. You got to have a sense of identity and where you belong. And again, you can go anywhere in the world, but if you don't carry that with you, you lose a little bit. You know, you feel like you're floundering when you don't have your people with you. Revitalizing and living the Cherokee culture, which now we're trying to get our language back. We're teaching our young people. We're learning our dances again and our songs. And we have Gadua celebrations. Gadua is our mother town and our mound. So we do all that to revitalize and remind ourselves where we come from. And that was just remembering the removal bike ride, which is a trip from New Echota to Oklahoma, to Tahlequah, Oklahoma. So it's around 900 miles on bicycle. So it's retracing the Trail of Tears. And along the way, they learn where our ancestors had the most hardships and the pathways. Okay. So the sixth one is educating the children, providing values-oriented in our education and when we play. Role models got to be the family, the school, and all of us. And that was just, again, we have our kids at Gadua Academy, which is a little ones, kindergarten up. And they're learning how to speak, they're learning how to garden, and she's enjoying the harvest of the garden. So the final one is sense of humor. We poke fun at ourselves. We develop nicknames for ourselves, and unfortunately our boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives get sucked into that if they're not native. Mine's not, so he was introduced to native humor. And it's really to just blow off some steam. Laugh about it, and I'll give you an example, what I mean with that. Again, fluent speakers, when you hear them talk their language and they're looking at you and smiling, you know they're talking about you, right? Why is this funny? Who can tell me? Anybody? What are those known as? Commodity foods, there you go. And so there's a really sad story behind this, that it was government rations. The flour was rancid, had weevils in it. You know, the food was not edible, but actually fry bread comes out of this. So it was a matter of taking what we could and make and do with it. But there is a sad story, but we laugh about it. We even make T-shirts with those pictures on it. So I'm real quick and dirty, so I appreciate your bearing with me on that, but I just wanted to share the 7 Cherokee values with you. Okay. Ski.
Thank you, Juanita. Great presentation. Enjoyed that. Spirituality. So, Jade, are you next? Okay. Next, Ms. Jade Blankenship. So, floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jade Blankenship, and my intro will be a little bit longer, so bear with me as we get through this. It's going to tie into everything at the end. I am a co-owner of Indigenous Boutique and Spa. My sister is actually here watching. I'm very happy that she's here to see this. This is our logo and our name, and it has a lot of meaning to us, and I'm very excited to share this with you. So my sister and I are both from Washington State. We were born and raised in a little town called Ford, Washington on the Spokane Indian Reservation. And full circle enough, we actually know someone from the National Center, and I grew up going to her house, and for me this is just kind of crazy how your journey aligns later on in life. But I moved here in 2012, and I lived in Spokane, and at the time I kind of grew up knowing that like I had leadership values, and that was something that was spoken over me as a young woman, and I didn't fully understand like what that meant. And going back to what Derek said, is are leaders born or are leaders made? And so as a young woman, having been told, you're a leader, you're a leader, you're a leader, I knew that God put that in me, but I didn't fully know what the purpose was for me. And so in 2012, I packed up my bags and I told all my friends, I'm going to Cherokee, North Carolina. And we have roots here. Our grandpa was an entrepreneur, and we grew up coming to Cherokee. And I knew that where my life was in 2012, like I wanted to go back to college and I wanted to make a life for myself. And I packed my bags and I came here, and my friends thought I was crazy. But I went to school, I got my accounting degree, and I had all of these plans for my life. And my younger sister took a different path. She went to aesthetic school. She's 7 years younger than me, and so you have 2 sisters who took 2 different routes in life. I was determined to work for our tribal government. I wanted to do either that or public accounting. When I went to school, I had a child that wasn't part of the plan, but I persevered through that, and I watched my sister go through her path. And after graduating, all of these doors continued to close in my face, and that was very, very humbling. And I had to pivot kind of what my next steps were. And I ended up working for our local boys club as a grants manager, or a grants assistant actually, unfulfilled in that realm. And then I had met my now husband and became a stay-at-home mom. And so I kind of found myself in this place where like I worked really hard to get this degree and I wanted this career, and then I was a stay-at-home mom. And still felt like God had something in store for me, but didn't know what that looked like. In the meantime, my sister worked actually here at the casino as an esthetician, and then eventually out of her home. And while I was a stay-at-home mom, my husband kept saying, open up a business with your sister. And I was like, that sounds like a horrible idea. And I kept on, and it wasn't because it was my sister, it was just, I kept thinking of the right now, how does this mesh? She's my sister, and she makes good money doing her skill set, and I could run a store, but I couldn't think of beyond, like, how are we gonna make ends meet? So, he said that for years, and in 2020, a situation happened, and my sister said, I'm leaving. And it was actually during COVID, crazy enough. And my husband, Corey, said, this is your last chance. If you don't tell Jensen to open up a boutique and day spa, you're gonna lose your chance. And then he sat me down and kind of said, you know, why don't you say, you run the store, she runs the spa, you learned how to do what she does, you can teach her how to run a business, you could franchise this, she could move back to Washington. And I was like, why didn't you say that 5 years ago? And I pitched it to her, and we opened up in the middle of COVID, mask mandate, a day spa. And again, I just think that sounds ludicrous, but it worked. And then my husband, a couple months after we opened, said, okay, like I'm ready to be daddy daycare, go get your aesthetic license. So we opened up our spa in 2020, and I thought at that point, I thought this was just an idea, but if you're serious, I'll go do it. And so had an accounting degree, went and got my aesthetic license, learned how to do what my sister did, and have been mentoring her how to run our business for the last 5 years. We went through our local CDFI to get our funding. We took out a 7-year loan, and we're getting ready to pay that off in the next 2 months. So definitely a awesome story, a great journey. We now have 6 full-time employees. I'm trying not to get emotional. We now have 6 full-time employees. There have been moments where it was just her and I, and we're running around like figuring it out. And there have been moments where now we're thriving. And I think that's what really has seen come to fruition for me as a leader is I have been able to mentor our team and help our team and self-reflect on what I need to do to make our business better. We expanded over the course of the last 5 years. So we started out with literally a daycare center for our kids. We had a little pony wall, and now that pony wall is our massage room and a 3rd esthetician room. We have 2 estheticians, a cosmetologist, a massage therapist, and 2 front desk staff. In 2023, we were recognized as Native Women-Owned Business of the Year by the National Center. And then in 2024, we rebranded. So there's a lot that we've accomplished and learned over the course of being open. So as I've kind of taken on this role of running our business with my sister, I've had to really figure out like what are the values that I need to instill in our team. And for me, like I said, it's really self-awareness and learning how to be in control of how I'm managing everyone. Because how I deliver messages to everyone, it looks different. And I like to compare it to the 5 love languages, which I think I try to incorporate that into how I live my life. And so when I'm communicating with certain people on our team, how they receive that communication looks different from each person. And I have to modify that and be very cognizant of who is gonna receive my message in a way that they receive it and they implement it. And that looks different for everyone on our team. How I talk to my sister, I can't talk to another person that same way. And one of the ways that I have tried to just be very aware of that is making sure that I'm just honest and open and very authentic when I'm talking to people as our team is growing. I've loved to have team meetings with our girls and have an open roundtable discussion where everyone can voice, on a monthly basis. These are some things that we need to do on our business model to make sure we're delivering great service to our community members and our clients, but also not taking offense to we need to do better in this area. And being emotionally aware of how we talk to each other. Because how you may say something may not be how it's received, but that intention doesn't mean that it was wrong or it was ill-willed when it was said. And of course, building trust has been very, very important. Whoops, keep going the wrong way. And then as I was preparing this discussion, I sat down with my husband last night because I had a completely different route I was gonna go. And so he asked me, what does resiliency mean to you? And what was the topic that you were gonna talk about? And so we were doing our little debriefing because we're business partners as well. And so he asked me that question, and he was like, I don't want you to look up anything on the internet, ask that question. And I did, and I said, being resilient as an entrepreneur for me would be overcoming obstacles, overcoming things that get thrown your way, even if that's yourself. And so as I think of resiliency in the realm of owning our own business, sometimes that was me a lot of the times. And there were moments where I remember asking myself, I am so blessed to have my own hours, my own freedom to do what I want, to make decisions for me and my sister, but why do I feel so unfulfilled? And I think that really went down to this was not my plan. And so I got to watch my husband thrive in consulting and in philanthropy work and things that I wanted that. And so while I've loved to be behind the chair and be an esthetician, I mean, there were days where I would drive home and I would say prayers in my car. That's kind of my little prayer closet. And I would say, God, I love this. I am grateful for this. But why do I feel like I want more? And do I have an ungrateful heart? And I want to have provision, and I want to figure out what my purpose is, and why do I feel like a little brat? And is there more than just fixing someone's eyebrows and giving someone a facial? And that was those were very intimate moments for me. And so now to be in this place where I have 6 people on payroll, and I have clients who have hugged me and have made growth in their own personal lives and are blossoming, and we're mentoring girls. There's so many parts of that resiliency that I see bearing fruit in our community, and I get those whispers back from a higher power that's just saying, this was the purpose, and this was the why, and this was why you were there, and this was why you were patient. And that, for me, has overcome myself. Overcoming a pandemic, overcoming a natural disaster. For us, we took our rebrand very serious, and that has been, for me, the importance of being resilient, because it's not always stagnant, and I've learned how to embrace change. I've learned how to get out of my own way. I've learned how to love people even when they're unlovable. I've learned how to love my team and really honor them and earn their honor. And so as we were talking about that, for me to present this to you, my husband was like, are you going to be able to hold this together tomorrow? But I think that I really wanted to share that because it's a journey, and it's not always pretty. It's not always fun. There's always moments of uncertainty. And there are moments as an entrepreneur where we're rocking and rolling, and I'm happy. And then there are moments where I'm like, I got to make sure we make payroll. And that's happened to us a couple times. And then we're smooth again, and I just think having that faith and that tenacious nature of, I'm not going to fail. And for me, that's my faith. For other people, that might be other things, but I put my roots and my foundation in God, and I feel like God has got us through each valley, 110%, and I give him the glory for all of that. Whoops, I keep going the wrong way. And I will end on some humor, as Juanita kind of mentioned. So for me, entrepreneurship is as hard as it is to spell. It is not easy, but it is worth it. And I would tell people, do not give up. And the plan, another one is this path. If you were to tell me 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that you'd live in Cherokee and you would have 5 boys and you would love to read and you would run a half marathon and you would own your own business with your sister, I would tell you that you were absolutely crazy. But that plan came to be, and I'm very thankful for it. And I'm glad that I wasn't making decisions without being patient first, because sometimes you lose a position or you get moved from a place that you're at in your life for a purpose that's bigger than what you realize in that moment. And then kind of going on what if I said earlier, sometimes it's your baby and it's not always pretty. And that's just, it is what it is. And that being a leader and being an entrepreneur can open many doors. Right now, as I'm getting ready to kind of pull back from being an esthetician and from being behind the chair, our nonprofit realm that my husband and I are doing is growing, and my consulting arm is growing, and I am very thankful for that, because these are the days that I've been waiting for, and it's happening, and I'm very thankful for that. And then, I keep doing the wrong way. And that's it. That's all I have. Does anyone have any questions or anything that thank you. Go ahead. Oh, so we do, his question was, he wanted to know about our nonprofit. So my husband and I, like I said earlier, we're kind of business partners, and I've watched him as his wife kind of do all these different realms, and now I get to come alongside of him and kind of take the forefront of those things. So we founded a nonprofit in 2024. So we do nonprofit financial literacy workshops. So I've got to step away from Indigenous a little bit and teach financial literacy to our community, which has been extremely fulfilling. And we've developed a curriculum. We are going after grant funding and trying to find ways to teach financial literacy to Indigenous communities and partner with other organizations to do that. And I think it just goes back to that full circle thing for me waiting for that moment for that to be part of my journey. So, and I can talk to you more about that. Anyone else have any other questions? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I actually just wanted to see the slide, advice to entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Future leaders.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you all. I appreciate you guys so much.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Jade. I'm inspired. So good work, and I'm proud to see what's happening here. So, okay, thank you. All right, let's go to Mr. Jackson Brossi, a consultant also. So, floor is yours, Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. Yat is how we say hello in the Navajo language, and we got a few Navajo people here. Jackson Brossi dash genetoi ye glini enish le lagana e basis chin but atni dash chade double lagana e dash nala. And that's an abbreviated version of my introduction, and I'm really happy and proud and excited to speak the Navajo language here in Cherokee country, because I know that this is a place of strength, a place of history, and a place of resilience, and a place of leadership. And that's what we're talking about right now, resilience and leadership. And I've visited here, this is my third trip to Cherokee country. In my first trip, I had the opportunity to visit you all's museum. And this tells a great story about your people. And it tells one of resilience. And one thing that stands out in my mind is the quote from Andrew Jackson when he says something like, if you stay here, your people will decline to the point where you're no longer here, where you disappear, is what he says. And he was absolutely wrong. And it makes me happy to say that every single time I think about it. And it makes me happy every time I drive up this way and I see your big building that we're in right now, and how you all have persevered and shown leadership for your people, and also for the broader community that is not Cherokee. And so I'm really excited and happy to be here. So I want to say thank you to our Cherokee hosts. Thank you. Also, National Center, thank you for your leadership. This is my third Native Edge Institute that I've had the opportunity to be at. They do this work across the country. In New York, I've been to New York City and in California, and they do an incredible job of bringing great speakers, folks that know what they're talking about, folks that are leaders in the community to share. And also they do a great job of connecting you as entrepreneurs with everyone else. And that is what is really one of the biggest takeaways that I think that in my life that has helped me with resilience and leadership, is that connection with others, and if you're in the business community, with your fellow business owners. So, and I hope you guys are able to connect. So that's one of my messages, is I want you all to connect here. I'll share a little bit about me, and then as background, that's hopefully helpful. So I grew up on the Navajo Reservation, a beautiful place. You ever get a chance to go visit Monument Valley or Canyon de Chelly, or just all over the Navajo Nations, we have some beautiful land. And I'd say beautiful people and beautiful culture. I'm a little biased, but we have some great things going for us. And we have some incredible resources, land, coal, oil and gas. But it's all, and a lot of tribes have these stories in history. At the same time, when I was a kid, I didn't notice it, but there comes a point when you start to grow up, I'd say around middle school, and you kind of open your eyes and see what the world is like for you and your family members and your community, and where you kind of fit in there, or where you think you fit in. And so I grew up on the Navajo reservation, and as a kid I loved it. But around middle school, you start to notice that there's a thing called money, and my family and my people, we go to off the reservation and spend our money there and put our money in other people's pockets and pay other people's taxes and help other people get nice libraries and nice swimming pools and things that I didn't have in my community. And so once I kind of opened my eyes towards that, and towards things like we don't have banks, we don't have that many government contracting companies. We didn't have any government contracting companies in my community. That's changing, but there aren't folks that are investors in private equity or venture capital or anything like that. And you start opening your eyes and say, well, why not? Why can't we do that? And so it was about then, middle school, high school, I made a decision. I want to get involved in this. And I want to help folks achieve and have some of the good things like a library and a swimming pool and opportunities to have a business and build a business. And along the way, I've learned more and more about that. And I've had the good fortune of going to Stanford University, Harvard University, but I'm most proud of graduating from a place called Red Mesa High School, where we had about 120 kids in my freshman class, and everybody was Navajo, and then we graduated about 55 of those. But I'm most proud of going to that school. And I always come back to that, and that's my home base of where I think about work and what I want to do with work. Folks mentioned I used to work with the Small Business Administration, headed up the Native American Affairs work, and that's what brought me out here a couple times. And kind of a side note, if you are a small business owner that was in and around Cherokee, there's a window of opportunity for you to apply for disaster loans. It's not a grant, but a loan, if you can show that your business was somehow impacted by the recent hurricane last year. But that's kind of a side note. I just wanted to kind of flag that, and we can chat about that. But I think the deadline is the 26th of June. It's been extended. So I worked with the SBA, and I had the chance to get really deep into government contracting. I'd worked a bit in the past, and I guess in that role I was a presidential appointee. I've also worked in the Navajo Nation, and we have a DC office, and I was a Navajo presidential appointee there. But I've also worked with CDFIs, and I know you guys have a great CDFI out here. Russ Siegel is awesome, and I need to hit him up while I'm in town. I care about access to capital, and that's a lot of the work that I do now, and I also help out tribes and tribal enterprises that are doing work with the federal government or in other investments. But this is something I care about, and I'm really happy you all are here, so as a background. With respect to resilience in Native people, I think about, I bring it back to the Navajo Nation again, that I know more about. So Navajo people, we had this thing called the Long Walk, where we were forced to walk 300 miles away to a place that was foreign to us, and a lot of our people died. And I'm lucky to be here right now because people survived, and they came back, and they were fortunate to come back, and they've rebuilt on the Navajo Nation land that we have now. And they rebuilt, and they brought back herds, and they planted some of their corn, and they built these giant herds of sheep and cattle. And around the 1930s, the federal government came back again and said, you know what? You guys have too many cattle. You guys have too many sheep. We're going to kill them. And they did. Congress passed a law, Navajo Livestock Reduction Act, and they killed a lot of sheep. Our economy, and took the rug out from our economy there. But our folks came back, and I'm really happy to say that while we have a lot of challenges now, we also have some really bright spots. We have some native CDFI folks. I sit on the board for a group called Change Labs that does financial literacy. They're doing things with a Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI. We have 13 different companies. One that I was with 2 days ago is called the Diné Development Corporation, just like your Kitawa Corporation that does government contracting. We have a gaming enterprise, not doing as much banking as you all are here, but there's a lot of growth there. And so I know that we have that resilience running through our bloodlines, and that I know that we will rise up to that. I also think the other thing I think about with resilience, and I think about Native people, is the cycles of growth. And I think about harvests, and I think about corn specifically. And our folks have a long history of, we developed corn. We developed more than 50% of all the agriculture of food that we eat in this country. Those things came from here. Potatoes, tomatoes, things that people don't really think about, but they came from us, and they came from Native people. And we learned early on, and other people did too, that you have to plant in a season, you have to nurture in the summertime, keep pests away, keep other folks away, and hopefully, if everything works out, then you can harvest. But then after that harvest, you have a winter. And that's part of life. And so I think that part of resilience and part of life is knowing that the winter is eventually going to come, and not to be over afraid of it, but to stand there and soldier on. And right now there are some winter aspects to what we are doing in business. I was with the Native American Contractors Association this past week. And like John was saying, a number of folks have had their contracts canceled. And so folks have had to reevaluate. There are people that were looking to buy up businesses, hopefully buy up some individually owned Native businesses like we have here, hopefully. But they've kind of pulled back. They're like, well, I don't know if we need to make that investment right now. The Native CDFI Fund is facing some real challenges with the president's budget. It was basically likely zeroed out. The EPA had about $400 million that was earmarked for Native companies to do lending for different Native green businesses. That money has been clawed back. So there are some real challenges happening right now. And so what I know I'm running out of time, but what I want to say is, we are resilient. We have that resilience running through our veins. And being here in Cherokee country is exactly that prime example of where that strength comes from. And I know that we will continue to move forward. And I know that you all will continue to move forward. And my last call to action to you all is something that's really benefited me, is hopefully you're able to meet your folks here. Hopefully you're able to meet the Native Edge folks. Hopefully you'll be able to meet Derek and everybody from the NCAIED team, because they are awesome and they'll help you open doors and maybe even help you meet somebody like Billy Mills, who I got to meet here one time. But that's where the strength is. Your neighbor's right next to you. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, panelists. One more round of questions, right? Okay, anybody, any questions?
Questions, anyone?
Anybody? Okay, let's give a big round of applause for our panelists. You all are, as Jackson, but you are all awesome. So thank you for being here. We appreciate it from the National Center. So again, exchange business cards, get to know these folks. You know, a lot of history behind this, and so thank you very much. Now I'm going to turn it over to Kaya. She's going to give us instructions for the lunch. So it's all yours, Kaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you to our panelists. We have lunch in the back. We're going to do it grab and go style. We have a quick 10-minute break. Use the restroom. Feel free to talk with each other. Grab your lunch, come back, and we're going to start at 12:15 with our next panel. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say, Yvette Fielder.
Yvette Fielder. Hi, everybody. So welcome to the Native Edge podcast.
Native Edge podcast.
Series number 1.
Episode 1. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's talk about this podcast. What are some of your expectations on the podcast?
Well, I think people, they really like to engage with, what's happening, what's in the now, what's happening, what's going on, especially in our line of work across Indian country and even into Canada now. A lot of importing, exporting, ideas coming in and out both ways. And so people want to know what's happening, what is the National Center doing, how are we creating these things, and how can we be relevant in their life, in their work that they're doing? How can we bring resources to them?
I think it's, you mentioned our brothers and sisters from Canada. It was so great to have the delegation, Canadian delegation. Just a few weeks ago, we had, 12, 13 different businesses come into the National Center?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a lot of great questions. It's really exciting because I don't think the National Center has really had that footprint in the years past, but we have recently with our export program in the last 3 years. And so now there's also the inquiry of the importing. And so a lot of questions generated there. And of course, anytime there's a question, we always want to help them, and if we don't have the answer, we have so many friends and partners and resources available, plethora of SBA and MBDA and all the players.
I love the word a plethora. It's such a plethora of information.
I'm here today to learn about opportunities and grow my business. Most of our clients are tribal governments, tribal enterprises, Native nonprofits, and also tribal members. We help invest their money to grow wealth, but also protect it.
Organizations such as the Northwest Native Chamber and the National Center will really kind of walk hand in hand with you to ensure the success of your business.
Making sure you have that plan in place to grow your business and actually having that purpose.
I represent a number of indigenous artisans and local artists. Ultimately, I think what got you to take the plunge into being an entrepreneur is your why, and knowing your why is really important.
Native community members that are growing their businesses and turning around and coming back and serving their community is causing the next generation to say, maybe I could do that too.
My way out of socioeconomic poverty was my art. I was always taught by my great-granny, you don't just represent yourself, you represent your people, you represent your family, you represent your house, you represent your nation. That was my way of bringing my culture and my responsibility into my business.
I'm actually the first Native business owner with a brick and mortar on 5th Avenue in Seattle ever. Everything I make myself. Right now I'm wearing my Keep Dancing t-shirt. I wanted to honor the dancers in my tribe for being a very big part of revitalizing our culture over the years.
We are at the Hebold Cultural Center and Natural History Preserve. It teaches people about the history and culture of the Tulalip tribes. the values and the natural resources that are such an important and integral part of the culture and the way of life.
I have a fish buying and selling business. I buy from tribal fishermen. We've helped up the prices in our community for fishermen.
I was always working for other people. Finally, this last year, I was able to do it for myself. Me and my brothers, we came out here and everybody looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We're going to become fishermen." I said, "We will build the boats, we'll partner up." This literally showed up with all sheets of metal and a dream and a vision.
Our role is to make sure that we're maintaining balance. Salmon aren't around as much anymore, and they're the food for the Kolkola H, so that means the Kolkola H aren't around. And that means they're not here to hunt the seals, who are doing even more damage to the salmon because there's more seals than there should be. This story reminds us that it's our responsibility to keep that balance. It's something that we can use as an example to people outside of our community.
Networking is so important as an individual and as a business. You can create wealth, create job opportunities, grow your community, and more importantly, serve the needs of your community.
When we stand in our truth, we stand in our power, and we say this is who we are, these are our stories, and this is how we want them to be communicated to the world.
We have kids from surrounding school districts who are coming here and learning about the real history of the real tribes who are here and have been here since time immemorial. They're coming here, they're learning about Tulalip authentically from us, hearing our story.
When we look at economic development, it's really the opportunity to really provide that self-reliance and allow us to carve out our own direction.
If you have this dream, if you have this vision, you can go and get it. You can do anything that you want.
Anyone curious about business should attend NEI. It's a great networking opportunity. You get to have that one-on-one connection with these speakers, these organizations.
A lot of people don't know there are resources out there. It's an opportunity to meet new people, know what's going on with the pulse of business.
Establishing the contacts that you need, building the relationships that you have. We show you how to do all those things that are needed in order to win those contracts, not just bid on them.
I think it's really important to invest in yourself and what you're trying to pursue. Sometimes we just have to make that first step in pushing ourselves in order to achieve that.
Many people who come from out of the country, we don't do business the same way here in the States. So we teach people how to do business with different cultures.
Actually just got certified yesterday with the state of Florida as a veteran business enterprise and a minority business enterprise. I had help from Apex Accelerator, SBDC.
Get a mentor, get a few different mentors so that you can have different perspectives, and that can help you to make better decisions about where you see yourself in the future.
My goal is to connect. My goal is to also learn. Tribal community members who want to start a business but they don't know how, like if it's just a concept in their mind, I want to be that person that can help make it into reality.
We create a dialogue between buyers, primes, and the trades. And that way each one of them will know what are the needs of each one, what are the roles, how can they help each other.
Business is built on relationships. People don't tend to work with people they don't know. You have to have a resilient team built on honor, integrity, and ethics. You're basically building your own family.
One of the takeaways for me is the importance of collaboration.
Do your due diligence and don't be afraid.
RES is probably the best thing that you will do for your organization to move forward if you're a Native American in doing business in this country.
Beyond Boundaries is always continuing to go forward and to always continue to learn.
To strike with boldness.
We have the capacity to improve not just our own lives, but the community.
There is no limit to where you can go.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Res Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman-owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you gotta do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm gonna make 10 contacts today. I'm gonna make one contact that's gonna be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
With our next session. So if we can all move back over here. We're ready? Okay. Hello, my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff with the National Center, and I am here to introduce our next session. And it is loan programs and access to capital, and we have Ashford Smith and Dorian Walkingstick, both with the Sequoia Fund. So they are going to present from the table here. So please give them a round of applause.
Well, welcome guys. This is access to capital, obviously, and we're going to discuss a variety of topics with you guys today. You'll see first up traditional barriers to capital, then the native CDFI difference, and that's when compared to a traditional bank when you're applying for a loan. And then we're going to cover Sequoia Funds loan options as well, both commercial and consumer. Then the next topic will be how non-business lending builds businesses. and then we'll round it up with tips for successful loan requests. But like she said, I'm Dorian Walkenstick. I'm the accounts manager at Sequoia Fund, and I basically handle all of the commercial loan applications at Sequoia Fund, so both accepting and underwriting and presenting to the appropriate body, whether it be our loan committee or our board of directors for loan approval. And that's one of the things that we'll cover shortly. And I've been at Sequoia Fund for roughly 7 years, 7+ years. And they haven't gotten rid of me yet, so I'm still there. But I'll turn it over to Ashford, and he can sort of talk about his experiences so far.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dorian said, my name is Ashford Smith. I'm the CFO with Sequoia Fund. I've been there approximately 2 years. I've learned a lot, and we'll just kind of get right into it. So right now I want to kind of discuss some of the traditional barriers to capital that we face, not only with our tribe, but in tribes in general, and the need for CDFIs. This is not a comprehensive list. There's a report done by the CDFI Fund, or the Department of Treasury, done in 2001, that listed essentially 17 major barriers that the Native American community have in gaining access to capital. The first is what we referred, just to kind of give you a scope of the issue, in 2019, the FDIC did a survey or a study in which they cited that 5.4% of national average, 5.4% of our population in the country did not have a bank account, meaning they were unbanked. They don't use any kind of financial institution for their everyday transactions. Well, that same study cited that Native American country, that 5.5% rose to 16.5%, which is 3 times as much in Native country. So as we're working towards these barriers, they still exist even today. So the first two, when we talk about geographical isolation, we think of it twofold. One, most Native reservations are located in rural areas, meaning there's not adequate infrastructure capabilities, meaning we don't have access to the better roads, oil and gas, broadband. This is one of the ones that we have made progress in when it comes to access to broadband, but still have work to do. For instance, in 2021, 90% of U.S. households had some access to internet, which is phenomenal, but if you look at Native country, it's at 71%, so we're still disproportionately underserved in that area. But that 71% was an increase of 10% before 5 years prior. So again, there's improvement there, but yet that barrier still exists. If you even go down to electricity, when it comes to infrastructure, in 2023 they did a study which showed the national average of those without power is 1.4%. So 1.4% of the nation does not have access to power. Well, if you look at that same study, in Native country, that rises to 14%, which is tenfold. So that it's a huge problem in the Native country. Also, when it comes to geographical isolation, we also look at the limiting banking access. That's just the average distance we have to travel for a bank. 2017, the national average was 12.2 miles, but to get to the national average for the distance between the center of the township or to a bank was about 4 miles. For Indian country, reservations, it was 12.2 miles. But due to this lack of banking options, the cost of capital is really expensive. That means we have to use, a lot of our clients will have to use pawn shops, payday loans, which ends up paying a lot higher cost. For example, Iowa State studied these costs. The lack of banking, we call these financial deserts, or economic deserts, which they just have to travel so far to get a loan. People in these deserts are 20% less likely to have a credit report. They're 7 to 10 points lower on their credit scores. They typically have 2 to 4% higher delinquency rates. And the cost of all this is estimated to be about $6,000 annually on their income. So that's it's definitely taken away from the capability to build wealth. When it comes to like the land status complexities, it's just comes to laws of trust lands held by federal or state governments. You can't take a lien out on these. So even if we have a client who maybe inherited 10 acres of really beautiful buildable land from their grandpa or their dad, we can't. It's hard to get a value on that because typical banks won't be able to acquire that they can't use that as collateral because typical bank won't be able to get that land. They won't be able to get that land in case if the loan does default, so they can't even count it. So essentially, they have all these 10 acres of buildable land. Their value of collateral is zero because they can't regain any of that. Cultural disconnects. Lenders often fail to understand the tribal government and laws which creates fears about being able to collect debts. And of course, then there's the discrimination and stereotyping of Native Americans. This also often leads to cultural misunderstandings, to avert redlining and just saying, no, we can't do business in these areas. And then there's more cultural practices in Native country in which, tribal beliefs that there shouldn't be businesses for profit. It should be, in general, businesses should be used as a tool to benefit everybody and not just as a bottom line. So, do we have any questions about these barriers as of right now? If we go too fast, just feel free to yell at us and tell us to slow down. We will gladly do so.
All right, that looks like that brings us to how CDFIs are different than a traditional bank. For one, CDFIs are nonprofit organizations funded by varying entities, including the U.S. Treasury, government agencies, local foundation grants, such as the Cherokee Preservation Foundation here in Cherokee. And you can also look at private capital and debt capital as well. But the main difference that separates us from traditional banks is our ability to step in when traditional financing is unavailable or unattainable. A lot of times banks aren't able to offer financing due to stricter lending criteria, whether it be that they're unwilling to even look at a loan application for a startup, or maybe the collateral piece isn't acceptable, or maybe a business just isn't quite profitable enough to meet their policies and requirements. This is when a CDFI really shines in that regard, as we're able to step in these situations with a lot more flexibility, as CDFIs typically have much looser lending requirements. We're able to lend to that startup. We're able to be flexible enough to move forward with financing when everything looks strong in the loan deal, but the collateral piece just didn't quite meet the policy with the bank, and that's something that we can be flexible with here at Sequoia Fund. And of course, CDFIs also look at the profitability of a business, but not as strictly as a bank will, obviously. But essentially, CDFIs are able to look at a loan package from a different lens than a bank. An applicant may check all but one box at a bank and receive a denial letter for that. But with a CDFI, we're able to offer a lot more grace, and we can work with the borrowers and applicants a lot of times. And having a special designation as a native CDFI is a huge plus, as it allows us to
heavily disperse our lending and training efforts to our enrolled members here in Cherokee as well. And you can see on this slide that these are all the types of loans that are available on both commercial and consumer loan products, ranging from FFE for a business to a credit builder loan for consumers. Although our commercial loans they're open to both enrolled and non-enrolled members as well. So, but our consumer loans, those are strictly reserved for our enrolled members.
Is it just Cherokee enrolled or any federally recognized tribe enrolled?
So right now it's just for the EBCI. Yeah. Good question though.
Sorry, everybody. I was just going to make one comment on that. Outside of the Sequoia Fund, if you need access to a CDFI, NC Growth and the tourism program, we both have connections, so we can connect you up. And those CDFIs work with all federally recognized tribes, right? Yeah.
Nice. Are there any other questions at this point? All right, good deal. So we're going to take a deeper dive into our small business lending products here at Sequoia Fund for a moment. Our loan policy allows us to have a range for terms, interest rates, and loan sizes for all of our loans. So our commercial loans, they typically range from 5 to 12%, and our average interest rate is 7%. And of course, these are all fixed rates as well. They're not variable rates, and they won't change on you. So the term of our commercial loans can go up to 10 years, depending on the loan size and use of funds. For example, if one of our loan clients is approved for an equipment loan, then typically we like to strive to match the term of the loan with the useful life of the equipment, and that can roughly be around 5 to 7 years. But of course, I mean, equipment's getting more expensive as everything is in this economy. So I mean, we would be willing to stretch it out to 10 years if it come to it, of course. And that holds true for as our loan sizes increase in size. I mean, so once we get to the upper end of our cap, I mean, we try to work with our borrowers as much as we can in that regard. But speaking of loan sizes, for our startup loans, we cap those at $50,000. But if the business has 2 years or more operating history, then it is no longer considered a startup, and we're able to increase that cap to $150,000 at that point. And we can offer financing for just about all your business needs as well, with the exception of purchasing real estate. Unfortunately, that's just not something that we're set up to do at Sequoia Fund, and I've always been told that's just a whole different monster whenever we get involved in that kind of lending. So, but while you can't purchase it, you can pledge it as collateral for our loans. And Asher made a great point that traditional banks are not able to take property that it's on the boundaries. In our case, that they won't be able to take it as collateral in most cases. But at Sequoia Fund, we do have that leeway there. The only thing is you can't, we won't allow somebody to pledge their primary residence as collateral, and that goes with, we just try not to take folks home when the loan kind of goes bad. So, but we offer a wide range of financing needs. So if you're looking to purchase a business, purchase FFE, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, if you need more inventory, if your business location needs repairs or renovations, or maybe even your business needs working capital to make it through those slower seasonal periods, and that's something that you can come to us and apply for. And we've had applicants in the past where a piece of equipment breaks and they need funds to repair it pretty soon to get back to operations. And in these instances, we've been able to step up and with our emergency loan product to navigate a quick and efficient loan closing to help them get back on their feet in that regard. And while we are more lenient compared to a bank, we do require similar documentation to be submitted with our commercial loan applications as well, and they're pretty standard when applying for a commercial loan. You'd be looking at things such as a business plan, and that'll include cash flow projections, month-to-month cash flow projections for over a 2-year period. And then we also usually request 2 years of personal tax returns. And if
if it's already an established business and it's an LLC or corporation, we typically like to see those business tax returns as well compared with the personal side. And we typically do like to see 2 years of financial statements if the business has been operating as well, and that's things like your profit and loss statement, your balance sheet, and we also request monthly bank statements, about 6 months worth. Sometimes this can paint like a clear financial picture as we're able to see various transactions within the business. And excuse me. We request business entity documents as well. So if it's an LLC or corporation, we're looking for those articles of organization or incorporation. And quotes are also requested as well related to the use of funds. So if you're purchasing equipment or if you're buying inventory, just usually come from the supplier who's ever offering those. And if you're doing renovations, we usually request like a quote from their contractor just to make sure that the work's being done appropriately. Also, if you lease a space, then we typically like to see a drafted version of the lease agreement. Definitely don't sign anything until you've secured the financing. And we've had cases where somebody puts the cart before the horse in these cases, and that can put you in a bind and maybe hold things up a little bit if it comes to that. But also, if you're planning to apply for a loan to purchase a business, we like to see documentation on a sale agreement, the drafted version, of course, and like I said, don't sign anything until financing is secured. And if applicants need help rounding up these items, we typically have local resources that they can utilize in the form of, for example, entities such as a local community college. They typically have small business centers that people can use free of charge in most cases to help you round up these items to apply for a loan at Sequoia Fund, and they're really great to work with. So, and then switching gears to our consumer loans, we offer housing rehab loans in which enrolled members of the EBCI can apply for a loan up to $50,000. Oh, thought you were raising your hand. My fault. Like I said, $50,000 to repair or renovate your primary residence. These interest rates are more favorable at fixed rate at 4%, and they can go up to a 5-year term on these. And this product covers a wide range of needs as well. Things such as painting, HVAC replacement, kitchen and bathroom reno, additions, flooring, and appliances. As long as the repair or the reno improves the property that the folks are living on, as long as it's improving that property or improves their quality of life, that's mainly what we're looking for on this loan product. The Credit Builder loan allows enrolled members to apply for up to $2,500, and this is to help build or establish credit. And the interest rate for this product is set at a fixed interest rate of 10%, and that's over a 2-year period. It's typically amortized over monthly payments with the goal to continually report positively on their credit, and that just usually helps them build their credit faster, whereas if it's on like a more infrequent schedule, like a semi-annual basis, it may not increase as fast. But they're usually able to receive the loan, and before they're able to receive the loan, I should say, applicants are required to complete our online budgeting course, and this just ties an educational piece to this loan product to help applicants with their personal finances. And then our small dollar loan product is similar, as it goes up to $2,500 as well, and it's fixed rate at 10%. This particular loan product requires 2 loan payments to be paid through per capita garnishment, and that's another key difference that a native CDFI may have over a traditional bank. So at Sequoia Fund, we're able to garnish per capita distributions of enrolled members of the EBCI, and banks do not have that capability. And this essentially helps us shore up our collateral at Sequoia Fund. But enrolled members can utilize the small dollar loan for a variety of consumer and household goods or to make vehicle repairs. And we just started this program last year, and it seems like the phone has been ringing off the hook since then. So just for this one. But We don't require the same level of documentation for our consumer loans as Sequoia Fund when compared to our commercial loans, but you can expect things or to submit things like proof of employment, and that's usually in the form of your 2 most recent pay stubs. We're also requesting your tax returns, 2 years worth, and of course, like a quote from your contractor or whoever's performing the upgrades or improvements to your home. We usually request those as well. But I think that's all I have. Any questions on our loans that we offer at Sequoia Fund?
Hey, thank you for the overview and information about Sequoia Fund. I'm familiar with you guys and of Russ Siegel, and you guys are a great example of a native CDFI serving the community, and I've had a chance to meet with some of your businesses downtown, and I know you work hand in hand with them, so hats off to you guys. The question is, do you guys do any work with the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI? Well, probably not then. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe Ash.
That's actually a relationship we're both trying to build on our ends. I think so far the only relationship we've kind of had with them is we offer them a place once a month to come to the tribe, and we just kind of give them a venue. We try to advertise. We started that relationship, I guess, in June last year, and that kind of fell to the wayside because of Helene. Just because there were other needs that kind of popped up, and so that's something we'll probably have to revisit. But yeah, we've had talks with them.
Cool. Thanks.
Joey?
Appreciate the information and the overview of Sequoia Fund. Just curious, and when you started to answer my question about kind of the pivoting and new program development that y'all have recognized and started to roll out for folks to be able to access funds and capital all the way down to the small dollar loans. I know I have a housing rehab loan. Could you talk about perhaps the loan repayment success rate and delinquency rate, and maybe not exact figures, but how you all work? Because my understanding is that was also a challenge in the early days of Sequoia Fund, but maybe how that has improved and what Sequoia Fund has done to improve those rates.
Sure, good question. So our borrowers, whenever they receive a loan, they get a monthly statement in the mail, and that sort of helps them tie their payments to their loan. Sometimes they can forget they have payments, which is surprising. But they get these statements in the mail, and that sort of reminds them, hey, I need to go pay Sequoia Fund loan, and that's something that's been pretty vital at Sequoia Fund, and I'm not sure if that was even aware or involved with Sequoia Fund in the earlier days. So, and then per capita or GenWell, I mean, those garnishments they help keep our delinquency rate down just every June and December. I mean, folks can get behind. We understand life happens, and we try to work with folks as much as possible. And having access to per capita and GenWell allows them an avenue to sort of stay current with us if they get behind through those garnishments, and that sort of keeps that down. And yeah, I think so.
So I just want to kind of discuss why we put this emphasis on consumer loans when they're not directly going to a business or helping us with our commercial values. Because first of all, back to my discussion on financial deserts. If you didn't grow up around banks and never really interacted with one on a meaningful level throughout your life, you're going to be less likely to trust a bank or trust another financial institution. So the consumer loan gives us an opportunity to kind of kill two birds with one stone by building capacity, but at the same time building a trust with the relationship between the borrower and a financial institution. So we're able to kind of educate them on the systems of a bank, but it's essentially lower risk for the Sequoia Fund itself because these loans are traditionally lower than our business loans. And of course, we like doing the consumer loans because it's where the rubber meets the road. We're able to see intangible quality of life items come to our community. For example, if someone has been trying to build a new deck and they've needed a new deck for 10 years, and the banks won't give them that personal loan due to the credit reasons or what have you. We're able to do that loan, and their quality of life is just better because of that. And also, we take pride on providing technical assistance or working with partners in the area that do provide those services. A lot of times you'll hear in our office, well, it's a no as far as the loan, but it's just a no right now. So we'll try to work with them if it's with whatever issues they have. If they don't have a business plan, then we'll send them to the EBCI Enterprise Development and enroll them in a class to a small business class, which teaches them how to make a business plan. So we pride ourselves on flexibility in working with our clients, and a lot of times our consumer loan is the step in that process to get them comfortable with applying for a bigger loan in the future if they're still dead set on owning a business. We want to make sure that happens too.
So that will bring us to tips for a successful loan request. Excuse me. A well-defined project and comprehensive business plan kind of go hand in hand in this case. The business plan will be able to communicate to lenders the ins and outs of your business. What service or product do you offer? How do you plan to operate the business? Who will operate the business, and how will the loan funds help your business grow? And it will be beneficial as well for applicants to have quick access to bank records, tax records, P&L statements, and balance sheets. Those are typically standard documents that a lender will request whenever an application comes through. But there are plenty of times, I wish I'd say that there have been times when it's like pulling teeth to get these financials for an applicant, but there are also plenty of other times when folks can get these applicants or get these documents no problem. And in the eyes of a lender, that's a green flag for sure. It's important also to keep your expectations in check when you're applying for a loan. Don't necessarily be the person that brings in an incomplete application that has a ton of missing documents and expect to receive a loan decision or a loan that day, because that's just not feasible and it's not realistic. And loan application process itself, it can take time to underwrite, depending on the loan size and receiving the approval from the appropriate governing body, whether that's at the staff level or the committee level, or even requires approval from our full board of directors. And that's why it's also important to start early on the application process if you can, and be readily available to respond to questions or concerns that the lender may have during the application process. And that's because your lender may generate some questions, and if they need something cleared up before presenting to the loan committee or board of directors, that's pretty vital. And of course, if you want to, you definitely want to double check or even triple check that the application is complete with everything. Every detailed fill out, no documents missing, and be sure to sign the application. There's been multiple times when folks have just left a blank signature, and that's a signature that allows us to pull their credit and move further into the underwriting process. And you just don't want your lender to have to track you down for these items, because it can tend to hold up your process and our processes as well. And nobody likes a delay in their application. But also never be afraid to ask questions if they arise while you're getting the application ready. And those are pretty good tips to follow if you want to apply through a loan.
So in closing, I just wanted to kind of, this map up here is the 7 most western counties in the state of North Carolina. That is our service area as far as commercial loans go. So we will, technically we can fund anybody within that service area, enrolled or non-enrolled. But we are a certified CDFI, so we're going to try to keep, we have a certain ratio in which we have to abide by in terms of the amount of enrolled individuals that we are Native American tribes that we do fund. So our focus is going to be on them, but we do have the capability to fund outside that. However, if we're close on our ratios, we may deny a few non-Native American tribes loans for that reason, to stay within our parameters of us being a certified CDFI. Our contact information is up here. Feel free to give us a call. Even if anytime it revolves around business, we'll try to get you to the right person and get you the right information. Lastly, I want to kind of lead off with a story, a small story that kind of describes who we are. We had a client who had multiple businesses with us. They started out in the consumer side of things, and then they created a small business after that, and they were going to expand their small business. And they came to us, and we gave them the quotes, and this is how much we'll fund, at a 8% interest rate. Well, they said, well, I've been talking to the bank too, and they're going to do a little bit better than that. But we wanted to go with you guys because we've been with you guys for so long. We're like, no, that's fine. Go to the bank. We done our job. You don't have to be mad at us because you go to the bank and because you've went through our program and now are bankable. You don't need us anymore. We're completely okay with that. And so that's kind of why we do what we do. So with that being said, we'll open it up to any questions you guys may have.
Can you provide us with maybe 2 or 3 steps that a small business owner could possibly do in order to rebuild their credit?
So to start, typically, maybe at Sequoia Fund, is that if they would like to build their credit, we have a credit counselor on staff, and first step would be to set up an appointment with her. And she's pretty knowledgeable. She's been with Sequoia Fund for quite a few years, and she's very experienced in building folks' credit. And so she goes over the ins and outs of the credit report with them. She'll print it out for them, and a lot of times it can be a shock to a lot of individuals because they're not aware of some of the things that are on their credit, and they're just not aware that these things could potentially be hurting it. And a lot of times that's the first time that they hear of a debt that's on their credit report. So, and Hope can help them navigate. She sort of types up a plan for them to follow. I mean, you need to start here, worry about this debt first, and a lot of it hinges on their personal budget that they build with her as well. And that's sort of where it identifies where these funds are going to come from to help pay down these debts and help build credit. And she's just a very good asset, and I think that's probably the first step is to set up an appointment with her for sure. Good question.
Hello, Rich Yalin with the National Center. I have a question about your capital and how you've been able to obtain your capital for relending. I understand the CDFI fund is a big player in that space, and certainly what we've heard about that recently is not good news. But if you can just talk to us about how you come about your funds and what your asset base looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, so as you said, we're spread out among a few different granting agencies, one being the CDFI fund. I would say that makes up for about a third of our annual lending profile. We also have the Cherokee Preservation Foundation, who has a mandate to kind of help with local development. So we get grants from them as well. And lastly, we have some revenue as far as just interest revenue that kind of helps us with our operating. So we also look for different grants when we come to like different services that we can provide. But the bulk of it is from those two lending agencies.
Just got a curious question. Does the CDFI, can it loan to a business startup that's based in this example in the service area of the counties to a business that has a niche market, international market specifically? And do you have any examples of that?
So I think with that question, I mean, it sort of depends on maybe where their physical office is based. I mean, if it's based within, I guess, the service area, then we could work with them, and whether they do business internationally or not. And but that's sort of, I mean, that's just where we got to hold our funds and resources to the counties that we serve. And yeah, I think that's sort of how that would shake out for sure.
And just kind of a note on that, our lending needs who we'll lend to will vary based on year to year, based on the funds that we have. If we have to get funds out the door, we may do a couple more loans that are more relaxed, but that's I guess the beauty of being in a CDFI is flexibility is key. But on the opposite side, if we are tight on funds, then we may have to be a little bit more strict on our underwriting process as well.
Okay, well, thank you both very much.
Thank you. Testing. So yes, back in the day, I worked at the Sequoia Fund. What a great time. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. I just wanted to make a quick announcement. I'm Chris James. If some of you are new, I'm President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. We also put on an annual event called the Reservation Economic Summit. Has people heard about RES before? I know, yeah. RES is the largest Native-focused economic development conference in the world. Last March, we attracted about 5,000 attendees to Vegas for a week of economic development, week of sessions. We had a bunch of speakers. We have matchmaking. So everybody that physically attends this event today, you can go to RES for free. So that's my gift to you today. So it's normally it costs about $1,000 a ticket. So just being here in person, you get to go to RES. It'll be March 23rd, 2026. So Aaron will send out something, and we'd love to have you guys. So looking forward. I know my friends down here on the second and third row. They'll be there. So. Thank you, everyone. I hope everybody's having a great time at today's event. Thank you so much, Sequoia Fund, and I'll turn it back over to Kaya.
There are some disclaimers. You can't transfer the ticket to someone else. It has to be for you. And then what was the other one? And just those that are present here. Sorry to our online audience. And it will be for RES 2026. All right. Thank you. I'll be up there. Hold on. have Mr. Darren Maston with Clear Cloud Solutions. Darren oversees cybersecurity, and we're happy to have him here today to kind of discuss more about what that means when it comes to CMMC compliance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? You know, you never want to be the first up, and you don't ever want to be the after the lunch crowd. How you guys doing? You guys awake? All right. Well, my name is Darren Masson. I'm the owner, president, CEO of Clear Cloud Solutions. We'll talk a little bit about this. I know they're having some technical difficulties. Show you a little video. I'm a Hoopa Valley tribal member from the Hoopa Valley Reservation in Northern California. We are the largest reservation in California, way up in the far, vast, remote area of the Northern California on the west side of the Trinity Alps. I'm also the chairman of the board for the Hoopa Valley Tribes, Section 17, Denoda Holding Corporation. And we'll get started. We'll start with just a little bit of a video here. Shows a sneak peek of our company, Clear Cloud Solutions. Clear Cloud Solutions is a security systems integration company. We protect critical assets in the critical infrastructure, utility, federal government, and tribal spaces.
We are a licensed contractor. We do installations of security systems and equipment, but we really consider ourselves a technology company.
Clear Cloud operates at this intersection of physical and cybersecurity. We're working with agencies on the how, because critical infrastructure needs to be as secure as possible.
We don't have any geographical boundaries. We do work all over the country. We have a secondary office in Arizona, a third office up in Hoopa, California.
The success of Clear Cloud is in its people. Taking care of our people is vitally important, and I think it shows in our work. I think it shows in the customer relationship. I think it shows in what we do and how we do what we do.
We don't see our employees as a number. They're family to us. They're the ones out in the field.
It's humility, it's taking ownership, taking responsibility, and always doing the right thing. It's something that's critically important to us.
It feels like I'm the owner of it. The quality of work that we do, people see. Darren has to do a lot with it. He's always out there networking, bringing people in, and they give us a chance, and we just make it happen.
We like knowing our customers can go home at night and sleep soundly because all their buildings are protected, all their sites are secure, and all their projects are running smooth.
Shout out to Sky Bear Media, Riley in the back, the same folks that are filming this, and they do it for those of you that have been to Res, and it sounds like all of you are going to Res, and you need to take that opportunity to go. But they do a lot of the media for that. They are an amazing, extremely talented Native American Indian-owned company out of Washington, and we flew them all the way down to Southern California. They've been to my tribe a couple of times, but they really make us look a lot cooler than we are, and a lot of kudos and shout-outs to Sky Bear Media. They're amazing. Highly recommend to have some sort of marketing video. I mean, we use this to promote our company, but quite honestly, it's most useful for us in our recruiting efforts. When we have an applicant that we're recruiting and they take a look at that, it gives a very good impression. They've done a very good job of that. So, all right. Okay, so a little bit about Clear Cloud. So Clear Cloud, we're a security systems integration company. We protect critical assets in really three major verticals: critical infrastructure, utility, the federal government, and we do a lot of tribal work. My slides are a little bit different than these up here, but really we do a lot of video, high-end IP video, access control, so you swipe a card to get into a critical space. We do some drone detection, we do some radar intrusion detection. We do various other things to protect critical assets. We do some cyber work as well. And then we also purchased a small contractor up in Northern California. Recently, last July, we've been in business for, I think we just celebrated our 13th year in business. We have just under 70 employees in 4 states with offices in Southern California, Arizona, and Northern California. We are an 8A business as well. Various customers, Navy warfare, Air Force, Army, Customs and Border, Indian Health Services are some of the customers. And then our largest customer is Southern California Edison, the utility in Southern California, one of the largest utilities in the world that really protect the Los Angeles market. And protecting the grid is a lot of responsibility. If they estimate that if the grid goes down for in excess of 1 year, they argue between whether 70 or 90% of the population will be lost as a result of the loss of electricity and our dependency on it. So we protect that. We won a couple awards, Southern California Minority Supplier Development Award in 22, Arizona Professional Services Firm of the Year 22. And last year we won a very prestigious, we're very proud to have won the Robert J. Brown Minority Business of the Year Award with the MBDA. And I understand Mr. Brown is actually here from North Carolina, is where he resided from. So where's our clicker at here? All right, so I've traveled with the Native Edge Institute group here now. I know we were first here in 2018. I've traveled with them for quite a few years now, and it's a pleasure to be able to go and visit different tribes, reservations, and different lands across the country. And normally I do a thing on leadership, and it's a very inspirational talk about the passions of our job and leadership. And today I get to talk about cybersecurity, which isn't very sexy, and it's not very motivational. But we are going to try to open your eyes a little bit to what you can expect. And I listening to John Cherokee presentation earlier, I got to see a glimpse of how many of you either do federal contracting or are interested in federal contracting. The only question John didn't ask is how many of you do federal contracting and wish you hadn't. And usually that brings up quite a few hands. It's very difficult. But one of the things the federal government has done recently, and let me just ask a couple of questions, is as they've beefed up the requirements for cybersecurity, if you're going to do business with the federal government, and we're going to cover a little bit about that, but can I, a show of hands, how many of you guys have had some sort of formal cybersecurity training for your business? Okay. How many of you guys have had training in CMMC? By show of hands, just a couple, okay. So I first started hearing about the CMC cybersecurity requirements probably about 2018, 2019, as I would attend various other federal contracting conferences across the country. And in 2019, they said it was going to come out in 2020, had to be compliant. As 2020 approached, they moved it to 2021 and 2022. And they kept kicking the can down the road and ultimately moving the goalposts year after year after year. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, they were still trying to figure out the complexity of it. They realized initially what they were going to require everybody to do was going to be very difficult. Not only difficult to achieve for small businesses, but also for the government to validate. And if you listen to John's presentation, he talks a lot about the requirements of the federal government and how much money the government spends. And what they've realized is how vulnerable the government is through you. Now, they figure the big Lockheed Martins and the Boeings and all the big federal defense contractors are pretty well secured, and they are, although they continue to be targeted. But what they realized is that, and what our adversaries realized, whether you're a team of hackers or you are a foreign adversary, is that you are the target. And I'm going to go into some detail about why you're the target, and even if you're not interested in federal contracting. And I'm going to talk a lot about, the benefits of it, but even if you're not, if you haven't been hacked, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And the statistics are going to improve that. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So what is this thing? What is CMMC 2? And 2 is what I'm going to talk about because it's a level 2, but it's a cybersecurity model certification. And it can be pretty complex. It can be a little bit overwhelming. What I want to present to you today is I'm not going to give you a government presentation of what you need to do. I'm going to give you a presentation that's going to hopefully help you by explaining what a small business had to go through to achieve it. Now, we are not yet CMMC Level 2 certified because right now they're not certifying everybody. It's self-certification, but we are ready now to be audited for the process. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the money it costs. I'm going to talk a little bit about the personal experiences that we endured to get there. And hopefully I can share some of my dirty laundry in what we did that I would suggest you do a little bit differently to help save money and be compliant. All right, so let's look at a few statistics so I can maybe get your attention if you're dozing off after lunch that might shake you up a little bit. But, you know, the reason that small businesses are targeted is because they know you're more vulnerable. They know you don't have the money to spend. They know you probably don't have the expertise. And you are a way in through the back door. So you are the focus. We've established that. They estimate in 2025, right, that just under half of small businesses will incur, medium-sized businesses will experience at least one cybersecurity incident. The cost of these is estimated to be $10.5 trillion in the cost to combat it and to deal with it once it happens. And then, you know, small businesses right now, what they're estimating is that it will cost you, if you are a small business, anywhere from $120,000 to $1 million, depending on the attack severity if you are attacked. With the average for companies, which is most people here under 100 employees, is about $165,000. Now, I don't know about how you guys would be able to absorb that, but that would be very difficult for me to absorb. A couple other statistics and facts, you know, ransomware, you're 57 times more destructive than it was 10 years ago. You've all heard of phishing. Phishing is now sent by AI. DDoS, which is distributed denial of service, is just a blast of information to try to crash your servers. That's increased dramatically. The supply chain will spend about $130 billion this year to combat this. And AI attacks are really where they're being driven from today. Small businesses, they estimate 14% are actually prepared today. Only 14% of the businesses, when 50% they estimate, 48% to be exact, they estimate to be hacked, only 14 are prepared, 14%. Human error remains the biggest issue. About 95% of the breaches are as a result of some type of human error. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then, you know, we talked about how and why small businesses are the target. So who's this guy? Y'all know him, right? This is a hacker, right? This is our perception of a hacker. This is whom we believe to be a hacker. And if you Google cyber hacker, you're going to see about 80,000 versions of this guy. And he's usually in a basement, a dark room, and he looks pretty scary. I think he should lose the hoodie because he would be less recognizable. But this is our perception, and this is Google's perception, but it is a misrepresentation of what a hacker looks like in 2025. This is probably a better example of what a hacker looks like today. It's a series of servers. And AI is behind the attacks. And if you look at the cyber security world or the cyber hackers, and if I put them on a graph for you, it would look something like this in 2025. So, it's doing this to the degree where it's almost going backwards, but it is rapid. The threat is real, whether you're going to do federal contracting or not. We highly recommend that you improve your cyber hygiene and follow some of these steps. This is probably more of an example of what a cyber hacking team would look like today, especially if you're doing federal contracting. It may be an adversary, a country, who knows. So we all use AI, and with AI, how many of you guys use like a ChatGPT or an AI to search for stuff that you might have used to use Google for, right? So a lot of you have experienced a little bit. I use Grok, which is an Elon Musk AI. I pay for it. I pay $20 a month for the version 3 is what I use. I use it quite a bit today for little things. It's amazing how much we do use it. But I asked it, we did this presentation about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and the night before I was trying to clean up my presentation and maybe find some better visuals. And so I asked Grok, the AI, to produce for me, I think on this one it was, can you create an image of a supercomputer in an actual setting? And as soon as I hit enter, it started to stitch this image. And then I asked for it in Hawaii because we were doing a presentation in Hawaii, and it immediately put a Hawaiian accent behind it. And then I said, this is an interesting one here. I asked it, I said, how about an image of a man at a computer with a sneak peek at the AI working behind the computer? And I thought this was interesting because it shows a person as the AI inside the computer. But it stitched this for me in a matter of minutes. And then I said, okay, well, I'm going to try to upgrade some of these images about the supercomputers. And so I asked this question: how about a sophisticated hacker team with supercomputers, but very realistic? And in a matter of seconds, it produced this. So I didn't realize at the time, but the mistake I made was I forgot to ask it to make an image. And it immediately began to dictate that question, was what a sophisticated hacker team would look like. And I'm not gonna read all this for you, but I just went down a rabbit hole from here because I was absolutely floored and amazed at what this AI put together in a matter of seconds when I asked it to be realistic. And just a few excerpts here, but it explained in great detail what the team would look like, the team leader, the exploit developer, the network specialist, the special engineer, the cryptographer, the hardware specialist, the data analyst. Went on to explain the type of equipment that would be used, the computer cluster, and some of these things. I mean, I've never heard of half this equipment, but it's real. The NVIDIA A100s with AMD instincts, botnet backbone, the cloud resources that would be needed. I mean, it just went on and on and on, and I was absolutely amazed at the detail. The reconnaissance efforts, the modernization, the cover tactics they would use. And then finally at the end, it kind of created this scene for me. And I was floored. I created this very detailed. If you read this, you would be even more amazed at the detail that it created in a simple question, and it created this in a matter of seconds. And I ask you, what would it look like for another country using something much more sophisticated than Grok to create the type of cyber attack on you guys? And I think it really puts to the weight, the severity, and the urgency by which what we are combating today in 2025. It's probably not the case in 2024, 23, 22, right? But it's increasing dramatically. And then I asked it finally, I said, give me an image of what it would look like, and it created these characters. In a matter of minutes, it stitched it. So what is this CMMC Level 2? It's based on NIST 800-171. Stuff, if you want to do some reading, it's not sexy reading, it's not exciting reading, but if you're gonna do business with the federal government, you need to understand this. You need to understand these FAR clause. Or you at least need to act like you understand it, because the federal government will ask you and they will require your compliance to it. One of their biggest concerns is CUI is what we call it, but it's controlled unclassified information. And if you look at the data that we utilize every day, whether it's an email, whether it's on our files, we have personal, we have public, we have confidential, we have highly confidential, and then above all that is controlled unclassified. This is not even classified, but this is what the government deems to be CUI. And what will they deem to be CUI? Whatever they say is. Whatever they feel they don't want those guys I showed you in the previous slides to get at. That's controlled unclassified information, and they will mark it. So if you're wondering how will you know what it is, it will be labeled. And it will be labeled as such, and you'll have to control it. You'll have to minimize who can have it, who can't have it. So how does this affect you guys, and what level should you be at? There's 3 levels, level 1, 2, and 3. And we're gonna focus on level 2, and the reason I'm focusing on level 2 is because at this point, they are estimating in excess of 75% of federal contractors today will fall in this category. I would say at minimum get to level 1, which is about 15 requirements. There's a big jump from level 1 to level 2. You go from 15 requirements to 110, and it's a very substantial jump. But I would suggest anybody focus on level 2. And even if the federal government and the work you're going to be doing with the federal government doesn't really dictate you're at 2, it eventually will. And I think the government or the contracting officer or entity that you would be dealing with would have a much more comfort level if you were at level 2. And if you're not at level 2, there's a good chance if your competitor is on top of it, they will be. So what's level 1? Level 1 is going to be just really controlling your passwords, simple security protocols, configurations. Level 2 is more active monitoring on the network. It really focuses on your vulnerability, your threats. It's, like I said, a much bigger lift. Level 3 is, you know, you're helping Lockheed Martin build bombs and some more defense tactics and stuff. And the biggest difference between level 2 and level 3 is that you're going to actually have a security operations center. And I think very, very few of you would probably actually have that. So what are the benefits, right? First of all, okay, the first benefit is you will not be doing business with the federal government unless you achieve either level 1, 2, or 3, period, end of story. And as I said, they kept kicking the ball, kicking the can down the road, and they kept moving the goalposts. Well, they set them in stone on January 25th of this year. It is now official. It is out. It is required. It's going to be very difficult for them to ensure your compliance because, first of all, there's not enough certifiers out there to certify everybody. They're depending upon you to be self-certified, and they don't have enough auditors to go out and to certify you. And so, you know, I know in government you hear fake it till you make it. Faking it till you make it will not survive in this arena. You will have to prove if you get a government contractor as a subcontractor or by the federal government, they're going to make you stipulate that you are at the level you say you are. And there are programs, we're going to talk about them very briefly, that the minute you get onto this program, the minute you roll this program out, you're going to download some software and it's going to monitor where you're at. There's going to be some dashboards and gauges that say where you are really at. It's going to be a red, yellow, green thing on what you've accomplished, what you haven't accomplished, and what needs to be done. So you'll actually have kind of a live automated report card that'll tell you where you are down this journey. But the benefits are pretty obvious. Obviously, it's, you know, you can do business with the federal government. You're going to have a better, stronger cyber posture, cybersecurity hygiene. You'll certainly have an enhanced trust with the Department of Defense. I talked about that. And I believe absolutely you will have a competitive edge against your competitors. We started spending a lot of money on this a few years ago. I can't say I did it in 2019, but as 2022 approached, I guess, we really started taking it serious and putting money into this. And I believe it was an opportunity to leapfrog our competition. So here's the 5 stages that would be required. And I'm going to focus on level 2 because I think that's the most important. They're actually saying that in the very near future, level 1 will really be obsolete. So this is really where we should focus. Level 1, you're going to want to start to, the first number 1 is you're going to be doing a gap assessment. It's where you're going to really educate your management. You're going to start to understand what NIST 800-171 is. You're going to start reading the requirements of it. Then you're going to do some remediation, assign a team. You'll have to develop policies, documentation, security, implement, and then finally you're going to have to be prepared for a CMMC assessment. So there's 2 types of assessments that you're going to be required to do, that I was required to do through this process. The first one was a self-assessment. You can do your own, but I highly recommend you get a third party to do it. And the reason is that as this is pretty new, right? It's been talked about for years, but it's effective as of January of this year. People are still starting to really understand it. It's changing. The auditors are starting to audit small business. There are federal auditors out there. There are also third-party companies that are out there. The federal government is joining some of the third-party auditors, and they're starting to really get a clear picture of what the audit looks like and what they look for. And as it was perceived a year ago is different than what reality is today. So those assessments are going to be pretty critical for your business. So here's what it looks like. I'll break it down a little bit. Step 1 of level 2, conduct your gap assessment. Again, you can do a self-assessment. Highly recommend you get a third party to do it. But really what you're going to be doing is you're going to be starting to understand these 110 controls. Now, they're not I don't want to overwhelm you with these controls. They're not rocket science. You don't have to be an IT major to understand them. And, you know, in my career, I actually managed safety for a long time in my past career, and I actually paid the bills for ClearCloud doing some safety consulting early on. And I would really say it's very similar to safety in a sense. And for those of you that have gone through safety audits, or those of you that have safety protocols, safety compliance, safety manuals, OSHA compliance that you've had to endure or you have to endure today, it's very similar. You've got to educate your team. You've got to put policies and procedures in place. You have to monitor them. You have to audit yourself. But I would say it's very similar to that compliance. So it's not overwhelmingly difficult. But that's what step one's going to look like, is an understanding and a plan of action, educate your team. Second is going to be remediation. What does remediation really look like? This is where you're really going to engage your plan of action. You're going to develop the milestones, what needs to get done, a time frame for it. And then go right into step three is really the biggest step of all. And that's going to be the development of your policies, procedures, documentation, monitoring, and documenting what happens. And just to give you a couple of snippets on what that would be, the policy and procedure similar to a safety manual have to be developed. And we made the mistake in the infant stages of getting someone else's or having somebody provide a blueprint of one, and we kind of cut and pasted them. And we found out the hard way and the expensive way that it has to be detailed to your company. It has to cover your infrastructure. It has to detail your network, your system, your players, very, very detailed. And it's something that I certainly, and with I've got a lot of really smart engineers on my team, but I need those guys out making money for me. I need those guys out doing what they were hired to do. And so a third party is highly recommended here. You're also going to have to download a software that is going to constantly monitor what's incoming. And those are attacks. And a lot of them you probably see today, or you don't see today, but they're happening. But you will have to, by the federal government, deploy a software. You know, I say it's kind of like an iron dome, right? It's going to protect anything that's coming in. And the software itself, both digital and physical security protocols outlined in your company. For instance, you're going to have a visitor log. And a visitor log will work. Some of you have that at the front if you have an office space today. You might have something where people sign in and out. But most people now are going to more of a digital type, where you walk in the front door, you get a software that prints a badge for somebody, you check their credentials, and it logs everything, because that's what an auditor wants to see. And when an auditor walks in to audit this, you don't want to show them a clipboard with some paper, because it's not too reassuring to an auditor, okay? But when you show them a decent system, and they're not that costly today, that shows, hey, when people walk in my front door, when they walk in your front door, you want to be able to collect their identification. You want to be able to put them in the system. At our front office, you stand there like that. You get your picture taken. You get a badge on you. It's a paper badge. It doesn't cost a lot of money. If the badge, after so many hours, it actually turns red. Sorry, would impact your business the way it impacted mine was that you're going to have to your laptop. Hopefully you don't keep it on it. You keep it on a server or some sort of physical hardware in your place of business. And there's pros and cons of both. There's costs to both. But we felt, then we moved on to the Microsoft cloud. Microsoft has what is believed today in 2025 to be the most robust security vault infrastructure that you could possibly have your data. It's probably because of what it is, it's probably the most attacked as well. And the pros and cons of each, when you decide, and you can have a hybrid too, but if you have a hybrid, you just have to pay for both, and you have to manage both, and you have to monitor and secure both. So we keep some stuff on a server, but it's nothing that's vulnerable that would cause any damage to us. And if you go to the cloud, again, there are costs related, but the two biggest advantages, I would say, if you go to the cloud and you lose the internet, you don't have access to anything. Nothing. You're dead in the water. And if you have everything on a local, you've got everything local, you're prepared. However, you're more vulnerable. You'll also have to deploy a system that's going to cost money as well. The most common you've probably heard of. Anybody have CrowdStrike? CrowdStrike's one of the top leading ones. Another option is Windows Defenders. That's where we went. CrowdStrike had some pretty robust vulnerabilities this last year. I think you have to document that you were aware of it and you responded to it. And then to do this. So right now you have to pledge your self-certification, but here's what's happening. They're gonna wanna see your documentation. They're gonna wanna see your security plan. They're gonna wanna see all this, and you need to have it prepared. Saying, maybe too early because we're finding out the cost is coming down a little bit. I'm gonna give you a recommendation to a gentleman that I wish I'd have hired the first time because he would have saved me a lot of money. One of the biggest costs that I incurred was my email, and let me explain. I don't know what you pay today for an individual's email. So I don't know how many emails you have in your company. You might pay $6. You may have a free plan. You may pay $12 to have a little bit more secure. But it gets very expensive. Not to mention the type of, how many of you guys have what's called an with IT today? Does anybody have a third party? But as the demand is coming, the price is slowly going down. So again, I think I've experienced probably some of the higher end costs for a lot of this stuff. And I think if you guys take some of the things and lessons learned that people have put in place recently, you'll save a lot of money. I'm not going to go into this in great detail, but I think I've made my point. There's a lot of information here. I don't want to scare you. I hope I've got your attention. This is for real. What I'm telling you, I don't sell this product. I'm not trying to go down. But it can cost. A gentleman that really helped me a lot. This guy actually does a blog as well. But, and he's a good guy too. He's a very honest guy, but he gives advice. You can plug into him. Definitely recommend somebody that would help you along the way. If you guys want to take a quick snapshot of that. And then, like I said, I used to do a lot of stuff on leadership, and I had to do a little bit more of a doom and gloom presentation today. But I just want to leave thoughts. At ClearCloud, if you peek under the hood, or in my wife's car, she has a hybrid, and it tells you whether the battery's working or the motor's working. If you lift up the hood at ClearCloud or look at the gauge on ClearCloud, for me to hear other people talking about leadership here today that says that that's really what's within them. And I think there's a good correlation in this, the reason why these are successful business, because it's more than just an idea. It's more than just providing a service. It's who you are. It's character. These are things that we talk about at the infant stages of interviewing a new client, a new customer. It helps with our employees. It helps with our customer base. It's who we are. It's integrity. And when I think about integrity, I think about the number one word to me that comes to mind is humility. And there's actually a book. It's called Good to Great. And I don't know if any of you have read it. It's a great book, but it basically takes several thousand companies that are considered successful, and it monitored them over many years, and it evaluated every part of those companies. And it came down with a few things that the best of the best, I think it was 11 in total, what they all had in common. And amongst other things, one of the main things they all had in common was what they call a level 5 leader, level 1 being the lowest, 2, 3, all the way up to a level 5 leader. And the one thing that a level 5 leader had was, it says, the exact definition says they build enduring greatness through a paradoxical blend of personal humility and professional will. That was the one thing that separated the best leaders. And when I talk about integrity, and we talk about it from the minute you walk in the front door to interview us, it's your skill set, your resume, your education, all those things get you in the door to talk to us at ClearCloud. But then we start zeroing in on your character. And that character part is very important. It's very important for us. And when we talk about integrity, it doesn't mean don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. It means all those things, but it also means how you carry yourself. And it means who you are. And what we found along the way is that when we put and wear our integrity and our core values on our sleeve, it not only attracts good employees, but it actually differentiates us from who else they might be looking to go to. And when anybody ever asks me, what is the success of ClearCloud? It's a very easy thing for me to explain. It's our people. It's not me. If there's anything I get credit for, it's just going and hiring a lot of people smarter than me. I used to listen to Zig Ziglar early in my career, and I remember something he said. He said, you want to be successful, you surround yourself with successful people. And I think that it was, again, and then, taking care of our people is very important to us. We don't hire people for jobs, we hire them for careers, and we want them to retire with us. And we make sure they understand that. And then community involvement is one of the reasons I fly around the country with this group, so I can give back to the Native community. And that's really the last thing I really want to talk about is really giving back. And I don't have these slides on here, but I grew up on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation. And I grew up the way a lot of kids did on a reservation, and I had a broken family. Mother was addicted to drugs. Dad was getting into a little bit of trouble. I was raised by aunties. My tribe is in Humboldt County. Humboldt County is to the cannabis industry what Napa is to the wine industry. And I was smoking dope, I was growing dope, I was dropping acid, I was stealing cars, I was just a knucklehead in and out with all my knuckleheaded friends and cousins. And at about the age of 14, I got a job, unfortunately at the time I thought, with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department. I applied for a seated job, and most of my friends got to work at the Forest Department, and I wanted to get the job at the radio station, but I had to be 15, and I ended up getting picked by the cop shop. And my first day to work, and I was so upset, I was getting teased, and they had 5 cells on the reservation, and they took me, nobody did clean the bars. I don't think they knew what to do with me. So they gave me a bucket of water, and they took me down into the cells, and I had to clean the bars of the cells. It smelled like urine. It was nasty, and the only decision I really had at that point was to quit now, quit at lunch, or quit at the end of the day. But those were the 3 options. And I held out till about lunchtime when the lieutenant that ran the substation, was a lieutenant, a sergeant, an investigator, and maybe 7 deputies. And at lunchtime, he came back with a set of keys. And he asked me if I knew how to drive. I thought it was a trick question because we learned to drive at, 12 on the res. And I said, yeah, I can drive. And he asked me to go around the corner. It couldn't have been more than a quarter mile to get a bucket of chicken for the deputies. And I'll never forget stepping outside to a patrol car and opening it up and looking inside. And it looked like the cockpit of an airplane. There was a shotgun, there was bells, there was whistles and sirens. And I felt sorry for me. I don't know. I knew my dad was going, and I can't believe you grew up like that. I tell it on the community, and people say, what? He only beat up your mom? He didn't beat you up? And a lot of our people face these issues in our Native communities. Between the age that's designed to mentor people. I think jobs are a dime a dozen, and training programs are a dime a dozen on reservations. But there's a fork in the road, right? Do I go this way or this way? And one of the reasons I travel with this group, besides giving back to all these tribes, I get to collect mentors like yourself. So if you're interested in this program, if you're interested in mentoring, and getting to, and it's a national program, right? So we want to be able to collect mentors in different verticals. And the way the trail program works is maybe you're interested in IT, maybe it's law, maybe it's law enforcement, first responder, maybe it's heavy duty equipment operator. We're gathering mentors in each of these. It's my faith. And it was nice that 2 of the 3 businesses that I visited, faith was probably the leading cause of what those companies are doing to give back to the community. But when I learned to put God first, others second, then myself, things really seem to align. And if anybody asks me the success of my company, then that would be it. Okay? I appreciate your time. Thanks. I'll be around later. I know we don't have time for questions because my time's up, but I will be around later if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Next, we have John Cherokee.
Hi, guys. Hanging out all day. I appreciate it. I know it's a long day. If I didn't put you, I hope not. But I do want to go over a few things that we talked about this morning. And then I want to sort of connect the dots about the challenges to the program and strategies. And then talk about the mentor-protege joint venture program, because that really, especially in the current environment where teaming is critical, partnering is critical, challenges, opportunities to team up, and what sort of programs are already built into the system to allow you to take advantage of it. Going back to this, 2 things that I wanted to go back to, just so we understand how the program works, and this leads to one of the challenges. How many folks that work in federal contracting know what the rule of 2 is? Okay, we got 1, 2 people, maybe 3. So the rule of 2 is regulatory threshold, meaning above $250,000, it's regulatory. What is the rule of 2? The rule of two, which was really the basis for my program office, which was the set-aside program for federal contracting, says if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, just a reasonable price, it shall be set aside. And so with shall, government sought, if you're responding to an RFI, if you're engaging with an acquisition office, and a requirement doesn't get set aside, the only way it cannot get set aside is if the PCR signs the file that says, I reviewed it, it's not getting set aside. Now, when I was running these programs, I was distraught because we had 119 PCRs covering the entire country. So 119, tens of thousands of buying activities. You have electronics, you have whatever, although there was always PCR shopping, trying to figure out who was on vacation and sending it to that office and hoping someone else would sign off on it. Last year or 2 years ago, my understanding was there were 47 PCRs. Now we're under 20 PCRs covering the entire country. So the cops on the beat are basically non-existent, right? So again, it becomes the community that looks at these programs, that is following requirements and responding to sources sought and RFIs. And if it's not getting set aside, you need to raise an objection, engage with the Small Business Administration, and bring it to their attention because they just don't have the visibility to see these activities or these non-actions. So the rule of two is enforced by the PCR. Now, everything below the simplified, so that's above the simplified acquisition threshold. Everything below the simplified acquisition threshold by statute is reserved for small business. And everything below that 250 is entirely reserved for small business. So regardless of, now sometimes you'll have licenses to Microsoft or Cisco or something like that and it can't go small business, but technically that's entirely reserved for small business. The rule of two, above the simplified acquisition threshold, which is the basis for the set-aside programs, is not in statute. It has always been in regs. Programs is not in statute. It has always been in regs. So that's another area that's potentially challenging to the set. A lot of things we do in the private sector, as small businesses, as private sector companies, oftentimes seem normal and natural. You do joint ventures, you do prime sub relationships, you have common management, common facilities, common owners. Those are all natural things that occur in day-to-day business. Some of those things, when combined, can lead to affiliation. Now, how many people know affiliation as it relates to federal contracting? Okay, affiliation in and of itself is not a horrible thing. But what will happen is if the federal government determines that you're affiliated, they will combine your revenues to government determines that you're affiliated. They will combine your revenues to determine decision comes in, you're awarded it, all of a sudden you get a protest. Protester, your competitor says, I don't think they're small. Now, tribally owned entities can have multiple 8As, remember we see here, and they by definition are not going to be affiliated with their sister companies. That's allowed. However, there are certain things like if you did a whole bunch of joint ventures with a partner without a mentor-protege agreement, and you did a whole bunch of prime sub-relationships with that same partner, or you were unduly reliant on a large prime, or here's a good one. When I was in industry and I used to do federal contracting before I went to the SBA, we were a small business. We would bring in a lot of times like a Deloitte or a Booz to be our subcontractor. And I'd be like, oh, that's fine. They can put the proposal together. They know how to do the project. They'll find the team and staff. Well, number one, as a set-aside, you have to do 50% of the work, right? Because once it's a set-aside, if it comes to you as an 8A, the 8A has to do 50% of the work. If it comes to you as a small business, you have to do 50% of the work. And I was like, that's okay, we'll do 50% of the work. Deloitte will only do 49 or the other 50. That's good unless you're unduly reliant on that subcontractor, and that's called ostensible subcontracting. So if they're doing all the primary and vital aspects of that project, even though you're doing 50% of the work, you can be found to be affiliated. Again, not a bad word, but they'll combine your revenues. And if you get protested and they combine your revenues, then you're not anymore, and you worked on a project for 12, 13, 18, 36 months, and now your competitor wins because they submitted a protest. So where that comes into play is either like this morning when I said you go to apply to a socio category like the 8A program, and they want to make sure you're small, so it might come into play there, or it might come into play as a protest. So you win, someone protests it, and you end up losing because you're found to be other than small. The challenge is that the SBA doesn't have any clear lines. They don't have a line that says, okay, common management, common facility, one or two subcontracts, that's affiliation. Or, you know, undue reliance on a subcontractor and common management and familial relationship, that's a affiliation. What they have, and this was my program, and used to, you know, kind of drive me crazy, is they look at the totality of the circumstances. So depending on whose desk is, right, the fracture and keeping it clean as possible is important. There is no clear answer of this is affiliation, the clear answer of this is affiliation, this is not. It's a totality of the circumstances. This is not. It's a totality of the circumstances. And it SBA, right? And the intent was, if you are a nascent 8A, entering the federal marketplace, why don't we create a program where you can team up with patient in the 8A program? Was that there would be benefits flowing from mentor to protege. There are 5 areas. There's technical assistance, implementation. There's one that's international development, but there's generally five areas. And so as these benefits flow from mentor to protege, the protege to the mentor was that you could create a joint venture under that MPA, right? So you have an MPA, mentor-protege agreement, benefits flowing from mentor to protege. You could create a joint venture. It's a legal entity generally. That joint venture is at least 51% owned by the protege, meaning your 8A company. And remember when we talked about ownership and control. So just like your 8A, you also have to own and control that joint venture. So your mentor can't have undue influence. They can't have unanimous consent provisions. That joint venture, that JV is considered small, and whoever is the 51% owner, right? If you're the 8A, you're 51% owner, the JV inherits the size and status of the 51% owner, as long as they own and control. And the JV inherits the past performance and quals of both members. So now if your mentor is Lockheed Martin, right, and everybody always wants Lockheed, and I'll talk about that in a second, or Boeing, or one of those guys, or IBM, or HP. But if your mentor is one of these guys, and you're an 8A hub zone woman-owned service disabled company, you're the 51% owner of this joint venture. That joint venture inherits all the past performance of your firm and HP, and it inherits the status and size of your firm because you're the 51% owner. So now you have an 8A hub zone women-owned service disabled company that not only is small in all those socio categories, but has all the past performance of a Lockheed or an HP and take over acquisitions, and we're going to do it through some of these vehicles. Those joint ventures become incredibly competitive on being able to capture a seat on those government-wide acquisition vehicles. It makes you very competitive. Now, the benefit to the mentor is they can do up to 60% of the work that the joint venture does. So remember what we said earlier, if you're the prime and you're an 8A, you have to do 50% of the work. You can subcontract the other 50%. If it's a joint venture with a mentor-protege relationship, that mentor who's other than small can do 60% of the work. So that's why a mentor is interested in potentially teaming up with an 8A, a service-disabled firm, a hub zone, a woman. So it creates an advantage for the protege, and it creates an advantage subsidiaries with all their ownership structure. At any given one point, they can have 3 proteges that you're going to get chosen. However, the one thing that I'd say is those guys sometimes are not the best mentors either, because they haven't been in your shoes. They haven't grown in 8A company, a woman-owned small business, a hub zone, a service-disabled firm. They haven't had to meet payroll. They haven't created the infrastructure. At best, they're going to assign you a small business liaison officer, and SBLOs, there's nothing wrong with SBLOs. They're great resources, but they haven't grown and started and been an entrepreneur, right? They are the small business liaison officer at Lockheed. And I know I'm picking on Lockheed, I apologize, but Boeing, HP. So they're not always the best partner in any case. As a protege, you get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime as an organization. Relationship network, like we don't have the right relationship in the federal government, is it our inability? Then it's like a marriage, right? Because your cultures have to match. I mean, we've seen so many of these go rogue, right? Because the relationship just didn't work, and one of the parties to the partnership sort of took over the relationship, and it just wasn't a fair sort of relationship in marriage. And really, it's important to, for lack of a better analogy, to date before you get married, right? So you do your analysis, you do your gap analysis, you identify the things that you need. Maybe you do some prime sub relationships. You get to know each other, and then once you have that comfort level, you decide to do a mentor-protege and joint venture. Because you only get 2. You should expand it to all socio categories, so the other ones. And then in 13, they came back and said, your mentor, if they're really sophisticated, may want to put a couple of paragraphs in there. It's going to slow the process down. But if they have project implementation, you don't have to, it's flowing 3 to 6 years. Right? Whatever those benefits are, we need help with an accounting, 3 to 6 years. Right? Whatever those benefits are, we need help with an accounting system, a project implementation system, whatever those benefits are. And try to make it as specific as possible, because a lot of times mentors will say, yeah, we'll do that. And they want to keep it general. No disrespect to mentors, because we have a lot of clients that are mentors too. But they'll say, yeah, make it fuzzy, make it feel good, because you have to report every year. And we'll report and we'll say we're successful. When we're advising the protege, we say make it as specific as possible, because you want to make sure who, what, when, where, right? When am I going to get this assistance? Over what period of time? How are we going to track it, and how are we going to measure success? What we always say is there's a good middle ground, right? Make it fuzzy enough that don't get me wrong, that's a big incentive for both the protege and the mentor, but that shouldn't be the only benefit that flows from mentor to protege. So generally on the MPA, stick to the template, fill out the chart, submit it. Again, things have slowed down. There was a period of time when some of these were getting approved between 3 to 4 weeks. Now it's probably more like 3 to 4 months, maybe a little bit longer. Once your MPA is approved, you can create the joint venture with your mentor, not before, once it's approved, because your exemption from affiliation doesn't occur until that MPA is approved. Once your MPA is approved, you can create your joint venture with your mentor that's other than small. That joint venture, because you have an approved MPA, is considered small and can pursue set-aside contracts. Let me stop there before I get into the specifics of the joint venture entity itself and sort of what to be concerned about and how that works. Any questions? One back here? Oh, you have something online? Okay.
Yes, I got a quick question about past performance.
Yeah.
When it comes to the mentor picking the protege. Do they put a big emphasis on already contracting government-wise, or do they they're putting emphasis on what you did in the public sector?
So you mean when the mentor is selecting a protege to work with?
Yes.
Yeah, it varies, right? It depends what the mentor thinks they can get out of the relationship. Quite frankly, it's a business decision by the mentor, right? So if we've had a lot of clients where the mentor has mentored an entity that has no federal work, but they have really good past performance in the commercial side. And they know that they are eligible either for the 8A or the service disabled or the hub zone program. And so they actually begin mentoring them even before they fully engage in federal contracting. They provide all the technical assistance or support for them to get into federal contracting. And as the protege gets their certifications, it automatically flows to the joint venture. So it's not like you have to do a new joint venture or second joint. It's whatever certifications the protege has, the joint venture entity has too, as long as it's structured correctly. The one thing that I would say is that the SBA looks to make sure that the mentor and protege are symbiotic. Maybe that's the term I'm looking for. In other words, you can't have never done anything in nuclear energy and all of a sudden have like, I don't know what a big nuclear energy company is, but some big nuclear energy mentoring you, right? You have to have some past performance in the industry that the mentor is going to be mentoring you on. But it doesn't have to be federal work. It can be commercial work. And a lot of times, mentors like that because what they bring to the table is your entrance into the federal marketplace. They know you can be 8A, they know you can be hub zone, they know you can be service disabled. They know you haven't worked in the federal marketplace, but they have, and so they can support you entering the federal marketplace. But once you get those certifications, they can go after those set-aside requirements. Yes?
Hello, Paul Day with Stratic Technologies. Quick question to be a protege. What's the process, procedures, what's the steps to get that? Does the SBA assign a mentor to you? So just what does that look like?
Yeah, unfortunately, and it's interesting because I used to get this question when I was at the SBA all the time. Unfortunately, the SBA doesn't assign mentors, right? That's a relationship because they don't want to be liable for that relationship or the introduction of that relationship. It's really a relationship that develops through networking, through your connections, through matchmaking, through industry days. And again, it's almost like a marriage. It develops over time, and if you think it's going to work, you can apply to the program. The SBA manages the application process. Now, the SBA used to have an annual mentor-protege conference where they would encourage potential mentors and potential proteges to show up, and they would sort of network and potentially team up together, but they don't provide a sort of official matchmaking process. What they manage is the application process. So once you have a mentor, you would go through the application process on certify.sba to fill out what I mentioned with respect to the template and the chart, and then it gets approved. So they will approve and manage the process, but they won't help you find the mentor. Yes, ma'am.
And from the online audience, from our bougie photo booth. Let me see. Is SBA mentor protege now equivalent to the Empower to Grow, or are they different programs?
Okay, so they are different programs. So Empower to Grow used to be 7J. So the SBA has funding to assist 8A and 8A eligible companies with technical assistance. This is separate and apart from the Mentor Protege program. 7J, and Jackson probably knows this better than I do, but 7J was rebranded as Empower to Grow. The SBA gives grants to technical assistance providers. So if you're 8A eligible or if you're in the 8A program and you're working, how many folks are currently in the 8A program? Okay. You get assigned a business opportunity specialist. And that business opportunity specialist can identify technical assistance resources which are contracted, I shouldn't say contracted, which are engaged through grants using the Empower to Grow program. One more question? Yep.
How soon before the 3 years can you start applying for the 8A program?
Okay, so a couple of things, I guess. One is, to be clear, on the 8A program, there's a requirement to be in business for 2 years. Okay, so in order to apply, now you could ask for a waiver, and if you're tribally owned, you can get a letter from the tribe that says they'll support you entering the program, so you can basically start a shell company and drop it in. But as an individually owned 8A, there's a 2 years in business requirement. And that's really to show potential for success. However, we've worked with clients where, because of their backlog, because of their experience, because of their principals' experience, they've asked for a waiver to the 2 years in business and have been able to get into the 8A program even if they weren't in business for 2 years. The 3-year number comes from the mentor-protege program, right? So the mentor-protege program is a 3+3. Once you're into the MPA, you get 2 of them, remember? Once you're into your MPA, it's 3 years. After 3 years, if everything's gone well and you've submitted your reports every year, you can get okay for the additional 3 years, so a total of 6 years. And you can, do them together, overlay them, or you have both mentors at the same time. You can wait to get through your first mentor and then have your second 6 years with your second mentor. It's really up to you. SBA is not going to preclude you from having 2 mentors at the same time. And a mentor, though, can have 1 but up to 3 proteges, and those roll in and out. So like a Lockheed or an AECOM or an HP can have up to 3 proteges as long as they're not competitors, and that's a gray area. They can have up to 3 proteges, but once 1 drops off, they can just ramp up again to having 3. So they can always have sort of the 3 proteges at any given point. Any other questions so far? Yes, sir.
So I believe in that, the saying where they say success and failure is predictable, right? When someone else has a template or blueprints for success, you try to follow that. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, again, when it goes back to that mentor, I was thinking about how to navigate that. Is there a process or a blueprint or a template that these companies use to get past even the gateholders to get a mentor or a certain mentor and to get them to accept their request of being their mentor? And does that make sense, how I put all that?
Yeah, it does, and it's really, you're really sort of putting your finger on the crux of the entire issue, right? It's almost like the chicken and the egg, or like it's really hard to capture, how do I get a mentor? And unfortunately, there is never one formulaic or prescriptive path to getting the mentor. Like as many clients as we've had, it's been multiple different paths. 9 out of 10 times, it comes from a history of working together or a history of working for, like someone leaving Deloitte and starting their own company and they're like, hey, you guys mentor us. Or developing a prime sub relationship and that grows to a mentor-protege relationship. But the one thing that is formulaic is sort of that gap analysis of what a good mentor would look like for you. So from my perspective, that gap analysis is really key Because even though there's no recipe that you can follow for finding the mentor, it can happen in multiple types of ways. I mean, it can even happen at an event like here, right? There's no recipe for that. The one thing that, from my perspective, is absolutely necessary is understanding what you want out of that mentor-protege relationship. So where it gets into trouble is, when I said it happens by relationship or it happens because I worked there before, that's great, but it's not that good if they're not gonna meet because you only get two, so it's not that good if they don't meet your needs, right? So you might be like, oh yeah, we work together and you're still at, KPMG, you guys need an SDVO to mentor, I'll do it. But they have something totally different in mind. They're like, yeah, we can do some BD for you. And you're thinking, wait a second, I need internal controls, I need an accounting system. So that gap analysis is the really important part. Because then when you start having discussions with a potential mentor, you're like, hey, listen, these are the things I need. Are we on the same page? I think that's really the critical part. Unfortunately, as far as the formulaic way of having a mentor, it happens in all different sorts of circumstances and flavors. Oftentimes because of historical relationships or because of matchmaking. Yep. Any other questions? No? Okay, yes, sir. Jackson?
For the online audience. You mentioned the time to turn around an application gone from 3 weeks to 3 months. I've heard stories about there are only 20 BOSs, business opportunity specialists, out in the field, and meeting with tribes, there have been delays in applications and the portal as well.
Yep.
Can you comment on that and what you're seeing with your clients there, and maybe any suggestions for them so that they don't get stuck?
Yeah, so that's several good points, right? One is the duration and the challenges that firms are facing on applications, not only to the MPA program, but also to the 8A, women-owned, et cetera, Hub Zone, et cetera. And unfortunately, because, Jackson, as you mentioned, because of the reduction in staff, there are just fewer and fewer staff and fewer people to reach out to sort of be able to ping and ask questions to, hey, what's the status and what do I need to do to keep this moving forward? So that has definitely been a challenge. And then to sort of compound that, you talk about business opportunity specialists, and when you're an 8A, as you know, you're assigned a business opportunity specialist in the district office. There are some district offices now, and I don't know if you're aware of this, like Hawaii has no BOSs left. So they're sending NHO files to like California or West Virginia, and the challenge is that those district offices have never worked with an entity-owned 8A before, so they don't understand the program. What I would say is, and I was talking to one of our clients yesterday, is what I would say is that because sort of these rifts and fork in the roads are happening so quickly, I would continuously reach out to your district office and be like, hey, who's my BOS? Are you still there? If you're not gonna be there, where's my file gonna go? Because as you know, if you get a sole source award, it goes to your BOS for offer and acceptance. If your BOS is gone, you got to be able to track it down and make sure that it gets offered and accepted. So unfortunately, yes, that whole mentor-protege has slowed down. Very similar with respect to tribal applications. Tribal applications have sort of ground to a halt as far as processing and approval. And then just individual applications are incredibly slow. And the one thing that I'd say, and I think you would agree, Jackson, is it's not the people at the SBA, it's because there's a lack of people at the SBA to be able to process these actions. And in the same context, the other thing that is really important given the current environment, if you're in the 8A program where we just talked about keeping in touch with your district office, understanding the dynamics, understanding who's there and who's not there, very similar, if you have federal contract work not only would I be in touch with my program office and have continuous discussions with my program office around, well, what's the acquisition strategy on this? I have an option period coming out. What's the chances of exercising that option? Are we going to reissue or rebid this contract? Is it going to go away or go on a GWAC? Is it going to the GSA? So I'd have that discussion with my program office and my contracting officer. So it's a really important time to try to keep as connected as possible if you're in the 8A program with your district office, and if you have a federal contract, with your contracting officer and your program office. Any other questions?
Have you ever had a tribal 8A enterprise that they're the prime and they've been the mentor?
So yes, so we have had tribal-owned entities be the mentor. So it is not, I shouldn't say it's not uncommon. It is allowed for an entity to be a mentor and protege at the same time. So oftentimes, when I talk about sort of one of your mentors, if you get two, it should be someone that's been in your shoes. So sometimes when you have a tribal 8A that's gone from 3 to 10 to $50 million, they have a lot of good experience they could probably share with a new tribal 8A. So that partnership is really key, and we actually work with some clients to do that between them. And that 8A that's now at $50 million may have a mentor that's like IBM or Serco or AECOM, yet they can mentor a new tribal entity that's at $1 million or $2 million because they've been there and they've been able to grow it. So yeah, you can be a mentor and protege, and mature tribally owned entities can be great mentors, actually. Yes, great question. Any other questions? Okay, so I want to talk about, I got about 15 minutes. I want to talk about the joint venture and the structure of the joint venture and sort of the restrictions around the joint venture. And then I just want to talk about category management and sort of the little fires everywhere and how to strategize. But we've talked a little bit about that already, about teaming and mentoring, protege, joint ventures, partnerships, et cetera. Once you have your mentor-protege agreement, as we've talked about, you can create that joint venture entity. And that joint venture entity inherits the past performance and qualifications of both members, and it inherits the size and status of the managing member, the 51%. But like I said earlier, what's really important is that that joint venture, when I talked about the MPA, mentor-protege agreement, that was really simple, right? Stick to the template, just fill out the chart. Your mentor, if they're huge, may want to put a paragraph. SBA is going to slow it down before they approve it, but try to stick to that. That's pretty simple. Your joint venture agreement is critical, but not very simple. So your joint venture agreement, and so there's a joint venture and operating agreement. Just like your firm has an operating agreement, the joint venture entity is a legal entity and has a joint venture operating agreement. You have to make sure that that joint venture and operating agreement for that joint venture is compliant with all the regs. There are very clear regs that SBA requires when creating a joint venture in order to be exempt from affiliation. If you don't follow the regs closely, you could have spent, again, 12, 24, 36 months finding a mentor, creating a joint venture, doing your marketing around your joint venture, capturing a project, and then getting protested. And in that protest, the firm that lost could be saying, wait a second, I think the mentor has undue influence. And I'll go to a size specialist, and the size specialist will look at the joint venture operating agreement and be like, and there are like pedantic, if that's the right term, regs as well. Like, you have to establish a bank account in both names of the entities, and both have to be signatories. I mean, the regs, and I don't think they're in the slides, but they're very clear, point by point, and we do a checklist on the front of the joint venture agreement. But you have to make sure to hit all of them. But if the size specialist goes in there and says, okay, the reg says you have to have a bank account in both names, you didn't have one, you can be booted out. So 12, 24, 36 months, gone, because you didn't follow the regulations on the joint venture. So creating that joint venture, making sure it's compliant with the regs, that's the most important part. And that where 9 out of 10 times this goes wrong is the mentor is afraid to give the keys to the protege. So remember we talked about ownership and control? So basically, the protege has to have the keys and drive the car. Now, if you can imagine, if you guys haven't been dating for a long time, if you're not comfortable with each other, IBM's not going to be like, okay, here are the keys, go for a drive, right? They're going to want to put things in there like, oh, if it's over a $100,000 decision, then we both have to vote. Or, you know, we need a committee for this and that and the other. And, you know, quite frankly, some mentors are like, I understand that this might be borderline against the regs, but I'm not comfortable going any further. So I'm only going to mentor, and I'm only going to do this joint venture if this is in the agreement. I understand, it's a business decision, right? The mentor might say, I understand that we may get protested and we may lose, but it's borderline, and we've looked at the precedents, and we think we can prevail, but we're willing to take the risk because we're not just going to hand you the keys. So those are the negotiations that happen when you're creating that joint venture agreement. But some of the requirements are just from the reg. You just copy and paste. I'll give you an example. One is that in the case that the joint venture dissolves, right? In the case that the joint venture dissolves, both members to the joint venture agree that you will separately ensure successful completion of any projects awarded to the joint venture. In other words, the government doesn't care. Your relationship falls apart. They still want the project done or their product delivered. So there is a language that's required that says if it dissolves, you guys individually guarantee that this project will be successfully delivered. We were working with a client in their joint venture, instead of saying, because they were 8A hub zone, and instead of saying contract will be delivered, we guarantee that this contract will be delivered, they say we guarantee that this 8A contract will be delivered, right? This was a 8A hub zone. They had won a hub zone contract, and they got protested. And because it said 8A contract and not just contract or 8A and hub zone contract, the site specialist said, nope, it's not in there. This joint venture is non-compliant, and they lost the protest. So it's just stuff like that that you just want to make sure that's really silly, but just reviewing or having someone review that to make sure that you capture everything that's regulatorily required, I mangled that, is in there. That's really important. Yes, ma'am.
If in the joint venture, like you had given the example earlier of being kicked out or booted out, are they forever booted out? Are they disbarred, or can they reapply to have a same mentor or a different mentor, or what is the corrective action?
Yeah, so for that, what would happen is for that particular acquisition, you would lose it because you had a current non-compliant JVOA, so you'd lose that particular acquisition. You could amend and restate your joint venture operating agreement and pursue future contracts after you fixed it, but you would lose out on that particular requirement. So that's one, so just compliance on it. And the other thing with joint ventures is it used to be like if you were an 8A, all joint venture agreements had to be approved by your district office. And that was a pain in the butt. Now it would probably be impossible. And then it was, if you get a sole source award, then the JV has to be reviewed and approved by your BOS at the district office. And then finally they said, we don't even want to see it. There's a checklist. Fill out the checklist and send it to us so we know that you have the paperwork done. And then we'll go ahead and accept the offer from the buying activity. All that to say is that your joint venture operating agreement Number one, if it wasn't 8A, it was never reviewed. Number two, even if it's 8A, it's not reviewed. They just look at the checklist. But it can be protested, and if it's not compliant, you can lose the contract. Any other questions on joint ventures? Yes, ma'am.
We're talking about joint ventures, but what are the differences of joint ventures and teaming agreements, and are teaming agreements viewed at that level as a negotiable instrument to work through?
Yeah, no. So joint ventures are very specific because they benefit from regulatory exemptions and provisions within the SBA regulations, right? So when you create a joint venture, you know, your mentor can be other than small, and you're exempted from affiliation. You can have a small-to-small joint venture, by the way. So let's say, so there was someone asking about teaming up, right? So if you're an 8A and you want to team up with a service-disabled firm, just to make sure you have all the bases covered, you can create JV number 1, where the 8A is the managing member, the 51% owner, and then JV number 2, where the SDVO is the managing member. So now, you know, depending on your buying activity, if they say, oh man, you know, my boss has been telling me I got to go with SDVOs, you're like, oh, I got one right here. And if they're like, oh, I got to go with 8As, you're like, oh, I got one right here. So you can do the flip-flop with the joint ventures. The one thing, though, is if you are, and they both have to be small for your NAICS code assigned to the requirement. So you don't need an MPA. They can both be, but they both have to be small. And the other thing is, if more and more of your revenues come from that joint venture relationship, ultimately the SBA might say, wait a second, you guys are affiliated because all you do is work through these joint ventures. So you want to be cognizant of that. A joint venture is good for 2 years after award of the contract. So remember that you create a mentor-protege relationship, it's good for 3 + 3. When you create that first joint venture legal entity, it's good for 2 years after the award of the contract. And a contract is your first federal contract award. So let's say you create that joint venture and nothing happens for the first 2 years, you're fine. As soon as you get that first award, your clock starts ticking. When your 2-year clock is up, that doesn't mean you can't accept offers that were extended and outstanding, right? So if you had 10 offers outstanding before your clock ran out, you can accept those. It just means you can't send out any new offers. Now here's the thing with an MPA joint venture. If the joint venture is created under the MPA that's 6 years, once your 2-year clock runs out, you can just create joint venture number 2. And then create joint venture number 3, and then joint venture number 4, as long as it's within those 6 years. And there's a lot of firms. You know, when I was at the SBA, we had firms that had like 10 joint ventures, and they weren't found to be affiliated because they were under a mentor-protege agreement. So that's under a mentor-protege agreement. If you do a small-to-small joint venture without a mentor-protege agreement, I would be careful. I probably wouldn't go past the 2, the vice versa flip type of joint venture. Any questions around that strategy?
I have a question. So if you have federally recognized tribes and state recognized tribes.
Yes.
Have you had any experience with state recognized tribes getting into the program? And if so, what do they need to do? Do they do it under John Doe's criteria and this tribe supports John Doe, or how does that work?
So for the 8A program, as opposed to the Department of Interior's Buy Indian program, the 8A program recognizes state-recognized tribes. So we've worked with state-recognized tribes to get into the 8A program. Individuals can also apply to the 8A program if it's a state-recognized tribe. There are some requirements around documentation of being a member of that tribe that sometimes becomes a little bit challenging with state-recognized tribes. But the SBA recognizes state-recognized tribes as participation. And the other thing that I'd say, if this is a question online, sometimes state-recognized tribes don't have the same census data, economic data, Bureau of Labor and Statistics data that helps them create the disadvantaged narrative to get into the 8A program, and they have to create that for themselves. So they have to do like a tribal census and develop the data from their tribal members. And there are firms, we've done it, there are firms that do that for them. Tribes can do it on their own, but they will have to, if they don't have federal recognition and don't have a census track and a census data, they will have to develop their own data to present to the SBA to demonstrate their economic disadvantage status. Any other questions? Okay, so real quick, I think my time, 2 minutes. Okay, so little fires, right? We talked about this morning. One, we have to be cautious to make sure that these programs aren't viewed or categorized or misconstrued as DEI, right? These programs are furthest from DEI, especially as it comes to the tribal programs, right? So I know we have some tribally owned entities here, and I've had this argument even when I was running these programs. These are, nation to nation, sovereign nation trust relationships that are anything but DEI. When you think about even individually owned, the 8A program went through constitutional challenges just 2 years ago, and that's why they revamped it so you can't check the box anymore. You can't say, I'm automatically socially disadvantaged because I'm Native American, Hispanic American, African American. You have to submit a social disadvantage narrative. So the constitutionality of it has been challenged and survived as well. So as advocates for these programs, the one thing we have to continuously reiterate is that none of these programs are DEI, number one. Number two, these programs only provide, I think, what the administration is looking for, which is competitiveness, industrial base, strong supply chains, manufactured in America. How much more manufactured in America could you get if it's coming from native country, right? So that's the other thing to push. The challenge is that they're looking to buy more efficiently. What does that mean? It means they're going to these bigger vehicles, like government-wide acquisition vehicles. How many folks are familiar with category management? Category management is creating these government-wide acquisition vehicles that are 5-year vehicles to buy, instead of buying widgets from thousands of firms, buying widgets from 10 firms, right? You get on this contract, it's good for 10 years, and you have 10 vendors, you bring down take up volume, bring down prices. So the centralization at GSA is a challenge. The challenge around quote-unquote DEI, not just the programs, so we just talked about the programs, but the DEI contracts. I mean, that's another challenge. When you see contracts being canceled because they're quote-unquote DEI or green energy or environmental protection or environmental justice, those are challenges that the industry is seeing as well. And being aware of that trend and being able to justify your contracts is really important. So if you're a federal contractor, number one, what's happening to the programs themselves? Number two, what's happening to the contracts themselves, right? Are the contracts being affected? What are going to be strong contracts? So what we talked about this morning, even consulting, quote unquote, if there's not a there there, they're canceling them. Like, is it management consulting? What's that? What does that do for me? So even the Big 10 are getting contracts canceled. So always be prepared to justify your contract if asked. What are the things that we're doing and delivering for the government? And then the last thing I say is that the federal government's always going to spend. They might spend different. They might change their acquisition process. They might do it more centralized at the GSA. They might reconfigure the programs. They might not emphasize the 5533 that we talked about this morning, but they're always going to spend. And I think at the end of the day, they're going to realize that small business creates innovation, creates competition, and actually brings down prices as opposed to the opposite. It's just weathering the storm, advocating for the programs, and then ensuring that you're there and ready to go to take advantage of the programs when things turn around. I'll leave it there. I know I'm out of time. Thank you, Kaya. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. We're going to go into a 15-minute break. Feel free to stretch your legs, mingle. We have some beverages still available in the back, and then we have some lunches still available in the back if you guys would like any of that. And we'll see you at 3:15.
international so that I can cover my losses. And I tell them that's not the way it works. You need to be ready to go out there. The other thing is you need to have capacity. So you may very well be very successful very quickly, and you need whatever products or services that you're offering, you need to be ready to expand that. And I've seen companies that all of a sudden they get these orders and they just don't know what to do with it, and you can't do that. And then finally, you need to be willing to learn new ways of doing business, because doing business with overseas companies is different, the way they look at business. So let me just give you one example. Most companies think that they have a great product, they have a great price, they have a great reputation, and they go to company XYZ and say, I'm here, and I want you to buy my products. Well, in many countries, it doesn't work that way. You first have to go there, and you have to meet the people. You have to meet the companies. They have to get to know you. You have to have lunch and dinners with them. You have to have a personal relationship. And once the people overseas trust you and like what you're offering, and they know they can talk to you, that's when they do business with you. As opposed to here, many times you just have a cut sheet with good prices and all of that. That'll get you business. Well, I can tell you, especially in Latin America, that's not the way it works. And in fact, here's the good news, is if you have a good relationship with a customer overseas, your competitor may offer better prices. But if they don't have that relationship that you build up, you're still going to get the business. I guarantee you that. Now, one of the good news is that you may already be doing international business, and that is, there are two ways. One of them is that people go on the internet and see you, and they send you an email and say, hey, I want to buy 10 of your products, and you're looking at this email. It comes from Pakistan, and you may say, oh, I don't know how to deal with people in Pakistan, and I kid you not, people take that email and throw it in the garbage can. They don't know what to do with it. They don't want to deal with foreign currency. They don't want to deal with language. They don't want to deal with the time zones. Now, the other way that you may be doing international business is through e-commerce. E-commerce, you don't know where people are. You will get to know when they say, this is my address, and by the way, I deal with rupees, how do we, can you accept rupees or anything like that? And part of what we do is to help people look at those two things and see whether or not they should really be interested in continuing the conversation with whoever sends in the communication or sends in an order. So then there's the other consideration that you have to look at. Is your offering exportable? I mean, that's also a big one, meaning so if you're manufacturing something, definitely I could say 95% of what you make can be exported. Now, if you own a car wash, obviously you cannot export that. I mean, unless you make the car wash equipment. So the next thing is, suppose you have a product, but it doesn't quite fit. Can you modify it in a way that it's cost effective to you and you can still sell it? So that's the other consideration that you have. And I'll give you a quick example. Many years ago, I worked for a shelving manufacturer, and we were trying to sell shelving to people who make coolers and freezers in Europe. Well, the problem is that they size their coolers in meters, and our inched shelving were always 5 or 6 inches too long. So you lose a whole piece of shelving. So eventually, I convinced the company to make a metric shelving, and there we went and we sold more of it. The other thing you need to kind of look at is understand what market segment you're in, and the rest of the world works on market segments as well. So, having said these things, where does that bring us in this conversation? Well, it brings us to marketing, making international marketing penetration plans. So there are some decisions that you are going to have to make when you look at the markets, and they're important decisions, and that is, are you going to sell direct, or are you going to keep just going e-commerce? So then the second part to that, let's say you want to go direct, is do you want to sell through distribution, or do you want to sell through sales rep? So if you choose a distribution, and to make a difference with the sales rep, a distributor, in the US as well, but certainly overseas, will buy your product. They will market your product. They will sell the product. They will inventory your product in certain case. And then they will sell it at their own price. Now, what's happening here is that the distributor is doing some of your work that you normally would do, like market penetration. They're the ones that know the segment that it goes in. They know the customers. They know the pricing and so forth. So actually, the margin that you give up to get a distributor pays for all that work that you don't have to do. On the other hand, let's say you want to deal with a sales rep. So a sales rep is somebody who kind of opens doors for you. They know the people, they know the market, but they don't buy and sell. They kind of grease the pad. And when a customer is ready to make an order, you come in, whether it's by email or you go on site and you negotiate a contract, and the sales rep gets a percentage of that. Now, here's why you have to kind of decide whether you want distribution or sales rep, is because when you use a distributor, especially overseas, you kind of lose control of your marketing part of the deal. Meaning, you cannot go and tell a distributor where to go and buy and sell the products. As long as they meet their sales quota, they do whatever they want. So you lose control of that. And maybe in the future, you may even lose control of you being able to go directly into the market. While with a sales rep, you have full control, but you now have to do all of these other activities, not all of them, that a distributor would do, and certainly a sales rep in general does not keep an inventory. So, and then the other thing that you need to consider is that each country has a different infrastructure, whether it's shipping, how they warehouse, what their retail system looks like. Some countries don't have shopping centers, as an example, if you're in the business of selling retail. And then some countries have minimal industrial sectors that you can address. So you have to kind of do a lot of research on that. So this is where I'm here to tell you that there are a lot of resources, taxpayer paid, to help you with those activities, whether it's to make the business plan, the marketing plan, finding a distributors and all of that. So the first organization, of course, is our SBTDC. And in North Carolina. By the way, there are SBDCs all over the country. If you're not from North Carolina, there are similar group to the SBTDC outside of North Carolina. And in North Carolina, there's 4 of us. I cover the western region, and I have 3 more colleagues that cover the rest of the North Carolina to help people, you know, again, answer all the questions that I brought up about are you ready to go in business and so forth, and what's your cost structure and so forth. All of that, we help that. So the other organization I want to mention that's important in this marketing, international marketing and international penetration is EDPNC. So EDPNC stands for Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina, and it's what they call a semi-government organization. Part of it is part of the NC Commerce Department. But they have a very important function. They, and I forgot to mention before, both the SBDDC and the EDPNC are funded by the SBA. And EDPNC manages something called a STEP program. And the STEP program is money that they get from the SBA to help small business with some of the activities that will help them grow the market overseas. So one of the big activities that they do is that they go to trade shows around the world. Whatever your business is in, there may be a trade show that they're going to. Now, going to the trade show really means that they're going to have a booth, a large booth, and they're going to lease you a smaller booth for $900, an example, instead of you paying $9,000 to be in the main area of whatever trade show that you could go. Then the STEP grant will also pay part of the travel expense and the booth space for you. The other thing that EDPNC has is they have marketing contracts with organizations in several countries, you know, like Germany, UK, I forget if they have one in Mexico and one in UAE. And basically what these companies do is they will do market research for you. So if you're in a specific market segment, let's say pharmaceutical, and you want to go to the Middle East and sell products to hospitals and so forth, they can do a study for you, and they can make a list of potential customers that you could call on and see if you can sell them your products. And it doesn't have to be pharmaceutical, obviously. So those, and the other thing that EDPNC does is they also have a program where they will give you your website to be international and localized. So what do we mean by international? Well, I hope so. Most of you, when you go on some website, you see little flags on the top, and there's Spanish flag, there's the German flag, there's even the UK flag. I don't know why. And when you press on that, part, not all of it, but part of the website is now in the local language. And that's what helps people overseas. You know, remember, the purchasing agent may speak English, but the technical people don't, and they need to see the products they want, and that will help them with selecting the products and tell the purchasing people that's what we need. The other important thing that they do is they help you localize your website, and that means that they take the website in the local language and they put it on a server in the country that you want to grow in. And therefore, the local people, when they get on the internet, it looks like this company is here, let's say in Germany. You know, the thing is in German, and it says .de instead of .com. And that's another appeal for the people over in those countries to want to do business with you. The other organization that we deal with, and by the way, we partner with them, we talk to them. In fact, we have a monthly call to talk about issues and customers, clients that we deal with. And that organization is the U.S. Department of Commerce, and they have an international trade administration section, and they have offices in most of the large cities in the U.S., and they're called USIAC, U.S. Export Assistance Centers. And they will help you connect with their network. Now, what's their network? Well, their network is even more extensive than when I talked about EDPNC. Every embassy and U.S. embassy and U.S. consulates around the world has what they call a commercial section. These are local people that they hire to do research on whatever a business company in the U.S. needs from the U.S. Department of Commerce. Now, the U.S. Department of Commerce has a fee for those services, but it's $1,000 and less. It's nothing gigantic. And one of the services, as an example, is called the Gold Key Service. So in the Gold Key Service, you give a profile of your company and what you want in a particular country. So let's say you want to look for a distributor in Italy. So they will take that questionnaire and send it to Milan, and which is the industrial part of Italy. And the people there will then look at this, and they will find customers or distributors, whatever you ask for, 5 or 6 of them, and they will schedule an in-person meeting with you. So you go there, and they will give you a translator if you don't speak Italian, and you go and talk to all of these people, make as many deal or no deal, it doesn't matter. You pay $900 for that, which I think is fairly cheap. And you can find customers that way, and you can go all around the world with that. Another service they have when you don't have to travel is an international partner search. It's similar to finding a customer, but it's done virtually. It's less money, and it works very well. As a matter of fact, I had a client who wanted to import a product in a country, and customs stopped them and said, "You need to get a medical device certificate for this." Well, they didn't know, how to get one. They called me, of course, and I tried to find a company through the internet, and I couldn't find one. So I called my friends at the USIAC, and they got me in touch with the people in the country, and we had a virtual, and all of a sudden, not only did we have 3 companies that knew how to approach the Ministry of Health, but they themselves were distributors of that product as well. So you see that. And those are the kinds of services. And by the way, the SBA is also one of the service providers. The SBA helps you get loans, and we'll talk about this in a few moments. But when you want to grow your business, you may need working capital. So what is working capital? Well, if you get an order and you want to order parts to make whatever product that you have, you need money. And you don't have it, that's working capital. So what you can do is you go to the bank, and you can get a loan, and then when you ship the order and collect the money, you pay the loan back. That's what working capital is all about. So as I said, EDPNC and USIAC will help you penetrate the markets that you choose. And the other thing that we all do, not just EDPNC and USIAC, is we have access to international marketing data. So just to give you an example, and I'll talk about the HS code before, but when you ship something, you have to use HS code. And the UN gathers the value of all goods that are shipped from country to country. And we have access to something called Trade Map. And in Trade Map, you can see the value of any product on a year basis that goes from country A to country B, not just from the US to another country or another country to the US. And why is that important? Because let's say that you know that your main competitors is Chinese, right? So you look at a country you want to go to, you can find out how much of that product China ships to that country. And then you can decide, oh, it's not worth it. You know, they seem to have the corner of the market. Or this is a good opportunity. They're not there yet. So that's the kind of information that we can get you in EDPNC and so forth. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit because I need to talk to you about logistics. And logistic is the other part, is once you've gone through finding customers, once you get orders, well, you need to ship the goods. And that's what logistics is all about. And logistics has two parts. One is documentation, and the other is the physical movement of products. So when you do international business, you have a little bit of a heavier burden. First of all, you're exporting, and you are dealing with foreign entities, whether it's a shipping company, a freight forwarder, or a bank, or anything like that. So let me talk a little bit about HS code, and hopefully you're familiar with NAICS code. So NAICS code is a North American industry standard classification, and you can take any product and you can find a NAICS code, and then you can do the kind of research I talked about with NAICS code. But overseas, in the international world, they don't use NAICS code. That's why it's called North American, right? And so we use something called HS code for harmonized schedule. So let's say I have a hammer. I make hammers and I want to export a hammer or import a hammer, okay? So the people in Poland, they don't know the word hammer in English. And if I look up the word hammer, well, I got a hand tool hammer, I got a piano tuner hammer, I got a hammer in my ear. Which hammer are we talking about? So the World Trade Organization, which consists of about 186 countries, came up with a way to classify all products that are shipped around the world with a 6-digit code. So all products that you ship, and I'm going to use the word more or less, and I'll explain that, is that so you have the 6 code, and somebody makes it. First of all, the 6 code was established so that every country could put a tariff with the code. So if you're importing a product into any countries, they have already published what the tariff is in their harmonized schedule. Now, our harmonized schedule is called USHTS, and if you do ushts.gov, you will get to the tables that shows you that. So from the HS code, you now need to determine, by the way, the way you determine the HS code is you first get the description of the product, and you look it up in the table, and believe me, it's a very laborious work, and they are companies like freight forwarders and consultants and we who look it up for you and give you some options if there's more than one code available. But in order to export, which is what hopefully you're interested in, you need to find what's called this US Schedule B code. Well, the US Schedule B code takes the first 6 digits of the HS code and makes a 10-digit code out of it, and you are required to report that code when you export a product, which is part of the documentations that you have to submit. The other thing you need to be familiar with is Incoterms. So there's an organization called International Commerce, Chamber of Commerce, which has established a way to understand what the buyers and sellers' responsibilities are when you ship a product. So I'm going to go on one extreme of those Incoterms, and that is Ex Works. So if you ship a product Ex Works from your factory in Cherokee, North Carolina, as an example, your only obligation is to have the product ready at your dock for the shipping company come and put it on the truck. The buyer has to pay for transporting it to the port of export, has to pay to take it off the truck and put it on the plane or the ship. And if it's a very heavy product, you need a special crane and all of that, that's extra charges. The buyer has to pay for transporting it from the port of export to their port of import. And then he has to clear the goods in the other country. He has to pay the duty, taxes, and then he has to transport it to whatever cities that's on the interior of the port of import. So that's Ex Works. So you have very little responsibility, a lot of responsibility on the buyer. But at the other end, you have something called DDP, and that is duty paid. So now you, the seller, are responsible for everything that I described before, that the buyer had to pay for. And then there are codes, this is where, I'm sorry I didn't have time to put slides together, but this is, so if you, again, Google Incoterms, you get a chart like this, and you have all kinds of in-between terms. Now, why are they important? Think about this. When you give a price to a customer, you need to know whether transportation is included or not, because it changes the price that you charge the customer. And if you don't specify the Incoterms on your quotation, well, then you're going to get into a fight when the first bill for transportation, insurance, whatever comes up, duty, who's paying the duty, and all of that. And that's why the Incoterms were established, so that it is clear whose responsibility it is to do what. Shipping methods, that's an easy one. There's really only 3 ways to ship: truck, ship, and airplane. So Mexico and Canada, it's usually truck, not always. Overseas, if you have a heavy load, low value, you're going to ship it ocean because that's the cheapest way. But if you have a high volume product, which is time sensitive, let's say you're making a computer drive, and it needs to be there fast, and it's worth $1 million, you're going to ship it by air. So that's how you make those decisions. And by the way, the organization that helps you make those decisions is called a freight forwarder. And they help you with the documentation, they book the freight on an airline or a ship, they do all of that. And that's why the way that I like to tell you what a freight forwarder is a travel agent for products. If you remember that, you know what a freight forwarder is. And by the way, most freight forwarder will also clear customs for you with a customs broker, which when you export, you're not dealing with that unless you have one of those terms at the other end of the export of the Incoterms, which means that you have to pay the duty on the other side as well. So now we're getting to payment terms. And the way I like to say it is that when you ship a product to a customer, it's a gift until you get paid. So you have a lot of issues with paying, what currency, what bank, and how can you make sure that you get the money? The easiest way, and most people start like that, is at the very beginning, you say, I need cash in advance, or I need cash when I'm ready to ship. You don't ship until you get the money. Well, that makes it sure that you get paid. There's only one problem, is the buyer on the other side is like, why should I pay before I know that the products are really being shipped? So there's a bunch of methods besides getting cash in advance to make sure that you get the money. One of them is called a letter of credit. So a letter of credit is when the buyer in the other country goes to his or her bank and says, I want to open a letter of credit, and the bank sends that letter of credit to a bank in the US and then contacts you. And you check the letter of credit, you agree to the terms, you agree to the amount, and what happens is that according to the terms of the letter of credit, when you give the bank a bill of lading or an airway bill of lading, an invoice, a packing list, a certificate of origin if it's required, or even an inspection certificate, whatever the letter of credit asks for, when you bring this to the bank, they pay you. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that letters of credits are expensive. And they're expensive think about banks, bankers. Don't they love give you fees all the time? Well, letter of credits has high fees. If you have to make an amendment, let's say you're late, there was a hurricane and you can't ship on time and the customer understands, so now you need to change the date by which you can collect. Well, here goes a fee. What if the product was misspelled? There goes another fee. So that's why letter of credit are kind of like very good, and they're usually used on very high value contracts. But in the beginning, you may need to use them to make sure that you get paid. So now I'm going to introduce you to another government agency that can help you with that issue. And you probably heard of them. It's the Exim Bank of the United States. So the Exim Bank is a government agency. And by the way, they also give you loans under certain circumstances, but it's really not for when you're starting the business. What they're really selling you, and it's called credit insurance, is you pay a policy and you tell them who you're shipping to. They do the credit check. And if they approve the buyer, you can give them open term. You can say, okay, you can pay me 120 days from the date that I'm shipping. If you ship the goods and there's a revolution, the country blocks foreign exchange or whatever, you go to Exim Bank and they will pay you 90% of the value of the invoice. Not a bad deal. And by the way, the most common way, I have people say, hey, George, I have a problem. I've been dealing with distributors for 20 years and he is not paying. He says, what happened? Well, he went bankrupt. Well, did you take out credit insurance? Well, he wouldn't be calling me if he did. But you see, that's the most common reason for non-payment is when your customer goes out of business, didn't tell you that they were going out of business. Maybe even took the goods and sold them, but they're not going to pay you. So this is kind of a view of what international, there's the good and there's the things that you learn to do. And believe me, once you're in it, HS codes, Schedule B, letters of credit, you'll know them. You know, it is, you know, a different kind of doing business, but nothing that I say should scare you. You can all learn it. So both the SPTDC and EDPNC regularly have training. We have training on documentation. We have training on how to do a market search for a distributor. We have, you know, I mean, you name it. Now, I didn't talk to you about export control because I don't think there's any point, but you know, you also need to know a little bit about export control. And it doesn't matter what product you sell, because there's also what's called a list of denied party, which means that even if you sell erasers, you're not allowed to sell to a North Korean company, as an example, or somebody that's associated and that's on the list. But, so anyway, I wanted to let you know that their organization, the SPTDC, and others, that we're all here to help if you're interested in an export, if you think that it's time for you to go beyond the horizon of the U.S. markets. So the last thing that I'm going to I'm going to give you a resource. I mean, there are other resources that we'll give you if you register with us and we have a conversation. But there's an organization that we belong to called NASBITE, and all the people who do the kind of work that I do form this association in the United States, and we meet once a year. And NASBITE has developed a series of about 140 clip videos, and you can access them at trade-passport.org. If you just write this down, trade-passport.org, you can have 20 free videos. And if you have 5 people in the office, they use their own emails, you get 20 different ones. You can get to the 140s. So, are there any questions? Yes.
You said trade-passport.org. What was the first name? NASMITE?
You know what?
NASMITE?
You know what? I'm using hearing aids, and sometimes.
NASBITE.
Yeah, NASBITE. What is it about NASBITE? NASBITE.org. Again, you just go there. If you go to the NASBITE.org, you will see what it's all about. We have a yearly convention, and we have other things available for you. What state are you from, by the way? Okay, so EDPNC, so edpnc.com and sbtdc.org.
I have a quick question. I know you talked about the STEP grant. Where can we find information for the North Carolina STEP grant program?
edpnc.com. And you know, when you go on EDPNC, you go to export, and they actually have the handout that tells you how you qualify and all of that. Yell it.
Thank you so much for being here and for all the information. With the potential changes from the administration on the horizon, what should small businesses be doing now to prepare for possible shifts in export regulations or MBDA program funding? I tried to ask that in a nice way.
Right. Oh, gee, I forgot my crystal ball here. Anyway, so I've been in the import-export business for over 40 years. And the reason I mention that is because over the years, there's been all kinds of stuff that pop up, go down, pop up, go down, pop up, go down. This is going to be another one of this that has to play itself out. The globe, the earth, from way back has been a trading area. Trade is, it's not, the politicians came in to get our money. We've traded before politicians started to organize, right? In the end, commerce will go on. There may be some adjustment here and there. But, and by the way, this is one of the other reasons why we are in existence, is because we help overcome these things. I mean, think COVID. Think what happened during COVID. We had calls all the time, about export. Can we ship? Will they get it? Can we, nobody knew. So we'd get the answers. So now we're done with COVID. Yes.
Hi, my name is Naomi Lucas. I'm going to ask a more direct question. Now that there are countries that are literally calling for the non-purchase of U.S. items because we have become adversarial with so many nations, is there a concern in terms of our exporting and the tariffs being placed on our products now going into other countries? Because I'm going to give you an example. I have a close friend of mine. He's a coffee tea exporter, an import exporter. He sources for Target, Walmart, lots of big entities. He had a shipment of tea come in from China. Cost of the product was $60,000. Cost of the tariffs were $120,000. So he had to call and have approval from his customer, because now a $60,000 product has now become a $180,000 cost product. Now, as he's now looking, he is saying that at the ports in LA, products are being abandoned, even though companies are paying. So the question is if we are abandoning foreign product goods because of tariffs coming in, then what is the plan? And I would say this is very different than COVID. This is very different from other administrations. And, me being a biotech pharma company, I just had a very close friend of mine who built a $5 million facility in Valencia, had to sell that facility because of the tariffs that her vaccines would have been, and this is an American company, would have been posed upon those vaccines coming back into the U.S.
So first of all, I hope you realize that I'm in no position to make any statements about where the administration is going or even where this is going to end. I just know that everybody's got to make a living and that eventually things are going to balance themselves one way or another. Now, I want to remind you, as an example, without tariffs, that there are market segments and products that disappear because of the cycle. When's the last time you saw somebody using a BlackBerry phone? If you know what that is. I don't know. You see, I lived in the days when newspapers were printed with typesetting. People don't understand what typesetting was a labor-intensive thing, and all of a sudden, computers came to be. So computer displaced typesetting. No tariffs involved, you see? But what happened is that the people, or the sons of the people who were the typesetters, learned to program, and they went in the computer business to do the same work with a computer. So I'm just saying that the situation can't stay like this forever. I don't think so. I mean, if there's a recession, as an example, I really expect a big outcry. I really do. I'll be there too. Okay? And was there...
Which one? Oh.
Sorry, we're running out of time. So thank you so much. Any further questions? Can they ask after the next session? Yep.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, George. All right, a lot of really great information. Next, we're going to bring up Charmaine Charlie.
Sorry. I'm going to stand here, so. Yeah. Do you need this? Testing. Yep. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for hanging in there with us for the length of the day here. It's been a long one. My name is Rich Ailing. I'm the CFO at the National Center, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's my first visit to Cherokee, and it's wonderful to be in all of this greenery in the place of history here, and certainly the climate is more conducive to what we currently have in Arizona, so it's nice to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Actually, we went through Smoky Mountain Park yesterday, and gosh, what a jewel. You're so lucky to have that on your doorstep. Hope to get to do that again soon. My background is primarily in the hospitality and golf real estate development industries, which are primarily all for-profit activities. And I've been with the center now for about 3.5 years, which I think everybody knows is a nonprofit entity. And so it's been a different change for me in transitioning into that from an accounting perspective. But you're in luck today. I'm not going to be talking about accounting because it's way too late in the day. And we will talk about some things that have to do with creating a small business and running a small business. But I do want to emphasize early on in my career, I was a financial analyst with a group in Texas that put the food and beverage on airplanes and ran airport concessions, a group called Sky Chefs, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. And for whatever reason, they made me a financial analyst, and this was right out of school, and I really learned the importance of the financial aspects of a business. And I got that training long before I got the accounting training. I am a CPA licensed in the state of Arizona, and I have been since 2003, but I've sat on a CFO perch for more than 30 years now. And I was so thankful that I came up through the financial ranks more so than I did the accounting ranks, because I really realized what it takes to run a business from a financial perspective. You learn that cash is king, and running a business or owning a business is no different than your personal scenario. You make so much cash, you pay out so much cash. Maybe you have a surplus, maybe you have a deficit, and if you have a deficit for so long, you file bankruptcy, or you become poor, or something like that. A business is no different. You've got to learn how to manage the business so that it's successful and is sustainable. And unfortunately, and I'll show you some stats here shortly, running a small business it's not for the meek, it's not for the mild. It's a very difficult and challenging role to be in. But, having said that, if you're successful, it's a way to wealth, and it's a way for independence versus working for somebody as an employee. But with that, let's get started. I do have an agenda here, and hopefully it'll fill the 45 minutes. We'll see. But the agenda today is here. I guess I need to get the clicker. Huh? So we're going to cover 5 or 6 topics very quickly. 1, why would you want to start a small business? 2, the value of a business plan. And 3, the legal structure that you might adopt for your business. And then just some small discussion about leases and accounting and insurance that you might be wanting to consider. And finishing it up with some finance and investing sort of comments. And I want to tell you, that's the extent of what we're going to talk about today. Starting a small business is a lot more than this. And I tried to compress what I thought were the more salient points of starting a business. But, you need to consider all of the other things like product, service, marketing plans, intellectual property, employment agreements, that whole HR space, permits, licensing, regulation, all the things that are part of running a small business. And those aren't simple topics, and those aren't non-critical topics. But I hope today what I do present will at least shed some light on what I believe are very critical in terms of operating or starting a business. So just a couple of quick background comments here. The Small Business Office, their Office of Advocacy, basically defines a small business as of less than 500 employees. Now that might change based on the industry that you're in. There's many industries, obviously, that they cover. But if you're doing business with the government, they'll put you in a NAICS code like John had mentioned earlier in his presentation. And basically the factors that they use to do that are annual receipts and number of employees. And it's valuable information for them. They do a lot of statistical analysis around that. And as John had mentioned, it's important in terms of where you fall in that category. According to this slide, there's 20 different industry sectors, and each of those sectors contain a number of subsectors. And so it becomes important because if you're doing government contracting, it allows access to tax incentives and such based on where they throw you into a category and categorizing you as a small business. Otherwise, I think it's helpful probably more for them than it is for you. And John may differ with that, but they do a lot of statistical analysis around that. Put the numbers into context. There's more than 600,000 small businesses formed each year in the U.S. Small businesses with fewer than 20 employees make up just about 90% of business enterprises. There are 23 million businesses in the U.S. that have no employees at all. 61% are owned by men, 22% by women, and 14% are equally owned. This next stat is a little appalling, I think. 85% of the small businesses are owned by white, the rest among Asian, Hispanic, Black, with only 1% in the native population, including Alaska and Hawaii. Yeah, that's got to change. That's just not acceptable. And so I think what was presented today helps us understand why that is the case. Maybe I ought to get this slide over. There we go. Access to capital is a huge issue, and it becomes a real obstacle to starting a small business. And so that's a problem that needs to get solved, and certainly with a change in the administration, I don't see those at least that particular element getting better soon. Moving on. Here's the bad news with small businesses, the failure rates. The first year, approximately 20% of small businesses fell within the first year. Somebody's doing this for me back there, huh? I appreciate that. Thank you. The first 5 years, nearly 50% of small businesses fell within their first 5 years. And in the first 10 years, around 65% of small businesses fell. And those are not very promising or encouraging stats. The general trend is that the failure rate increases over time, highlighting the challenges that small businesses face in staying viable. Just when I was sitting back there, I was reading an article about the tariffs and, what that might do to small businesses. The Texas Federal Reserve just put out a survey that 55% of the Texas businesses are going to pass on the cost of these tariffs to the consumers. And that, that obviously is going to have an impact on small businesses, a very negative impact. And 80%, you may or may not know this, but 80% of U.S. employment comes from small businesses. And with fewer than 500 workers. So the likely result is going to be higher unemployment if those tariffs continue or are going to be with us very long. So that's it's bad news. Reasons to start a small business. Next slide, please. Most professionals will agree with you, or will agree that if you want to build wealth, small business is certainly a path to do that. It forces an individual to kind of live below their means. You might have a partner that is working full-time and paying the bills to make that business happen and to stay viable. A couple other reasons here. Small business owners are at greater risk of failure, motivating them to save capital. Success at business requires you to control expenses, which carries over to personal finances. I don't know. I might debate that, but maybe there's some truth in that. When you sell a business, you often benefit from long-term tax rates that are in play. And that's the other sort of thing I would throw out there right now is that if you intend to get started with a small business, make sure that you reach out to subject matter experts like a banker, like an attorney, like an accountant. They're not cheap, but failing in a business, especially if it's capital that you've invested, is not cheap either. But you want to know about, and you'll see this as we cover a few more slides, you're going to want to know the pitfalls and the exposures that come with running a small business, especially when you select a legal structure. It can have long-term ramifications and consequences for you, especially when you start to think about selling a business. And the structure that you've put into play and how that has a tax impact. It can be very profitable or it can be very negative. So I would encourage you to invest the money to reach out to those kinds of resources. And they're there. And a lot of this, look, you can glean off the internet. I was looking at the state of North Carolina's resource, the resources that they provide out there. There's a bunch. It's huge. But if you want to get it, for somebody that you trust, and that's really what this presentation is all about, is entrepreneurs trusting their advisors. That's certainly the way that I would go. I wouldn't put my capital up and then trust myself that I know everything. And look, I've never owned a small business, but I've certainly run from the accounting finance perspective businesses that are that have generated hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. And even I would still reach out to an accountant, especially a tax accountant, or an attorney to help me with forming a small business and putting it into play. moving on here. Next sort of topic is this thing that has to do with a business plan. You know, I just can't imagine even thinking seriously about starting a small business without a business plan. It has so many benefits in terms of its use. And, you know, a business plan is basically a roadmap for you, and it helps you understand your strengths and weaknesses. It's like a SWOT analysis, your strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. And it makes you focus on many, many things that have to do with all things financial, all things marketing, you know, some of the other things that I mentioned in terms of regulations and employment agreements and intellectual property. You have to consider all of those things in a business plan, or you don't. It just depends on what you think you might want to be doing with that business plan. If you're looking to get investment, outside investment, it's not going to go anywhere without a business plan. An investor that is a serious investor will want three things from you. And certainly one of those is a business plan, but in addition to that, they'll want to know your debt, they'll want to know your financials, and at the end of the day, they want to know your structure. And look, investors, while they're really, really interested in opportunities, I can tell you something, they're more interested in certainty. And a business plan helps them understand if you know what you're doing, and you've covered your bases, and you've looked at the strengths, and you've looked at the weaknesses and the exposures, and you know, have taken the time to develop all those things. So you need to make a business plan happen, especially if you want to apply for credit. And I would tell you, you got to keep it simple. You got to make it easy to read. Use graphs, use charts for, you know, complex topics that maybe are a little more difficult to understand through a narrative. And consider it a living document. It's something that should be with you always, because it's going to be changing. The environment changes. You might change the way you're doing things. And if you consider that it is a living document, hopefully you'll make those edits, and you'll continue to use that as a measure against your success or your failure. Who was it that said that today? It was John, when he said, you know, you need to know when to let go, right? When something isn't performing, you need to know when to let go. And a business plan is going to help you do that outside of losing money. Let's see. Some of the disadvantages of a business plan may not be accurate. You know, we got a certain amount of ego, right? And you know, if we've created a business plan, gosh, it's got to be right. You know, I did that. I made that. It's got to be right. You know, it's like I say here, it's a highly skilled process, and that's why you should seek business advisors to help you create it. But there's no guarantee what you produce will be accurate. Business climates change very quickly. Look what's happening right now. I don't know, did your business plan anticipate that? COVID, did it anticipate COVID? I don't think anybody expected those things. And look what it's done. I mean, it's devastating. You know, it can make you tunnel vision so that you're not looking outside and at the potential exposures. And it can waste precious time and money. They're expensive if you go outside and get resources, and they take time to develop. And you know, those may be disadvantages. None of those would prevent me from seeking professional advice and resources, but those are some of the things you need to consider. And then lastly, what is a business plan? It's a detailed document that explains how a business works and what it aims to achieve. 8 key components of a business plan. It's got an executive summary. It's got a business description. It's got market analysis. marketing and sales strategy, operations plan, management and organization, a financial plan. And all of those are, I mean, you could weight those in terms of their, value to getting your mission accomplished. But, certainly the financials are, I would say, are very, very important. As I mentioned earlier, I worked as a financial analyst, and when we looked at new business bids for new airport concessions at national airports or flight kitchen expansions or location sites, we would develop a base case of numbers that we felt was sort of the middle of the road, the center, and then we would around that develop tons of sensitivities. So what if revenue went up 10%? What if revenue went down 10%? What if employees did X? What if expenses rose 10%? Just, a myriad of variables and assumptions around that base case to develop other pro formas to help us understand where the weaknesses were in a particular financial analysis. And, based on that and what came out of that, obviously were things like payback. What was the time for payback? What was the internal rate of return? What was the return on investment? We did a bunch of discounted cash flows to understand the net present value of a particular, bid. And then it was up to management to say go or no go, based on those, on those analyses. And I guess I would encourage you to do the same thing as it relates to developing that for your business plan. So what is the appropriate business structure? And it really is, there's really no best way to run a business. It really has to do with, what kind of business you're going to be in and what you want to get out of it. But choosing a legal structure is, it defines your organization, it defines your debt liability, and it really shines a light on the tax requirements that you're going to be facing as a result of choosing a legal structure. There are many types of legal structures. You have sole proprietorships, you have general partnerships, limited partnerships, but the choice that small businesses seem to make are either an LLC or an S corp, and they both have a lot of similarities. Those two corporate types, and the two, I guess the two most important factors in an LLC or an S corp is that you avoid the double taxation that comes through that happens with a typical corporation, a C corp, where dividends are taxed along with the income of the corporation. So in an LLC or an S corp, those taxes are passed to the owners of those entities, just like they would if you were a sole proprietor or a limited partner. And so that's an advantage in terms of the tax rate that you'll pay. But secondly, and probably more important, is that both of those corporate types offer limited liability, so that your personal assets aren't at risk in the event of a claim. Now, and you'll see here when we get to a couple of other slides here, there's this thing called piercing the corporate veil, and you'll see sort of the reasons when that can happen. But what that means is that if you've done an activity or committed an activity that does that, then in fact your personal assets can become part of a claim, and it could be settled in a claim. So again, here just reiterating, LLCs typically enjoy pass-through taxation. LLCs are a little different than the S corps because they can have unlimited number of members. They can also have, as members, they can have individuals, they can have estates, they can have corporations, they can have LLCs, They can have trusts as their members. And again, the number of members that they can include in an LLC is unlimited. And so you can see the limitations, that there are no limitations. And the profits can be split in a variety of ways. So as opposed to an S corporation, if somebody's invested $100,000 and that represents 50% of the partnership, then that profit is going to be split 50-50. Whereas an LLC, somebody might invest what again is 50% of the investment, but only have 20% of the profit coming back to them. And so it can be, you know, there's innumerable ways of splitting profit, and that is a big difference between S corps and LLCs. LLCs, it can be a little expensive in terms of forming, very different than a sole proprietorship or a partnership. And you can see the fees that are up there. Ownership of an LLC is a little more difficult to transfer when compared to a corporation. You know, that should be outlined in an operating agreement if that is something that is intended down the road. And certainly there's a lot of case law for corporations versus LLCs that is helpful for corporations, but not so much for LLCs. S corporations, just a couple of comments there. You again can see that there's a pass-through in terms of taxation. But one of the things that you would think about in either an LLC or an S corporation, if you wanted to accumulate money, say for an expansion, a fixed asset expansion down the road, that can happen in a corporation, but it can't happen in an LLC or S corp because those profits or losses need to be distributed on an annual basis. You don't get to hold them. Other advantages of forming an S corp, you have the limited liability, same as an LLC, and it protects, you know, the individuals from, you know, their personal assets. Ease of conversion, shareholders in an S corporation, if they want to be taxed as a C corp, they can, but they need to file that election with the IRS. It's a little more difficult for an LLC if that needed to happen. As I said before, one of the advantages of an LLC is you can have unlimited members. In an S corp, it's constrained to 100 members, and those members need either to be a citizen or a resident alien as a result of an S corp. And an S corp is a little more rigid in terms of regulations as opposed to an LLC. And as I mentioned before, the allocation of profit and losses are real different from an LLC. But one of the advantages of an LLC is that, or of an S corp, and I'm sorry, I don't want to confuse you, but an S corp allows all of the salary expenses that are incurred in the corporation to be deductible, along with the self-employment piece. So an S corp has that advantage that it doesn't have in the LLC. But as I mentioned too, LLCs impose fewer of the formality requirements. And just a couple of notes about LLCs and S chapters here in terms of their background. An LLC statute occurred in 1977 in the state of Wyoming. In 1988, the IRS changed its rules to allow LLCs to be taxed like a partnership. There are roughly 21.6 million LLCs operating in the U.S. The IRS statistics show a year-over-year increase in domestic LLCs since 2004. So you can see that's the choice of businesses, these LLC small businesses. S chapter corporation of the tax code were first introduced in U.S. Congress in the Internal Revenue Code in 1958. The modernizing of rules governing S corps witnessed significant changes, and the result of some reforms in '82 and '96 had made them sort of less rigid the IRS estimates that there are over 5 million S corps operating in the U.S., so that's real different than the 21 million of LLCs. In addition, there are approximately 1.7 million C corporations and an estimated 23 million sole proprietorships. Those are big numbers. Did you have something, Haley? No? Let's move on to piercing this corporate veil. Again, this is the limited liability protection that is afforded to both LLCs and S corps. So how to avoid that happening? Just some reminders here. Don't use the business assets for personal use. Use the business name on all stationary business cards and contacts. Sign all contracts as an office manager of the business and not as an individual capacity. And sometimes that's difficult, especially if you're going to be asked to make a personal guarantee. It may not be possible for certain transactions. Timely file of the annual report and pay the annual fee to avoid having the company for administratively dissolved by the state. Here's some more. Complete all formalities of forming the company. Complete the minutes, stock certificates, company seal, adopt bylaws, prepare organizational members, issue stock or membership certificates. Don't commingle assets. Use a separate bank account. Entitle business assets in the business name. There's another one here I wanted to. So this slide here really should have been introduced first, but when can a corporate veil get pierced? Many states have developed a three-part test. The business entity is a mere instrumentality or alter ego of another entity or person. The business entity is engaged in improper conduct, and there has been an unjust loss or injury to the plaintiff, or the business entity is undercapitalized. Those are, claims that may survive in a legal suit, but for the most part, they're pretty rare. You don't see them very often. Moving off of the legal structures, just a couple of notes on accounting software. Accounting software, it's not cheap for the most part. We just came off of QuickBooks, an accounting application that is more mom and pop. It's not a bad application, but for the complexity of our organization, it just wasn't working with the number of grants that we had and the management of those and the accounting for those. Since I've been with the organization, we've had clean audits, and I owe some of that to the accounting software that we use today, which is Sage Intacct. But when I select a piece of accounting software, as I have over my career many, many times, the two things that I really look for that I think are important is, one is ease of use. How intuitive is it? Can you get up to speed with it very quickly? And then secondly, the reporting capabilities. Those are really, really important. So, you put a lot of data into these things. You want to get that data out in a way that satisfies, your constituents, be it your auditors, your management, your ownership, and you don't want to have to do a lot of work to make that happen. And so these accounting applications have come a long, long way over the last, 10, 15 years, and there are some good ones out there. And the types of accounting software that is out there can be very customized in terms of the business that you're in. Some other comments here: QuickBooks, Peachtree, Xero. Those are all software applications that I think could manage a small business pretty well. But I would tell you to do your due diligence because they're not cheap. I think we pay $15,000 a year for our accounting application, and that's a low number. I've worked in situations where we were paying $35,000 to $40,000 a year for an accounting application, and that's the cost benefit of that gets to be a little bit questionable. Moving on to another topic here, equipment financing and leasing for small businesses. Equipment financing is really just a loan. The great thing about that is that you usually have a buyout at the end of that. You get to write off the depreciation of that. Equipment leases are nothing more than rental agreements, but again, you get to write off the rent expense. And it just depends on what you want to do with your capital. Do you want to invest it into a piece of equipment, or do you want to lease it and give it back at the end of the day? Types of business insurances that you might consider. General liability insurance, I certainly would recommend that you have that in play. And you can see the cost there. Health insurance obviously is a big item for employees, certainly is a great tool for both recruitment and retention. Commercial property insurance, if you have a building that you're renting or leasing, is important. And then professional liability for the negligence or malpractice. You see that typically in professional services, but we have professional liability at the center. Workers' comp. I understand that in the state of North Carolina, if you have more than 3 employees, you got to carry workers' comp. And then lastly, cyber insurance. You heard Darren's presentation today. That's huge. That's one that if in fact you have a lot of IT activity, you're going to want that, because he told you the exposures and how much those cost. Financing of small business. Look, it can come from a variety of places: founders, friends, family. It's really pretty simple. There's equity financing, and then there's debt financing. And debt financing comes through banks. It comes through commercial banks, credit unions, credit cards. Equity financing really is something that you would see where an owner would allow another investor to take part of the business, and so you're going to start splitting profits. You might lose some control of the business, so you have to be very, very careful. And I'm sorry, I'm hurrying up here because I'm running out of time. There's a bunch of financing that's available through the SBA. You might look at venture capital, although that's a very, very small player, and starting a small business, something like less than 1% of small businesses turn to venture capital. There's crowdfunding. SBA offers a bunch of loan opportunities. They don't loan directly. They finance through other commercial activities, other commercial entities, but they've got a great lineup. God knows if those things are still in play, given the change of administration. But certainly, if you want a copy of this slide deck, you can look more closely. And I guess I just would encourage you to get on SBA's website and take a look. They have loans that go up to $5 million, and they have some great rates, as was presented earlier. And then finding the right investors. You just want to make sure you got an investor who believes in your product and is going to help you, mentor you, and believe in your product and help you grow. What do startup investors want? They want to get repaid. They want to know when they're going to get repaid. They're going to want to understand that. So, you want to make sure that you find somebody who's qualified and enthusiastic about your business. Questions? Sorry, I went through those fast.
Questions? Anyone?
That was easy.
We have one. Hold on.
This is somewhat related, but one person online wants to know how they can learn more about the Mentor Protege program.
I don't have any information about that. That's one for John.
Is there someone at the National Center they can reach out to?
Who would they reach out to?
Apex Accelerator representative.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
We have information of that on our website, but also you can look up an Apex Accelerator within your state and region as well. Hold on, we have a comment.
I had one comment about the corporate veil piece that you put up there. In the last 10 to 15 years, you can't get product on credit with companies without them sending you a personal guarantee signature sheet. So that piece of it's sort of gone now because they won't just let you have it without some form of guarantee that they can go after somebody. And
Yeah, no, I understand that, John. And look, but I think you have to commit an activity. You have to commit something that is egregious enough that a court would find you, guilty of that, and would rule in favor of the plaintiff.
The other thing, it may have been for us when you're sitting there buying $250,000 or $500,000 worth of product to put towards a job. That's a different level than probably somebody buying $10,000 or $15,000. I don't know, but that's the experience that we've had.
Yeah, that's why you want to have insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, as best as possible, right, to cover that, because that kind of insurance is available. Yeah, yeah, you just can't do it more than once. Any other questions? No? Well, thank you all and have a great evening. Thanks again for coming.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. For the end of the day, thank you guys so much for joining us. I want to say all the PowerPoint slides that were presented today, I will be emailing that out along with our recording of the live stream. So probably next week you get an email from me. Also, I just wanted a reminder about the free registration to our Reservation Economic Summit 2026. I will be in touch with you more about that when it gets closer to the date. So right now, just want to say goodbye to the online audience. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot me an email, kaya@ncaid.org, and then I'll help direct it to which either speaker it was that you had questions with. But to those in person, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to move into our roundtable session. So